Rebellious disciple plus empress plus not a single person plus extremely good looking plus likes to live off women.
One day, Su Tianyi, a transmigrator, accidentally learns that his master, the Holy Lord, has failed to break through to a higher realm and has become immortal.
A rebellious idea formed in my mind. Just as he was hesitating, the fairy image from the cheat arrived. The spirit of the fairy painting is a frivolous little girl named Chu Chu. She tells Su Tianyi that only by becoming a rebellious disciple of a master can the inheritance of the fairy painting be officially activated. Su Tianyi said excitedly, "It is the will of heaven, master, I am sorry." Afterwards, Su Tianyi awakened his divine body and was established as a holy son by the elders. With invincible momentum, he entered the Great Qin Academy. The peerless and beautiful Empress of Qin, "Young man, would you be willing to marry into my family and become my husband?" Su Tianyi was dumbfounded. "Your Majesty, I want to marry a princess."
The Empress frowned and snorted coldly, "I'll give you a chance to rephrase your words."
Su Tianyi. Chapter 1, Becoming the Rebellious Disciple of Master Chong, Awakening the Invincible Divine Body.
3 years, 3 years.
Master, today your wish can finally be fulfilled.
In the peach blossom grove, Su Tianyi, dressed in white, leaned against a peach tree, sitting on the grass, one leg stretched out, the other bent, elbow resting on his knee, staring blankly at his master's palace, muttering to himself.
He was a transmigrator.
In his previous life, after graduating from university, the harsh realities of society eroded the clear naivete in his eyes, replacing it with worldly sophistication. After joining a company, through tireless effort, he finally managed to seduce the female boss, enjoying a life of luxury. But his good fortune didn't last long. Soon after, he ended up paying a truck driver a fare. When he opened his eyes again, he had transmigrated to this bizarre and fantastical world. Here, cultivators could fly, roam freely through the heavens, tread upon mountains and rivers, and awe the universe. Today, he was going to do something utterly rebellious. He was going to become a rebellious disciple. Success means enjoying the company of a beautiful woman and reaching the pinnacle of life again in this other world. Failure. Thinking of this, Su Tianyi's heart trembled. He shook his head, glanced at the 2 small slips of paper in his hand, and confidently declared, "I will definitely succeed." The slips of paper were ones he had accidentally found yesterday while practicing his sword. They were excerpts from his master's diary. One slip read that she had failed to break through her cultivation realm and was suffering a backlash from the Great Tao, temporarily losing her cultivation today and becoming immortal. But the other slip was the source of his confidence to challenge his master. He wouldn't do something as foolish as indulging in momentary pleasure only to fall into hell. Su Tianyi let out a long sigh, stood up, put the slip of paper in his pocket, and walked towards his bedchamber. A gentle breeze blew, and peach blossoms filled the mountains, obscuring the sky and turning it pink, a beautiful scene that seemed to foreshadow something. Before long, Su Tianyi arrived at the palace gate. He was dressed in white, a bamboo flute tied at his waist, his long, ink-black hair casually draped behind him. His handsome face appeared carefree and relaxed, yet the excitement and anticipation in his eyes were impossible to conceal. The person inside was the high and mighty Lord of the Holy Land, and also his master. Now, he was to take advantage of him in his vulnerable state. Just thinking about it. How thrilling! Su Tianyi raised his hand, about to knock on the door, when a sudden feeling of weightlessness overwhelmed him. He felt dizzy and disoriented, then his vision blurred, and he collapsed to the ground. When he regained consciousness, Su Tianyi found himself in an unknown place. The distance was vast and chaotic, indistinct, and the surroundings were deathly still and lifeless, with only a portrait of a beautiful woman floating in midair. Upon closer inspection, the woman in the painting wore a high-necked white dress and a jade crown. Her inner beauty was radiant, her natural grace flawless, and her face almost perfect, without a single imperfection. Coupled with her ethereal and otherworldly aura, she was truly peerless in beauty, the most beautiful woman in the world. Su Tianyi reached out and gently touched the painting, uttering a heartfelt exclamation, "What a beautiful fairy!" Suddenly, the painting emitted a dazzling white light, and a powerful suction force pulled Su Tianyi inside. After the light dissipated, Su Tianyi removed his hand from his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. The scenery here was picturesque, with ancient trees reaching for the sky, teeming with life, a stark contrast to the scene he had just witnessed.
"Master, my name is Choo-Choo, and I am the spirit of this painting," a clear, childlike voice rang out. The little girl was petite and adorable, but her bun hairstyle and bangs gave her a somewhat rustic appearance. Su Tianyi quickly accepted her existence, realizing this was his long-overdue cheat code. Although she wasn't the beautiful older sister from the painting, nor an omnipotent system, raising a cute little lowly seemed pretty good, right? He asked expectantly, "What are the functions of the fairy painting?" "Fairy painting? That's a good name, worthy of me." The little lowly's eyes lit up, and she immediately clapped her hands, deciding to change her name. Su Tianyi's face darkened. He took back his previous words. This girl seemed a bit unreliable. Could names be changed so easily? By becoming Choo-Choo's master, your physique can transform into an eternal divine body. In ancient times, it was universally recognized as the number one in the world, an invincible divine body. Choo-Choo will wholeheartedly assist her master in becoming a carefree immortal, allowing him to wield power over the world and enjoy the company of beautiful women. Seeing Su Tianyi's displeasure, Choo-Choo quickly explained her role, clenching her fists and shaking them above her head, looking quite adorable. Immediately afterward, Choo-Choo dropped another bombshell. The fairy maiden's scroll suffered severe damage, its primordial power shattered, some merging into human bodies, others transforming into wondrous objects. Master is very lucky, the person who merged with its primordial power is nearby. Once Master retrieves it, he can officially awaken his divine body and begin the fairy maiden's scroll's inheritance. With that, Choo-Choo waved her small hand, projecting a majestic, towering, and magnificent palace into the air. Su Tianyi's expression was strange. Wasn't this his master's palace? He had just been preparing to rebel against his master when the fairy maiden's scroll's spirit awakened, and he might even be an orphan. This luck, this opportunity. In a daze, a golden halo appeared above his head. Suddenly, Choo-Choo let out a soft exclamation, her eyes gleaming as she shone upon Su Tianyi. Master has been sealed. Before Su Tianyi could react with fury, she waved her hand dismissively, saying, "No problem. Add a bit of primal power, and the seal will break on its own. The key holder currently has no cultivation. This is a golden opportunity. Master, go conquer her fiercely." The little girl's face was filled with wickedness. Outside the fairy painting, Su Tianyi stood up, brushed the dust off his white robes, and with trembling hands knocked on the palace door, saying, "Master, come in." A melodious voice came from inside the palace. Su Tianyi's heart pounded like thunder as he pushed open the door and entered. A woman in a long, purple, split-hem dress came into view. Her purple hair reached her waist, and her bangs were swept to the sides, revealing her fair forehead. Yun Mushi was noble and elegant, exquisitely beautiful. Her features were sculpted like those of a god, her skin was like jade, her long hair flowed freely, she had perfect shoulders, a slender waist, hips wider than her shoulders, and well-proportioned thighs. Even though Su Tianyi had been looking at her for 3 years, he was still captivated and couldn't come to his senses for a long time. "Tianyi, am I really that beautiful?" Yun Mushi sat on the bed, her face pale, her voice weak. Yun Mushi's light and melodious voice brought Su Tianyi back to his senses. He subconsciously nodded. Master is one of the most beautiful women in the world. One of? Yun Mushi frowned, somewhat displeased. A woman who could give birth to such a handsome and dashing son must also be a great beauty. Realizing his mistake, Su Tianyi quickly tried to salvage the situation. The other was a painting, he shouldn't be lying, right? How narcissistic. Yun Mushi gave him a charmingly sassy look, a slight smile playing on her lips. Su Tianyi blinked innocently. He was telling the truth. In this life, he was tall and slender, with fair skin, exquisite features, and captivating, alluring, long, narrow peach blossom eyes. "Tell me, what brings you here to see your master at this hour?" Yun Mushi looked out the window. The sky was darkening, the sun half set, casting a red glow. P.S. Cultivation realms, body refining realm, spirit gathering realm, martial spirit realm, unity realm, mortal transformation realm, transcendent realm, divine origin realm, divine power realm, feathering realm, Tao heaven realm, supreme realm, immortal. Each realm has 9 ranks. Treasures, pills, weapons, cultivation techniques. Immortal, Saint, Heaven, Earth, Profound, Yellow. Taoist Magic and Supernatural Powers. Entry Level, Minor Success, Major Success, Transcendental Skill, Ultimate Pinnacle. Chapter 2. 1,000 years is too long, I will seize the day. Su Tianyi didn't answer the question. Instead, he asked earnestly, Master, who is thinking of whom in the dream? Hearing this, Yun Mushi blushed slightly, smoothed a strand of hair behind her ear, and said, What do you mean? I don't understand. After staring at her for a moment, Su Tianyi looked away and said, Master, do you know, seeing you made me realize that fairies aren't just in paintings? There is a beauty, unforgettable upon seeing her, her eyes like stars, a glance that lasts 1,000 years. You unfilial disciple. Do you know what you're saying? It seems I've been too lenient with you all these years, making you ignorant of the difference between superior and inferior. Yun Mushi grabbed a pillow from the bed and threw it at Su Tianyi, looking at him coldly. Su Tianyi reached for the cushion, took a deep breath, and inhaled its fragrance. He said, Love at first sight isn't shameful. In this world, who is more noble in matters of the heart? At first, it was lust at first sight, now, it's love that has grown over time. Yun Mushi retorted, That's just sophistry. Changing the subject. I'm your master, there's no possibility between us. Get out of here. Or you'll regret it. Yun Mushi pointed angrily at the palace door. Su Tianyi's heart trembled. In his memory, his master had always been a gentle and refined older sister. This was the first time he'd seen her with such frosty eyes and a cold expression. He instinctively reached for his pocket, the note inside was the source of his plan. Su Tianyi took a deep breath, walked to Yun Mushi's side, sat down, and put his arm around her. Master, now that you have no cultivation left, don't struggle. Yun Mushi resisted, pushing against his chest with her delicate hands and occasionally punching him. This girlish behavior only excited Su Tianyi more. You audacious disciple. Release me. Yun Mushi stared fiercely at Su Tianyi with her pale purple eyes. Su Tianyi remained unmoved, instead tightening his embrace and even beginning to speak. Tianyi, no, please don't. Her voice was weak, almost pleading, Traitorous disciple, don't let desire overcome reason. It's not too late to turn back. What happened today I'll pretend it never happened. Su Tianyi stroked Yun Mushi's fair face, feeling its cool, soft touch, and said emotionally, Master, I love you so much. Yun Mushi gritted her teeth and said, Love? Is this what you call love? Let me tell you, matters of the heart should be mutual. You can't force me. Su Tianyi took out a small note from his pocket and handed it to Yun Mushi, saying, 1,000 years is too long, I only need to seize the day. Master, don't suppress your feelings anymore. If two people are truly in love, mountains can be moved, seas can be filled, and age is never a problem. The two notes read. Alas, what a tragic fate. I've actually fallen for my own disciple. Tianyi is so handsome. Spending so much time together, whispering sweet nothings, it's only natural that I've developed feelings, isn't it? Clad in white, with a heart of brocade, the sound of the flute touches his soul, a gentleman among swordsmen it's over. I'm falling deeper and deeper, I can't look away. Tianyi is still too young 3,000 years have already passed, waiting another 1,000 won't make a difference. I failed to break through to the next realm today and was devoured by the great Tao. Tomorrow, I'm afraid I won't have a trace of cultivation left. Yun Mushi's beautiful eyes flickered, at a loss. Her previous aloofness vanished, and her cheeks burned. How did you find these shameful things? I clearly threw them away. Su Tianyi smiled, disciple found them by accident while practicing swordsmanship yesterday. Fate is predetermined, Master, you can't escape it. Master, did you also secretly hope that your disciple could take the initiative? Yun Mushi's jade-like hands subconsciously gripped the bedsheets, her eyes darting around. No, that's not it. Looking at his master in his arms, blushing like a goddess fallen to earth, Su Tianyi's affection was tender. Of all the world's wonders, only you have touched my heartstrings. He was 22 years old this year. 3 years ago, on a cold night, he was found by Yun Mushi and taken in as her last disciple. His memories before that were, for some reason, hazy, he could only vaguely recall that he was born into a distinguished family, and as a child, he was often held in the arms of a group of young ladies, the soft touch of which he still couldn't forget. Over the years, Su Tianyi often imagined himself burdened with a deep-seated hatred, that his parents had risked their lives to protect him, or that his mother had fallen from power or died, and he had been driven out of the house by his wicked stepmother. He had also asked Yun Mushi if she had any jade pendants or rings with her when she found him 3 years ago. His master, thinking he was homesick, gently hugged him and said tenderly, "Don't be sad, you're not alone. I'll take care of you." Yun Mushi blushed and playfully scolded, "So cheesy. You must have lied to countless girls before. Tell me honestly, how many girls have you slept with?" Su Tian wrapped his arms around Yun Mushi, holding her tightly. Inhaling her intoxicating fragrance and feeling the warmth of her embrace, he said emotionally, "In this world, there's only one master. It was master's beauty, gentleness, and meticulous care that won me over. You stole my heart, so you must take full responsibility. From now on your disciple is yours. You truly are shameless." Despite her words, Yun Mushi's eyes were filled with laughter. Su Tianyi said helplessly, "At an age when I had nothing, I met the person I wanted to protect most, so I had to be a little shameless." Yun Mushi found it amusing. "Do I need your protection?" Su Tianyi kissed her snowy cheek with lightning speed, saying, "That's right, Master is the Lord of the Holy Land, overlooking all living beings. Why would you need my protection? Disciple should just obediently remain a toad trying to eat swan meat." Hearing Su Tianyi's resentful voice, Yun Mushi smiled, "What's wrong? Are you angry?" Her voice was soft, like celestial music, warming the heart. Su Tianyi whispered in Yun Mushi's ear, "Of course I'm angry. A raging fire burns within me, making me suffer. I need Master to offer herself to cool me down." Feeling the warmth of her breath, Yun Mushi's heart raced, her face flushed, and she said, "You're not allowed to regret falling for me. Master is the one who will get you, you won't be able to escape later." Yun Mushi raised an eyebrow, looking at Su Tianyi with a half-smile, "Can't escape? With your cultivation level, can you even catch up with your master?" Su Tianyi's face fell, "Master, you've cultivated for over 3,000 years, and I've only been cultivating for a few years. We're not even together yet, and you're already complaining that your master is too old? How are we supposed to live together after this?" Yun Mushi turned her head, raised her hand, and wiped away imaginary tears with her sleeve, her tearful appearance pitiful. "Master, I used to hear people say you were a demoness, and I didn't believe it, but now..." Before Su Tianyi could finish speaking, Yun Mushi quickly turned her head, her face expressionless, and said, "What about now? Now I know, that's utter nonsense. How could Master be a demoness? Saying she's a celestial being descended from heaven wouldn't be an exaggeration." Su Tianyi spoke righteously, his face full of indignation. Yun Mushi stared directly at Su Tianyi, her cherry-red lips slightly parted. You're smart enough to know your place. You got lucky, kid. Back then, so many people pursued me that they could circle the entire immortal spirit continent several times over. So many talented young men, noble scions, and prodigies, yet I remained unmoved. Ouch, what are you doing? The crescent moon is already high in the trees, Master should rest." Hearing about so many people pursuing their master, Su Tianyi was consumed by jealousy. Yun Mushi pressed her jade-like finger to Su Tianyi's restless mouth, displeased, "Look at you, so impatient. Be gentle. Don't you know I'm injured?" "Yes, Master." Chapter 3 Memories of the Past, that scarlet-red figure. An hour later. Su Tianyi was fast asleep, a satisfied smile on his face, seemingly lost in a beautiful dream. Yun Mushi, propping her head up with her hand, gazed at Su Tianyi with hazy eyes, then slowly moved forward and lightly kissed his thin lips. She took out a note, smiled, and murmured to herself, "I don't believe in fate or destiny, everything depends on human effort." Inside the fairy painting. The power of origin radiated bursts of light, transforming the already picturesque scene into a true fairyland. Chu-Chu sat cross-legged in mid-air with practiced ease, closing her eyes to merge with the power of origin. Su Tianyi sat listlessly under an ancient tree, a blade of grass between his teeth, his eyes glazed over, as if savoring something.
Suddenly, his body began to heat up, a vast power surging from his Baihui acupoint, flowing to his dantian, and then to his limbs. At the same time, his sea of consciousness began to revive, the deathly aura gradually dissipating, like a fish returning to water, regaining its vitality. Su Tiany's cultivation began to rise steadily, 3rd tier martial spirit realm, 4th tier, 5th tier peak martial spirit realm.
22 years old, peak martial spirit realm. As expected of me. Su Tiany was extremely excited.
What others achieved in 6 years of cultivation, he had caught up with in just 3 short years. This talent was even more terrifying than the most outstanding talents of his time. After awakening his eternal divine body, his absorption and transformation of spiritual energy, as well as his comprehension of Taoist techniques, all improved in every aspect, and by more than one level. He felt he could challenge 10 times his former self.
Bang bang. Su Tiany punched the large tree behind him twice. What's wrong? Chu Chu asked, puzzled by Su Tiany's behavior. It's nothing, I feel full of power.
Su Tiany said narcissistically, if my divine body hadn't been sealed, I might already be the number one among the younger generation.
Chu Chu mercilessly retorted, even without that seal, Master wouldn't have awakened his divine body. After all, you only obtained the power of origin today. Su Tiany. At the same moment,
thunder rumbled above the Xian Tian Holy Land, dark clouds rolled in, and an eternal radiance rose from the Holy Lord Peak, piercing the void and blooming in the sky, instantly turning night into day. The dazzling light rapidly spread in all directions, and in an instant, the entire immortal spirit continent was enveloped in divine radiance. It was autumn, and countless withered flowers, grasses, and trees miraculously revived, only to wither again soon after. Then, maple leaves turned red, and snow fell heavily. In less than a quarter of an hour, the immortal spirit continent experienced a complete cycle of the 4 seasons.
The extraordinary phenomena were far from over.
After the seasons had cycled through countless times, purple chi stretched eastward for 30,000 miles around the Xian Tian Holy Land, where countless rare and exotic beasts galloped about. At this moment, numerous powerful figures and great beings, risking offending the Xian Tian Holy Land, released their divine senses to investigate. They suspected that the extraordinary phenomena that shook the immortal spirit continent indicated the appearance of a celestial artifact.
Why was the immortal spirit continent named as such? Simply because an immortal had once emerged from it.
Looking at Su Tiany enveloped in divine radiance and the extraordinary phenomena in the sky, Yun Mushi's expression changed slightly. She rapidly formed hand seals, her aura surged, and her slightly pale face regained its rosy hue, giving her a radiant appearance, showing no trace of her previous weakness. After recovering her cultivation, Yun Mushi used telepathy to reassure the elders who had nearly burst from their coffins due to the strange phenomenon, then tossed out the Holy Lord's token hanging at her waist. In midair, the Holy Lord's token emitted bursts of light, and powerful energies surged around the Xian Tian Holy Land the sex protective formation had activated. Yun Mushi flew high into the sky, her red lips parting slightly, her majestic and domineering voice resounding throughout the surroundings. This is a one-time exception. Anyone who oversteps this boundary again will be considered a mortal enemy of the Tianxian Holy Land.
Holy Lord Yun, could you tell me what caused that strange phenomenon? A voice, indistinct in gender, rang out first. Don't keep it a secret, Sister Demonis. I want to know too. It was a captivating, alluring voice.
Soon, various voices echoed in the void, each with a different expression, but all conveying the same meaning. Faced with the pressure from the crowd, Yun Mushi softly uttered 4 words, no comment.
Sister, you're even more domineering than you were 1,000 years ago. I love you so much.
Yun Mushi scoffed, if you all want to know the truth, come and investigate.
The Xian Tian Holy Land welcomes all. Yun Mushi left with a threat, then drifted away.
As soon as she left, several cultivators with auras as deep as abyss, dressed in white robes, flew out from within the Holy Land, standing in midair, guarding the surrounding area.
These were all elders of the Holy Land.
After waiting a while, seeing that no one was willing to be the first to act, the divine senses outside the Xian Tian Holy Land gradually dissipated. Yun Mushi quickly returned to her palace, and the scene she saw made her pupils shrink slightly. A single character, seal, emerged from between Su Tiany's brows, continuously expanding outwards, growing larger with each inch it moved away. At the same time, Su Tianyi looked as if he had been inflated, his skin puffed up, and he appeared to have gained several tens of kilograms. Yun Mushi's eyes were filled with worry as she walked to Su Tianyi's side. Her hands formed a seal, emitting a blue light, and her jade-like hands pressed downwards, attempting to stabilize the immense primal power within Su Tianyi's body and alleviate his pain. She murmured, "Tianyi, you absolutely cannot be hurt." Inside the fairy painting, Chu sensed something was wrong. Her large, adorable eyes widened in displeasure as she said, "Master, an external force is making things worse."
An external force? Su Tianyi instinctively thought of Yun Mushi, but hadn't his master lost all his cultivation? This thought only flashed through his mind. The awakening of his divine body had reached its most crucial moment. At this moment, his head throbbed with pain, and past memories flooded back like a tidal wave. A woman in red, with a beautiful face and an aura of coldness, like a solitary lotus atop a snow-capped mountain, dragged his hand, knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her face, and humbly begged, "Will you marry me?" Chapter 4: Refusing to Marry? Su Hongyi threatened suicide. Inside the fairy tale painting, the scenery was picturesque. As Su Tianyi reminisced about the past, Shu Luoli, using her primal power, was already fighting against Yun Mushi. The two forces collided in mid-air, emitting a brilliant blue light, shattering the seal and sending Yun Mushi flying with a powerful shockwave. With a bang, Yun Mushi crashed into the wall and fell to the ground. She stood up unsteadily, shaking her dizzy head, and gently wiped the blood from her mouth. Seeing that Su Tianyi was unharmed, she finally relaxed. She staggered towards Su Tianyi, stroking his face, her eyes filled with complex emotions, and murmured, "What kind of heaven-defying physique did you awaken?" After dealing with Yun Mushi, Chu clapped her hands, and 3 heavy golden treasure chests fell from the sky, raising a cloud of dust as they landed. She rubbed her little hands together, her face beaming with excitement. "This is the inheritance of the fairy painting. Time to open the treasure chest." Seeing that her master ignored her, Shu Luoli finally noticed Su Tianyi's strange behavior. He was curled up on the ground, his hands covering his head, his expression pained. In her memory. Faced with Su Hongyi's heartfelt confession, he remained unmoved, his expression cold and aloof. Su Hongyi retorted, "Why should the princess of the eternally mortal dynasty get everything I want? We're childhood sweethearts, we grew up together since we were little." "How long have you known her?" "She was an orphan, adopted by the man's parents from a young age. They were inseparable, childhood sweethearts, and had even had a verbal engagement." Looking at the face in his memory, exactly like his, only slightly younger, Su Tianyi said with exasperation, "A sudden arrival defeats your childhood sweetheart? Do you think this is an anime plot?" Su Tianyi's roar was utterly useless. The man in his memory remained unchanged, still indifferent. "My marriage to her is merely an alliance. A union of equals is an eternal truth." Upon hearing her brother say he didn't like the princess, Su Hongyi immediately perked up, excitedly saying, "I can marry you along with her. As long as your heart is with Hongyi, that's enough. It doesn't matter how many women you marry." The man in his memory was a typical straight-laced man. "Hongyi, I'm truly sorry. If you don't like me, then there's no point in living." Seeing his heartlessness, Su Hongyi was overcome with grief. Her eyes gradually lost focus, turning completely black. She drew the dagger from her waist and plunged it into her snow-white neck. "Don't be impulsive, everything can be discussed." Su Tianyi shouted at the same time as him, their lines exactly the same. A glance confirmed it was undoubtedly the same person. Su Hongyi's lifeless eyes regained a glimmer of light as she looked at him. She said, word by word, Will you marry me?" "This." Seeing his hesitation, Su Hongyi pressed the dagger even closer. A bloody gash appeared on her snow-white neck, a shocking sight, like ink spilled on white paper. "All right, I agree." After a moment's hesitation, he conceded. His memory ended abruptly there. The memories, like a surging tide, came quickly and went quickly, fleeting in an instant. Su Tianyi only grasped a fragment. Su Hongyi. Su Tianyi lay flat on the ground, gazing at the blue sky, lost in thought, seemingly regretting the scene that followed. Although his memory was short, he hadn't gained nothing. No wonder his origins had been so elusive all these years. He was born on the Tianyuan continent, the center of the entire world, where the eternal immortal dynasty of his memories was located. "Master, are you all right?" Chu Chu asked with concern. Su Tianyi smiled, "I'm fine. Master, this is the inheritance of the fairy painting." Chu Chu pointed to the 3 fallen treasure chests. Su Tianyi calmed himself down and walked to a box. Despite his best efforts, he couldn't open it. Frustrated, he felt like he'd awakened a useless skill, unable to even lift a box lid. Seeing Su Tianyi's distressed expression, Chu Chu cheerfully explained, "Master, don't be discouraged. This box contains sacred-grade divine metal. The lid alone weighs tens of thousands of pounds. It's perfectly normal that you can't open it." Su Tianyi looked at Chu Chu, expressionless. "Chu Chu, are you deliberately keeping quiet to see me make a fool of myself?" Chu Chu opened her big, watery eyes, trying to fool him with her cuteness. "How could I? Chu Chu is a good child." Su Tianyi's heart was as hard as stone. He showed no mercy and proceeded to roughly pinch Chu Chu's fair face. "Ouch, ouch. Master is unreasonable. He hits you without warning." The little Chu Chu slapped Su Tianyi's hand hard, hoping he would let go. "I was wrong, Chu Chu knows she was wrong." The little girl, her nose red, looked pitifully at Su Tianyi. Su Tianyi withdrew his hand and turned his head away. He felt a little embarrassed. It wasn't entirely his fault. Who could blame him when the little girl was so cute, making him want to tease her? That little body, if she took a punch, she'd probably cry for a long time, Su Tianyi thought wickedly. After a while, seeing that her master didn't intend to continue teasing her, Chu Chu timidly said, "Okay, master, calm down. Getting angry isn't good for your health." Su Tianyi deliberately kept a stern face, pointing to the box that hadn't been opened before. Chu Chu understood, waving her little hand. The golden lid fell to the ground like a thin tissue, but the dull thud and the dust it kicked up told Su Tianyi that the lid wasn't light. Su Tianyi looked down into the treasure chest. He used all his strength to take the contents out. This was a golden bow, 6 feet long and 3 feet wide, with 2 phoenixes carved on its shaft. The bowstring was incredibly resilient. He'd believe it if you told him it was made of dragon sinew. Gripping the bow, Su Tianyi automatically recalled how to use it. He resisted the urge to draw it. The divine bow was incredibly powerful. Firing just 1 arrow would leave him exhausted for at least 10 days. Not being able to be intimate with his beautiful master for so long was worse than death. Chu Chu flew to Su Tianyi's side, took the bow, and explained, "Master, this bow is called the Sunshooting Divine Bow. It's a true immortal artifact, the highest tier. Master, there are still 2 treasure chests unopened." Seeing Su Tianyi's obvious fondness for the bow, Chu Chu reminded him. With a wave of her chubby little hand, the other 2 chests opened simultaneously. One of the chests contained 4 items, 2 pills, 1 large and 1 small. They were golden in color, surrounded by a rosy glow, and emitted a fragrant aroma. Judging from their appearance, they were of exceptional quality. This large pill is called the 9 Deaths Resurrection Pill. It can revive the dead and heal flesh and bones. It is a celestial elixir. Just eat it, and even the most severe injuries will instantly restore your vitality. Even if your soul is scattered, it can reassemble it. It's the finest of all elixirs. Chu Chu tilted her head back, as if to say, "I know a lot." Su Tianyi cupped her cheeks and gave her a kiss. He decided to treat the little girl better from now on. Even if she was unreliable or made a huge mistake, he wouldn't get angry or bully her. He had thought his master was his destined daughter, but now he realized he was wrong, terribly wrong, utterly wrong. This little girl before him was the true benefactor in his life. She wasn't just any ordinary rich girl. A single inheritance contained a celestial artifact and a celestial elixir. This was inhumanly extravagant. Even selling the entire Xiantian Holy Land wouldn't be worth this much money. Aside from the national treasures of a few major empires, no other power in the immortal spirit continent had ever been known to possess a celestial artifact. If people found out that he, a mere martial spirit realm cultivator, actually possessed a celestial artifact,
the consequences would be unimaginable. Thinking of this, Su Tianyi immediately swallowed a celestial pill to calm his nerves. The pill melted instantly in his mouth, he didn't even taste it. He didn't want to be like the protagonist in a novel, having to save his best for the last moment. Besides, what if something unexpected happened and he was gone? How could he eat it? How could he be resurrected? Chu Chu didn't understand her master's actions. After a moment of bewilderment, she pointed to the smaller pill and said slyly, "This is a saint-grade celestial immortal softening pill. Even a supreme expert in the supreme realm, once struck by it, wouldn't be able to undo it quickly and would have to use all their strength to resist." Chapter 5. Did Master really lose his cultivation? Chuluoli picked up a pill that had no fragrance but looked like a medicinal pill and said, "This is the seed of the pinnacle of painting." Su Tianyi was overjoyed. This was a treasure. Only those who had reached the pinnacle of the realm had the chance to condense a seed of the pinnacle before their death. It was extremely precious and rare. Even with poor talent, someone possessing a seed of the pinnacle could still reach the great completion realm. With even a little talent, reaching the divine transformation realm was a simple matter. What's this thing? Su Tianyi immediately recognized that this last one wasn't a medicinal pill. It was dark and unappetizing, who would dare eat it? Chu Chu exclaimed, "This is the seed of the heavenly flame, ranked third on the heavenly flame ranking. For an alchemist, it's no less powerful than a celestial artifact." Su Tianyi said, "Give a man a fish and you feed him for a day, teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. Are you trying to make me an alchemist?" Chu Chu flattered, "Whether I become an alchemist or not depends entirely on Master's preference. If Master isn't interested, you can use it to burn people, its power is quite good." Su Tianyi narrowed his eyes, gently stroking her hair. After a lecture, the little girl's speech was becoming increasingly pleasant. He pinched Chu Chu's cheek, walked to the final inheritance box, his heart pounding, hoping to open another peerless celestial artifact. But inside the treasure chest was a golden ancient book, the 4 characters on the cover like golden strokes in silver calligraphy. The Holy Scripture of Light, Su Tianyi unconsciously read aloud. As soon as he finished speaking, the ancient book transformed into golden light and entered his brow. "If the light fades and hearts sink into depravity, I will become the light, illuminating the darkness of the world." The ancient and majestic voice echoed in Su Tianyi's ears. What's going on? Su Tianyi's breathing quickened. Under that voice, he felt as if he had transformed into a radiant and majestic saint. Chu Chu, her fingers interlaced behind her back, lightly kicked the grass with her right leg, her head drooping, and said guiltily, "The previous owner of the eternal divine body, in trying to prevent the collapse of the great Tao, was devoured by it. In a moment of carelessness, she acquired a demonic inner demon. This inner demon has been passed down as demonic energy. The person who sealed you was probably afraid that after you awakened your divine body, you wouldn't be able to suppress the demonic energy within it and would fall into demonic ways." Hearing this, Su Tianyi subconsciously clenched his legs. He had secretly cursed the person who sealed his divine body countless times before, hurling insults at them and wishing them childlessness. Judging from Chuluoli's words, he might be cursing his own people, or even his parents. A physique can inherit demonic nature? Su Tianyi asked. If Chuluoli didn't give him a reasonable explanation today, he guaranteed to make her little bottom bleed. Chu Chu closed her eyes, looking unfathomable. The Tao is wondrous beyond words. "Stop playing tricks on me, speak like a human." Su Tianyi pinched her fair little face, thinking to himself, "This is absolutely the last time I'll bully Chu Chu. After today, I'll still be a good master." Chu Chu broke free from Su Tianyi's merciless grip, saying resentfully, "Master, don't worry, this holy scripture of light can eliminate the demonic nature in your body. One is good, the other evil, they'll just balance each other out. Others cultivate and become great saints, but Master won't." Hearing Chu Chu's words, Su Tianyi felt uncomfortable. Did this mean he was a bad person? Back then, he was a model student on campus and a model youth in society. Tianyi, Yin Mushi's anxious call suddenly came from beside him just as Su Tianyi was about to retort. On the soft couch, Su Tianyi slowly woke up, staring blankly at Yin Mushi. "What are you looking at?"
Yun Mushi blushed and scoffed. Su Tianyi said aggrievedly, "It's all because master is too beautiful." "Humph, still so energetic. It seems you're alright, you won't die." Yun Mushi pushed Su Tianyi away, stood up, and turned her back to him. Seeing his master's reddened earlobes, Su Tianyi laughed, "If I die, what will happen to your happiness for the rest of your life, master? You'll have to keep me company as a widow. My heart is fragile, I can't take any shocks." Yun Mushi turned her head, snapped her jade-like fingers a few times, making a crisp sound, and threatened, "Boy, are you itching for a beating?" Su Tianyi was somewhat bewildered. After just one night, his master seemed like a completely different person. She was still ethereal in appearance, but her personality was entirely different. His former master was beautiful, charming, and understanding. Why was she now so quick to attack at the slightest provocation? Could this be retribution for bullying Chuluoli? "Are you really my master?" Su Tianyi asked blankly. He had a feeling that his master might have a twin sister. Yun Mushi raised an eyebrow. "Of course you're real." Despair, utter despair. He wanted a gentle older sister, not this vixen before him. "Don't you like it?" Yun Mushi looked somewhat sad. Su Tianyi shook his head. "I love everything about master, his strengths and weaknesses, I love them all. From the first moment I saw master 3 years ago, my heart no longer belonged to me. People are greedy. I want to know everything about master, to know who the real master is." Yun Mushi smiled sweetly. "How can I steal your heart if I'm not gentle with you? But now it seems I've gone to unnecessary trouble. Someone has already been lusting after you and plotting something wicked." Her eyes held 9 parts smugness and 1 part playfulness as she continued, "You are already mine. It's too late to regret it now. From now on, no matter what you want to do, don't even think about bypassing my existence. The person you love most can only be me." Yun Mushi clenched her jade-like hand into a fist and raised it, the threat overflowing. Su Tianyi said earnestly, "I will never regret falling in love with my master." Then, his tone shifted. "Has my master truly lost his cultivation?" Chapter 6 Master, "Humph, don't be too presumptuous." Yun Mushi's cheeks burned, whether from guilt or from Su Tianyi's close proximity, it was hard to tell. Suddenly, tears welled in her eyes, and she choked out, "I'm so heartbroken. You ignored my resistance and insisted on. Now that you have my body, you're denying it was your choice. Fine, since I'm a vixen, it's normal for you to think this way. Just consider it my scheme. I'm just that kind of shameless woman, a wicked woman who seduces her disciple." Sob. Hearing his master's aggrieved words and sobs, Su Tianyi's heart melted. All his suspicions and preparations to expose her vanished. Su Tianyi hugged Yun Mushi, repeatedly apologizing sincerely. In his blind spot, Yun Mushi smiled slightly, but when Su Tianyi looked over, she reverted to her previous gentle demeanor. She held Su Tianyi's head to her chest and whispered, "I'll forgive you this time. But remember this well, you were the one who initiated things last night." Yun Mushi thought for a moment, then added, "Things have come to this point, and it's not entirely your fault. Taking you as my disciple back then was also driven by selfish motives. You're the most handsome young man I've ever seen. I originally thought raising you would be pleasing to the eye, but I never expected to end up getting myself involved." These words made Su Tianyi very uncomfortable. He said unhappily, "So, master is such a shallow person?" Yun Mushi retorted with a hum, "I've lived this long, what kind of handsome young men haven't I seen? How could I be moved by appearance alone? Among my suitors, there are those whose looks are no less than yours, and I remained unmoved. My affection for you naturally has deeper reasons. What does master like about me?" Su Tianyi asked, wanting to know the reason behind that unique quality that only he possessed. Yun Mushi's eyes darted around, and she casually remarked, "I divined for you, and it foresaw that you will one day rule the world. I'm preparing for my path to becoming empress." Su Tianyi stood there, stunned. Yun Mushi's seemingly casual words made him believe them without a doubt. In the memories that returned when he awakened his divine body last night, he was wearing a 9-curved golden crown and imperial robes, looking down upon the world like a young emperor. Su Tianyi felt that even if he wasn't an emperor before, he was at least a crown prince. Seeing this, Yun Mushi's heart skipped a beat. Could this kid really be serious? Su Tianyi snapped out of his daydream, his eyes filled with sorrow. He said sadly, "So, Master was after power all along." Yun Mushi scoffed, "So what if I was? Weren't you just after my good looks?" Su Tianyi's expression darkened. He said disappointedly, "Does Master think I only like your appearance? And your figure?" Yun Mushi puffed out her ample breasts, a sly glint in her eyes. Su Tianyi glanced at her unconsciously, then subtly looked away, shaking his head. He recalled, "My first meeting with Master was on a snowy night. It was so cold and I was so hungry. If Master hadn't found out. Master, do you know? You saved me from darkness and despair. Your image was etched into my heart, and I've never forgotten it since." Recalling the disheveled and dejected handsome young man of that night, Yun Mushi's heart ached. She cupped Su Tianyi's face in her hands and said gently, "Feelings are inexplicable. I don't know how to express them. Love arises without warning, and by the time I realize it, my eyes are already filled with you. You said it was fate, it's because of you that I like you. If it were anyone else that night, I wouldn't have even glanced at them. Master, you're being cheeky, actually using my words." Su Tianyi outwardly complained, but inwardly he was deeply moved. These words from his master were the most beautiful sound imaginable. Yun Mushi said, "These are all my true feelings. Master is truly a bewitching beauty. A casual remark has stolen my heart." Su Tianyi sighed, then touched Yun Mushi's exquisitely beautiful face. "Ouch, let go, it hurts." Su Tianyi clutched his waist, pleading for mercy. Yun Mushi withdrew her smooth, jade-like hand, her gaze deep and unfathomable. "Humph, don't be so presumptuous." Su Tianyi, his face contorted with embarrassment, knew he had gone too far. His master was the lord of the Holy Land, not his little woman. Knock knock. Suddenly, a knock came at the door. Yun Mushi sat upright, exuding the aura of a dignified holy lord. Su Tianyi, who went to open the door, caught a glimpse of this scene out of the corner of his eye and found this holy lord, who called herself a demoness, surprisingly endearing in some ways. The contrast between last night and today was quite charming. Chapter 7. You better behave yourself from now on, or else humph. Aunt Shui. Pushing open the palace door, Su Tianyi bowed and greeted her. The newcomer was named Shueqingqing, the Grand Steward of St. Lord Peak. She wore a long green dress, had a voluptuous figure, and a shapely bottom. She appeared to be in her 30s, a mature young woman with skin as smooth as jade. Shueqingqing nodded and smiled, then looked at Yun Mushi and respectfully said, "Saint Lord, the Supreme Elders have all emerged from seclusion due to last night's strange phenomena and are gathered together. There are many conflicting opinions, and we need your guidance." "I understand, I'll be right there." Yun Mushi appeared calm, but her heart was pounding. After doing something wrong, she felt guilty. "Yes." As she left, Shueqingqing gave Su Tianyi a deep look. She noticed the intertwining of their auras, clearly indicating close contact. Shueqingqing didn't think of anything more, it was too unbelievable. She simply guessed that Su Tianyi must be very favored, receiving personal instruction from the Saint Lord. "Tianyi, you should go cultivate." Yun Mushi remained silent and aloof, like a fairy untouched by worldly concerns. Since its master's request, this disciple will risk her life to fulfill it and accompany master in discussing the great Tao of Yin and Yang. As the footsteps drew closer, Yun Mushi's pretty face flushed redder, like the rising sun. "You know perfectly well that's not what I meant." The fairy-like master broke down instantly, feigning annoyance. Yun Mushi sat on the bed, Su Tianyi standing before her, toying with her hair, and chuckled, "Master, you truly are a vixen, you were tempting your disciple again just now." Yun Mushi was filled with question marks, asking in confusion, "What do you mean?" Su Tianyi shook his head, "Doesn't Master know that your proud and aloof demeanor only fuels the desire to conquer you? Your heart was practically leaping out of my chest." Yun Mushi's red lips curved into a smile, and she slightly raised her swan-like neck, smoothing her slightly disheveled hair. "Stop fooling around, we still have a meeting later, and the elders are waiting." Su Tianyi, driven by lust, embraced her, wanting to kiss her. Yun Mushi blushed, pushed him away, and fled the hall as if escaping. Su Tianyi sat on the ground, a bitter expression on his face. Just then, Yun Mushi's voice rang out from the sky, melodious and captivating. "My cultivation suddenly recovered just now. You'd better behave yourself from now on, or else humph." Su Tianyi then realized that his master had just flown away. The Xian sacred land was built on a primordial spiritual vein. The spiritual energy here was abundant, the sacred mountains were majestic, and the trees were lush and verdant, exuding an air of immortality. At this moment, on a floating island, a group of elderly men dressed in black robes were discussing animatedly. "What does Yun Mushi mean? She actually made us wait for her for so long? Old monster Yun, I'm not even angry, what are you pretending for? Mushi is a descendant of your Yun family, you're probably secretly delighted." An elderly man with white temples stroked his beard and chuckled. An elderly woman with a hunched back interjected, "Hasn't Yun always been like this? She has no sense of time. In her earlier years, she caused chaos throughout the Holy Land. Since becoming the Holy Lord, she's toned it down considerably." At this moment, the other elders chimed in, "Yes, back then she was a notorious vixen throughout the immortal spirit continent. She almost crippled the crown prince of the Great Qin Empire, incurring the empire's wrath, and we had to clean up her mess. Rumor has it that the Empress's ascension to the throne was closely related to this." A group of people whispered among themselves, talking about Yun Mushi's shameful deeds, growing more and more excited as they went on. Judging by their enthusiasm, if no one stopped them, they could go on forever. "A bunch of shameless old men, talking badly about me again." Yun Mushi gracefully arrived, her words filled with deep resentment. It was these old fogies who loved to gossip behind people's backs, causing her reputation as a vixen to even reach the ears of the younger disciples. "Girl, come here, let this old woman see if you become even more beautiful." The hunched old woman's eyes lit up. She felt that Yun Mushi seemed even more mature and charming. "This is a child of the Yun family, always so beautiful." Old man Yun said proudly. "You wouldn't happen to have a man, would you?" The experienced old woman noticed something amiss. "Old Qin, what nonsense are you talking about?" Yun Mushi panicked and hurriedly explained. "What? My girl has been taken advantage of? Yun girl has found a man? Yun girl is giving up her identity as the Holy Lord and eloping with someone? Yun girl is pregnant? She gave birth? And it's a big, healthy boy? A bunch of old geezers, stop this now." Yun Mushi stomped her foot, glaring angrily. Seeing that Yun Mushi was truly angry, everyone fell silent, heads bowed, like children who had made a mistake. "Did you all crawl out of your coffins just to mock me?" Yun Mushi paced back and forth, hands behind her back, exuding an imposing aura of authority. The crowd grew serious. The old man Yun spoke first. "Holy Lord, what was the strange phenomenon last night? Was it truly as rumored that a celestial artifact had appeared?" Under the expectant gaze of the crowd, Yun Mushi replied, "Not so." Before the crowd could even feel disappointed, she continued, "Last night's phenomenon was due to someone awakening a heaven-defying physique." Everyone gasped. The strange phenomenon sweeping across the immortal spirit continent was merely the awakening of a physique? We've never heard of a phenomenon so spectacular, so widespread. Could it be a new physique never before seen? Could it be a reincarnation of an immortal? Someone speculated. Who is this person? If he hasn't yet joined my Xian Tian Holy Land, we must make sure he does, even if it means resorting to any means necessary. Yun Mushi smirked, extremely smug. "Don't guess, this is my newly accepted disciple, named Su Tianyi." The Supreme Elders exchanged glances, then rushed off towards the Holy Lord Peak. They were all the Holy Land's most trusted members, usually either in seclusion or buried in the ground, so they had never seen Su Tianyi before. "Hey, wait for me. If you scare my disciple, I'll throw your coffins away." "Old man, flying so fast, are you in a hurry to reincarnate?" Yun Mushi quickly accelerated, following closely behind. Chapter 8. It's not shameful to live off a woman because of your own abilities. The alchemy peak soared into the clouds, its summit invisible. At its foot, space distorted, and a devastatingly handsome man in white robes made his grand entrance. Su Tianyi looked up at the sky and sighed, that unruly princess should still be at the deer-chasing academy. We won't run into her on this trip. What goes around comes around. Next time we meet, I'll crush her. After Yin Mushi left, Su Tianyi, possessing the heavenly fire seed, suddenly had a whim to learn alchemy. However, he searched the entire library but couldn't find a suitable method. Being a homebody, he had no choice but to leave St. Lord Peak and come to Alchemy Peak to search for high-grade alchemy scriptures. Composing himself, Su Tianyi began his ascent. Along the way, he chatted with Chu Luoli. Chu, this divine body is truly different after awakening. Not only is it easier to comprehend the Tao, but even my eye ailment has been cured. Su Tianyi marveled. Before awakening the eternal divine body, his eyes would occasionally sting. Now that the problem was cured, he felt refreshed, and the world seemed brighter. Master, actually, this isn't an eye ailment, but a kind of immortal eye. It's been able to withstand the suppression of the eternal divine body without being erased. It must be an extremely powerful physique. Su Tianyi stopped in his tracks, completely taken aback. From this, it seemed that even without awakening the divine body, he would eventually awaken an extremely powerful immortal eye? He felt he'd been ripped off, and then a series of cracking sounds rang out. Chu Loli, give me back my immortal eyes, or else, humph. At that moment, Chu recalled the fear of being dominated by Su Tianyi before, and she hurriedly said, Master, don't worry, this physique is absolutely amazing. After possessing the divine body, your eyes won't be any worse than your original immortal eyes. It comprehensively enhances your physical attributes. Chu can specially strengthen your eyes, allowing them to evolve into the eternal divine eyes ahead of time. The title of Invincible Divine Body was earned by its past masters, not something I boasted about. In the ancient era, its first master emerged out of nowhere, unified the world, became the ruler of all beings, established the ancient imperial court, and laid the foundation for its invincible reputation. In ancient times, the second master was born, sweeping across the world and hailed as the first immortal, further cementing the name of the divine body. In the primordial era, the third master was born, wielding only a sword, challenging all immortals and becoming invincible throughout the world, known as the female demon. The eternal divine body appeared 3 times, invincible each time, its name of invincibility spreading throughout the world. Unfortunately, the great Tao collapsed, the immortals perished, and history was interrupted. Now, no one knows the name of the divine body. At this point, the little girl looked sorrowful, but quickly regained her energy, saying, Master is the 4th successor chosen by Chu, you must once again spread the name of the invincible divine body. Under Chu's big, watery eyes, Su Tianyi declared with great ambition, of course. Now that I've come to this world, I must experience the scenery from the mountaintop and survey the rise and fall of heaven and earth. Chu followed behind Su Tianyi, her eyes shining. In a daze, she saw her master clashing with various peerless geniuses, stepping on their corpses, gradually condensing his domineering aura through the trials of blood and fire. At this moment, every move Su Tianyi made, every subtle glance, was extraordinary in the little girl's eyes. She gushed, her face full of infatuation, Master is so handsome, so charismatic. Su Tianyi's meaning was slightly different from what the little girl imagined. After graduating from university and experiencing the harsh realities of society, he had learned a valuable lesson. To succeed, to reach the top, brute force alone wasn't enough. One needed to understand human relationships and navigate this world where connections mattered. He was the man of the Xin Tian Holy Lord, possessing unparalleled status and immense power. How could he engage in violence and things that would lower his dignity? In this immortal spirit continent, he only needed to shout wife, and everything would be resolved. Earning a living through his own abilities wasn't shameful. If something unexpected happened, and his master couldn't handle it, weren't there still his master's elders? The Xin Tian sacred land boasts a long history and profound heritage. With a hoe, one could venture into the forbidden area of the back mountain and casually dig up a coffin. Surely a few living supreme realm-old monsters would be there? That's what Su Tianyi thought. In the early stages, his master protected him, ensuring smooth sailing. Later, he would take his wife to the summit. half an hour later. This alchemy peak is too high. I've climbed for so long, and I haven't even seen a single person.
Su Tianyi, panting heavily, lay sprawled on the ground, utterly disrespectful.
The alchemy peak possessed an inexplicable oppressive force. Just then, a voice rang out, "Junior brother, have you encountered any difficulties?"
Su Tianyi looked up and saw a young man in a yellow robe standing upright on a crane, facing the wind.
Overjoyed, Su Tianyi felt as if he had seen a savior and quickly explained his predicament. The man in the yellow robe asked, "Junior brother, are you perhaps a newly initiated disciple?" Su Tianyi awkwardly mumbled, "More or less."
Since arriving at the Xin Tian Holy Land, he had rarely left the Holy Lord Peak. These past few years, he and his master had lived a carefree and happy life on the mountain, fully embracing his homebody tendencies. His knowledge of the Holy Land's terrain was comparable to that of a newly initiated disciple.
No wonder the man in the yellow robe understood.
He explained, "The Alchemy Peak is the highest peak in the Holy Land. Its slopes are covered with spiritual plants and countless medicinal fields. It's practically impossible for an ordinary person to climb it. There are many maze formations along the way." Fortunately, Junior brother was still at the foot of the mountain and hadn't entered any formations, otherwise, if the mountain guarding elders had discovered you, you would have received a severe scolding.
Su Tianyi asked curiously, "Do you usually ride cranes up here?"
The man in the yellow robe nodded. Disciples of the Alchemy Peak all have their own personal cranes. Disciples from other peaks need to register at the reception hall if they want to ascend the mountain. Of course, those with high cultivation can also see through the void and ride the wind, but those who can reach that level are basically elders.
We are still far behind. Su Tianyi thought to himself, the Alchemy Peak has so many rules. Even the main peak isn't this complicated.
Seemingly knowing what Su Tianyi was thinking, the man in the yellow robe smiled and explained, "The way of alchemy emphasizes stillness. Any slight disturbance could ruin a batch of pills. Therefore, we restrict the free movement of others. With too many people, conflicts are bound to arise. If a fight breaks out, countless people's efforts will be destroyed." The man in the yellow robe patiently explained.
"The alchemy room can't be soundproofed?" Su Tianyi asked.
The man in the yellow robe smiled, "Of course it can, but alchemy rooms are limited, not everyone can have one."
Su Tianyi understood.
"If junior brother wishes to go up the mountain, senior brother is willing to give you a ride," the man in the yellow robe invited, gesturing for Su Tianyi to board the crane.
Su Tianyi hesitated. This man was being so kind to him for no reason. Could he be a human trafficker from another world?
Under Su Tianyi's strange gaze, the man in the yellow robe spoke, "Junior brother, there's no need to be so wary.
I just want to make friends with you.
After all, junior brother is a direct disciple, your future is limitless." The man in the yellow robe's gaze was fixed on the golden token hanging at Su Tianyi's waist. In the heavenly profound Holy Land, only two types of people can become direct disciples: those with truly extraordinary talent, accepted as disciples by the main peak elders, and those with extraordinary family backgrounds, who can bribe the elders.
In either case, Su Tianyi would be at a disadvantage if he could make a good connection.
Chapter 9: The Misunderstanding of That Year, the Debt of Love Su Tianyi Owes. On the back of the crane, a gentle breeze brushed against Su Tianyi's exceptionally handsome face, sweeping his bangs back, his black hair dancing in the wind, his white robes fluttering, making him appear like an immortal descending to earth. "Junior brother, this is a chi-expelling pill that your senior brother just refined.
It's a high-grade Xian rank pill.
Below the transcendent realm, it can temporarily increase cultivation by 2 minor realms.
Special sale today. Not 888, only 88. You won't lose out, you won't be cheated. Ask around, your senior brother's reputation is absolutely guaranteed."
The man in the yellow robe took out a pure white jade bottle and launched into a sales pitch to Su Tianyi.
Why does this feel like his real purpose? Su Tianyi thought to himself.
At this moment, the man in the yellow robe pulled out 2 more bottles of pills from his robes, spitting as he boasted to Su Tianyi.
Is this really freshly refined? Or is he just clearing out old stock?
Under the enthusiastic sales pitch of the man in the yellow robe, Su Tianyi eventually spent 9 mid-grade spirit stones. The extra 2 low-grade spirit stones were used as travel expenses for riding the crane. The exchange rate between spirit stones is decimal. 10 low-grade spirit stones are equivalent to 1 mid-grade spirit stone. By the way, taking the exhalation pill will cause erectile dysfunction for 3 days, which is a minor drawback. After accepting the spirit stones, the man in the yellow robe explained.
A black line appeared on Su Tiany's forehead. Only saying this now? It's hard not to doubt your character. It didn't matter, he hadn't planned to take the pills anyway. Buying them was just a small favor to his senior brother, a token gesture.
While they were talking, the crane had already flown to the mountaintop. After helping Su Tiany complete the registration, the man in the yellow robe asked, "Junior brother, why did you come up the mountain?
Did you have someone specially order these pills?"
The Xin Tian Holy Land had a dedicated market for buying pills, and given the many rules of the Alchemy Peak, very few people came up the mountain. Without waiting for Su Tiany's reply, he laughed and left, saying, "Senior brother was being too presumptuous, you shouldn't have asked such private questions.
My name is Wang Tong, the future pill saint.
Junior brother, if you need any pills in the future, feel free to come to me, the prices are reasonable. By the way, junior brother, don't cause trouble. I brought you up here, if anything happens, your senior brother will be responsible."
Wang Tang's voice trailed off. Watching him leave, Su Tiany smiled slightly. He was an honest man, how could he possibly cause trouble?
This trip up the mountain was simply to find a scripture and learn some alchemy techniques.
Oh, isn't this Su Tiany? What brings you out today? A slightly mocking voice rang out. And you are? Su Tiany looked at the speaker.
It was a handsome young man dressed in white, waving a folding fan. A golden token hung from his waist, clearly indicating he was also a direct disciple.
The man's face stiffened, his voice sharp. "You don't recognize me? Should I recognize you?" Su Tiany retorted. "My name is Yun Meng, remember that well."
Yun Meng raised her head, arrogant and dismissive.
"If there's nothing else, I'll be going now. See you again someday."
Su Tiany replied dismissively, turning to leave.
Trying to leave? Did you get my permission? Yun Meng stepped forward and grabbed Su Tiany's shoulder.
5th tier Unity Realm, insufficient grip strength, probably an unstable foundation.
Looks like a free experience boost. Today, I'll use you to proclaim my invincibility.
After quickly analyzing the situation, Su Tiany turned around, forcibly suppressing his excitement and feigning calmness.
He said indifferently, "What can I do for you?" He, you seem to have a bad memory.
Let me remind you, 2 years ago, in the Peach Blossom Forest.
Yun Meng's voice was sarcastic and resentful, with a hint of grievance in it. Su Tiany stroked his chin, recalling carefully.
The more he looked at Yun Meng, the more familiar she seemed.
His eyes slowly widened. "It's you? You've grown your hair long. I didn't recognize you at first. My bad." He remembered.
Their encounter was quite dramatic, it was a wonderful misunderstanding. When they first arrived at the Holy Lord Peak, their master had just gained some enlightenment and began a year-long seclusion. Therefore, for the first year, Su Tiany was cared for by his second senior sister, Lin Xianer. Lin Xianer had a lively personality and loved to tease people, inheriting Yun Mushi's title of Demoness.
Alone and without family, Su Tiany was forced to wear women's clothing and suffer endless humiliation under Lin Xianer's tyranny.
One afternoon, amidst the fluttering peach blossoms, Yun Meng sought out the Holy Master and unexpectedly bumped into Su Tiany, dressed as a woman, in the peach grove. Su Tiany was already exquisitely handsome, and at that time, lacking cultivation, his physique appeared somewhat frail and delicate, making him look like a woman of breathtaking beauty. Men are naturally visual creatures, and with the atmosphere enhanced by the falling peach blossoms, Yun Meng believed she had met her destined woman, just as Su Tiany had fallen in love at first sight with Yun Mushi.
He had caught Yun Meng's eye. My name is Yun Meng. May I ask your name, fairy, and whether you are married?" Yun Meng stammered.
Su Tiany, terrified, covered his face and ran away. He had only hidden near his master's palace because he was too ashamed to face anyone, and yet, there was someone there.
Afterwards, Yunming sought information from Lin Xianer. Lin Xianer laughed heartily and told him that Su Tianyi was her junior brother, and a man. Upon learning the truth, Yunming's heart shattered, transforming him from an innocent young man into a dissolute playboy. This was actually their second meeting. "You despicable scoundrel! You shamelessly disguised yourself as a woman and deceived my feelings." Yun Meng was so angry she almost ground her jaw to powder. "Watch your words. It sounds like I seduced you. You were the one who was attracted to my looks, I didn't even speak to you." Concerned about his reputation, Su Tianyi naturally tried his best to defend himself. "You dressed as a woman to seduce someone, and you still have the nerve to say that?" Yun Meng was furious and embarrassed. "I was forced, not willing," Su Tianyi explained, speechless. He was clearly a victim himself. And what did he mean by "I'm willing to come out today"? Could this kid still be harboring ulterior motives and want to take advantage of me? Kneel down and admit your mistake, and I can forgive your unintentional transgression," Yun Meng shouted at the top of her lungs. Su Tianyi suppressed his anger, silently chanting, don't be angry, this is Master's nephew, I'm his uncle-in-law, I'm just a junior who doesn't know any better. What's all the noise about? Don't you know the rules of Alchemy Peak? If you keep yelling, you'll face the consequences." The security team arrived at the sound of the commotion. "My aunt is a holy lord, and my grandfather is a supreme elder, what can you do to me?" Yun Meng closed her folding fan, her expression arrogant, her words defiant. Su Tianyi covered his face. It turned out that relying on family background was so embarrassing. Chapter 10. You still say you're not a lecher? On Alchemy Peak, dragons coil before you, tigers lie low. I don't care who you are, take him down. Go! What are you dawdling for? Seeing no one move, the leader felt humiliated and roared. Yun Meng suddenly pulled up his folding fan, and with a whoosh, it opened. He remained calm, fanning himself with an arrogant air, as if to say, I'm standing here, what can you do to me? Even personal disciples can't break the rules. This one's causing trouble too, take him down. The leader said firmly at first, then pointed at Su Tianyi, intending to pick a weaker opponent first. The leader thought to himself, with so many people watching, I have to take one down today. Without rules, there's no order. I'll enforce the law impartially. What can his elders do to him? Damn it, who doesn't have some background? His father's an inner sect elder. The security team instantly surrounded him, their movements synchronized, looking quite imposing. Seeing this, Su Tianyi's expression turned cold. After parting ways with senior brother Wang Tong, he had stored the golden token in his storage ring. He had originally intended to infiltrate the Alchemy Peak as an ordinary disciple, but these people were bullying the weak and fearing the strong, ungrateful, and treacherous. Since that was the case, he wouldn't pretend anymore. Thinking this, he took out the golden token from his storage ring, raised it above his head, and waved it a few times, while coldly saying, I am the Holy Lord's personal disciple. Do you really want to attack me? Sure enough, these people stopped in their tracks, looking at their leader helplessly. The scene was extremely awkward. They were also puzzled. The number of disciples in the Holy Land was countless, and personal disciples were extremely rare. Why were they so unlucky today? The leader's face was grim. It wasn't that he was cowardly, it was just that the opponent was too tough, not a plank, but an iron plate. He was a divine origin realm cultivator. A quick scan with his divine sense revealed that Su Tianyi was only at the peak of the spirit martial realm. While such talent was not bad, even arguably genius level, in the Xin Tian Holy Land, where geniuses were as numerous as clouds, Su Tianyi wasn't qualified to become a personal disciple. Therefore, he assumed Su Tianyi had gotten in through connections. A prodigy, potentially becoming a future elder of the Holy Land's main peak, was someone he respected but wasn't afraid of. But someone like this, getting in through connections, especially the Holy Lord's connections who knew how powerful their background was? Offending someone with such influence was a death sentence. Who knew if the other party would have someone bury him tomorrow? Just as the leader was in a dilemma, a clear, ethereal voice rang out, What are you cowardly for? Suppress them all. Everyone turned to look. The newcomer had long, golden hair, wore a violet strapless dress, a jade plate at her waist, a gold hairpin, white jade earrings, silver bracelets, and a gold necklace around her snow-white neck. Her attire was elegant and luxurious, yet not ostentatious. It seemed as if these clothes were meant for her. She was tall and slender, with striking beauty, bright eyes, and white teeth. Her large, bright eyes seemed to speak volumes, her eyebrows were like crescent moons, and her red lips were slightly upturned. "Oomph, you've fallen into my hands, haven't you?" The woman walked up to Su Tianyi and said harshly. Su Tianyi was filled with mixed emotions and remained silent for a moment. Since arriving at the Xian Tian Holy Land, he had managed to get along with two people, and today he'd run into them both. What kind of luck was this? "Duanmu Qingxue, shouldn't you be at Zhuolu Academy right now?" Zhuolu Academy, the National Academy of the Great Qin Empire, is a place that countless people flock to, gathering the empire's most outstanding geniuses. Anyone from the Great Qin Empire, whether a young patriarch of an ancient clan, a descendant of royalty, or a holy son of a sacred land, will study at Zhuolu Academy once they reach the Unity Realm. At Zhuolu Academy, one can learn more and grow faster. It is the cradle of prodigies and the breeding ground for outstanding individuals. Graduation is possible with a transcendent realm cultivation level. The fastest graduation record is currently 2.5 years. Do I need to report to you where I am? Duanmu Qingxue is the daughter of the Prince of Yong'an, a member of the imperial family. Can't you speak properly? Every time we meet, it's like you're on fire. It's been so long. Su Tianyi's encounter with her was incredibly dramatic. The first time he descended from Holy Lord Peak, unfamiliar with the area, he stumbled upon a hot spring, and, driven by greed, accidentally saw her naked. At the time, Duanmu Qingxue almost caused him to lose a brother. She genuinely wanted to kill him. Even after learning he was a disciple of the Holy Lord, she didn't let him off the hook, constantly causing trouble and even threatening to make him sleep in a pig cage and eat chicken feed. Every time they met, he was beaten black and blue. After getting to know her better, she became much gentler. It wasn't until last year, when Duanmu Qingxue went to the deer chasing academy, that Su Tianyi's life finally calmed down. "You lecherous scoundrel, being able to speak to this princess is already the highest reward you can receive." Duanmu Qingxue crossed her arms, her expression arrogant. "Well said, this person is no good." Yun Meng agreed. Duanmu Qingxue glanced at him sideways, her brows furrowed. "He's not better than you? And what are you anyway? What are you all standing there for? Take him away, throw him in jail, and give him a good beating." Duanmu Qingxue turned and ordered. "Yes, sir." With their leader now in place, the crowd immediately perked up and, without any hesitation, subdued Yun Meng effortlessly. "Don't you want to live? My aunt is the Holy Lord, and my grandfather is the Supreme Elder. Dare to offend me, and you'll regret it." Yun Meng resisted, shouting incessantly. But no one cared. When the sky falls, the tall ones hold it up. Duanmu Qingxue was not only a princess but also a direct disciple of the Alchemy Peak. "Su Tianyi, this isn't over yet. Just you wait." Yun Meng's obsession ran deep. She uttered these harsh words before leaving. Su Tianyi thought to himself, "You'd better be sensible, or I'll whisper in my master's ear and get you confined for a few years." Wait a minute. Just as the security team was about to apprehend Su Tianyi, Duanmu Qingxue rolled her eyes and called out. "Princess, what are your orders?" the security captain asked respectfully. "This man has committed heinous crimes, disregarding the rules of my alchemy peak. This princess needs to teach him a lesson personally." Duanmu Qingxue pointed at Su Tianyi's nose, her expression malicious. The security captain hesitated. He wasn't stupid, he could tell at a glance that the princess and the Holy Lord's disciple had a personal grudge, and she was looking for an opportunity to retaliate. Apprehending Su Tianyi would be a matter of procedure, saving face without offending anyone. But if he fell into Duanmu Qingxue's hands, who knew what might happen? If Su Tianyi were truly offended, the other party might take their anger out on him. "Give him to me." Duanmu Qingxue didn't care about anything else, grabbing Su Tianyi and preparing to leave. The security captain was filled with suspicion. This person wasn't even tied up yet. And was this considered holding hands? Were they definitely enemies, or just a couple having a fight? The small hand was icy cold, soft as if boneless. Su Tianyi couldn't help but squeeze it twice. Still saying you're not a lecher? In a secluded grove, Duanmu Qingshua's cheeks were slightly flushed. Su Tianyi looked completely innocent. Who could resist this? It was an instinctive reaction. Chapter 11. This year's romantic luck is too strong. You scoundrel, still pretending. This princess saw through your true nature long ago. I was just testing you. Humph, you've been exposed. Duanmu Qingxue pushed Su Tianyi against the tree, speaking coldly. A gentle breeze carried the fragrance of a young girl, lingering around his nose, refreshing his mind. Su Tianyi lowered his head slightly and saw the impressively large, snow-white watermelon. No, a large watermelon. What are you staring at? Look again and I'll gouge your eyes out. A leopard can't change its spots. This is your lecherous nature. Duanmu Qingshue's face was icy, and she tightened her grip on Su Tianyi's chest. I can't breathe. Su Tianyi struggled to breathe, his face flushed. Serves you right, I'll suffocate you. Despite saying this, Duanmu Qingxue immediately withdrew her hand, pulling out a fragrant handkerchief from somewhere, and wiping herself with a look of disgust. Su Tianyi sighed. Duanmu Qingxue, let bygones be bygones. Let's get along well from now on. Don't look at me strangely. You'll find I actually have many good points. Perhaps we can become good friends. Who wants to be friends with you? Let me tell you, Su Tianyi, this princess will never forgive you in this lifetime. You saw my body, so you'll die a horrible death. Anyway, you'll never have a good life. Duanmu Qingxue was unusually agitated, seemingly stung by Su Tianyi's words. Su Tianyi was helpless. Was she trying to pin this on him? He secretly glanced at Duanmu Qingxue. She had turned her back, so he couldn't see her face or her expression. Su Tianyi said hesitantly. Back then, I was a virgin, and you saw me naked too, so we're even. Duanmu Qingshue's thin shoulders trembled like a willow in a storm, her rapid breathing like a volcano about to erupt. Seeing this, Su Tianyi added, I didn't know there were people in that hot spring. Who told you to hide underwater? You're half responsible for this accident. Besides, I'm no less handsome than you, perhaps even more so. You didn't really lose out. Shameless lecher, die. A delicate fist, whistling through the air, slammed towards Su Tianyi. Su Tianyi quickly ducked, narrowly dodging the punch. The tree behind him swayed, wood chips flew from the impact, leaving a deep fist mark. Damn, are you serious? Su Tianyi exclaimed. You scoundrel, take this. Duanmu Qingxue shouted, slashing forward with a hand chop. Go easy on me, your days of bullying me won't last long. Once my cultivation catches up, you. Enough talk, let's settle this with strength. Duanmu Qingxue moved forward, her fists raining down like raindrops. Don't hit someone in the face, so we can meet again in the future. Duanmu Qingxue was already at the peak of the Unity Realm, one of the top geniuses in the entire Immortal Spirit continent. Su Tianyi was no match for her and could only flee in terror. To avoid further beatings, Su Tianyi, in a moment of inspiration, shouted, You've been relentlessly pursuing me, you wouldn't happen to have fallen for me, would you? This worked well. Duanmu Qingxue stopped, lowered her hand, and said coldly, You're really narcissistic. There are plenty of talented young men who like this princess. Why would I be interested in a scoundrel like you? Su Tianyi ignored these derogatory words, pretending not to hear them, and continued, Give up. There's no future for us. My heart already belongs to someone else. Is it Lin Xianer? Duanmu Qingshue's voice trembled slightly. Senior sister? How could that be? Even if I like you, I'd never like her. Su Tianyi blurted out instinctively. Yun Mushi, though a demoness, was overly innocent in matters of love, her allure was merely a facade. Lin Xianer was different. She was a true demoness, without any weaknesses. She could only be conquered through strength.
Having been tormented by her in countless ways for a year, Su Tianyi had developed a psychological trauma.
Hearing her name made his legs tremble uncontrollably, and his spine chill. Who knew how much untold torment he had suffered?
Su Tianyi's first thought after awakening his divine body was that, once he rose to power and could defeat Lin Xianer, he would tie her up and whip her buttocks until they were swollen high.
Duanmu Qingxue breathed a sigh of relief. Didn't she know Su Tianyi's personality?
He spent all his time holed up on St. Lord Peak. He probably knew no more than 5 women. On St. Lord Peak, there was only the St. Lord, Aunt Shui, and senior sister Lin.
Besides them, who else did he know?
Even if he likes me, he wouldn't like senior sister Lin.
He even said he has someone he likes. Could this be an implication? The person he likes is actually me, this princess?
Thinking this through, Duanmu Qingxue blushed, her tone softening slightly. If you're sincere, I might consider it.
Su Tianyi looked at her, bewildered.
It wasn't that he was slow to react, he simply couldn't imagine Duanmu Qingxue liking him. Their meetings were always filled with fighting and arguing, and she had even nearly caused him to lose his manhood several times.
Duanmu Qingxue stomped her foot. The proud princess naturally wouldn't lower herself. She angrily said, I'll only give you one chance today. What are you talking about? Su Tianyi couldn't follow her train of thought. You blockhead. You're infuriating. No wonder you're so beautiful, nobody wants you. Duanmu Qingxue gripped her skirt, gritting her teeth. Su Tianyi retorted, nobody wants me? With looks like mine, the fairy sisters at the Heavenly Immortal Pavilion would practically have to pay me to go. At the same time, he thought to himself, I've already won over the Holy Lord's master, isn't that enough charm? Duanmu Qingxue, exasperated, grabbed Su Tianyi's ear and twisted it. You want to go to a brothel? Mind your own business. This princess is going to teach you a lesson on behalf of the Holy Lord. Mind your own business. In the mountains and forests, a chase ensued, leaves fluttering in their wake. Little thief, what brings you to the alchemy peak? After venting her anger, Duanmu Qingxue revealed a gentle smile.
Su Tianyi said resentfully, to find a scripture to learn the art of alchemy.
Judging from your tone, you seem dissatisfied with me? Duanmu Qingxue waved her fist, threateningly.
Nonsense, you wouldn't be happy to be beaten up for no reason, especially not in the face.
A gentleman takes revenge even after 10 years. The cheat code is already in my account.
In a while, I'll show you why the flowers are so red.
Su Tianyi silently vowed.
He feigned weakness, saying, to be caressed by your highness is the greatest honor for this humble subject.
I won't wash my face today. Duanmu Qingxue was secretly delighted, scolding him, smooth talker.
They looked at each other in silence for a while, then she said, this is the Azure Wood Heart Sutra.
It contains many alchemy techniques.
If you have talent in this area, becoming a saint-level alchemist won't be a problem.
Saint-level alchemists are extremely rare and precious on the immortal spirit continent. Su Tianyi was moved and joked, since you're so good to me, I can only repay you with my body.
Duanmu Qingxue blushed and shouted, this level of cultivation technique, my family has as many as we want. Then she added, don't overthink it, I have absolutely no feelings for you.
Su Tianyi stared at her blankly.
He wasn't stupid, even the Xin Tian Holy Land had very few saint-level scriptures.
I have something to do. Duanmu Qingxue fled as if her life depended on it, knowing she had been too obvious.
Watching her fading, graceful figure, Su Tianyi murmured, my luck with women this year is just too good. The hardest thing to resist is the kindness of a beautiful woman. The royal family beautiful, and so generous. Master, forgive your disciple, I just felt a slight flutter of the heart.
If you feel a flutter, act on it. Take them all. The more mistresses, the better.
Chu Chu emerged from his sea of consciousness, waving her little hands excitedly.
Su Tianyi said, how can that be? I'm not that kind of person. Chapter 12. Now you're pretending to be sentimental and innocent? Not like that?
A flash of disdain crossed the little girl's eyes, then she continued, you had a crush on Zhang Jihong in elementary school, Yang Yiming in middle school, and some unknown pretty girl from the class downstairs in high school.
In college, you became a complete shut-in, obsessed with anime goddesses like Lushin, Yuachan, Bibi Don, Medusa. You fall in love with every girl you meet, and now you're pretending to be so devoted and innocent? Su Tiany's pupils contracted, staring in horror at the little girl flying through the air, exclaiming incredulously, how did you know? Did you peek into my memories? At that moment, Su Tiany was both shocked and furious. Countless conspiracy theories flashed through his mind, raising goo poison, puppetry, possession, and his love-hate relationship with Thumbelina. He never expected that this seemingly petite, cute, and innocent little girl was actually a vicious little girl. The little girl hadn't expected Su Tiany's reaction to be so strong, and quickly explained. Only those whose souls are in harmony with the fairy diagram can successfully transform into the eternal divine body. I searched countless worlds and finally found you on a light blue planet. However, that planet is very strange. It has no spiritual energy whatsoever and has entered the Dharma ending age. Affected by this, that body cannot become a divine body. Therefore, Chu Chu had no choice but to temporarily reside in Master's Sea of Consciousness, waiting for an opportunity to take Master's soul away. I thought it would take decades, but unexpectedly, a kind female driver fulfilled Chu Chu's wish. Su Tiany was both amused and exasperated. Was she hoping for him to get into trouble every day? No one is perfect. A gentleman judges by his actions, not his intentions. Judging by intentions alone, no one is a true gentleman. Su Tiany was stubborn as a mum, refusing to admit he was a hypocrite. Duanmu Qingxue is fair-skinned, beautiful, busty, and long-legged. She's a princess, and more importantly, she likes you too. Master, are you really willing to give her up to someone else? These words struck a chord with Su Tiany. Wasn't the greatest wish of novel readers to transmigrate? Wasn't it to have 3 palaces, 6 courtyards, and 72 concubines? If he refused, how would he be any different from the Su Tiany of his past? Since he'd come to this world, why should he still adhere to the monogamous system of his original world? His master only said that his favorite person had to be her. Thinking of this, Su Tiany's restless heart began to stir. He did indeed have some feelings for Duanmu Qingxue, and not because of her generosity earlier. Upon careful reflection, they had initially been indifferent, but through their subsequent playful banter and teasing, they had unconsciously grown accustomed to each other's presence, like a pair of bickering lovers. Let's go back to St. Lord Peak. For safety's sake, he decided to test his master's attitude first. If this woman didn't know what was good for her, he'd teach her a lesson with a stick until she submitted. Having awakened his divine body, Su Tiany was brimming with confidence, certain he could sustain himself for at least 2 hours. In a dense forest. Behind Duanmu Qingxue, a stunningly beautiful woman with a graceful figure emerged from the void. She wore silver-white battle boots and golden armor, her figure perfect and her bearing heroic. Sister Ling Xuang. Duanmu Qingxue called softly, her eyes filled with admiration. Duanmu Ling Xuang was the adopted daughter of the Prince of Yong'an. Her talent was unparalleled. In her youth, she was recognized as a prodigy by the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion. She transcended the mortal realm at 20, achieved the divine origin realm at 25, and became a powerful being in the feathered transformation realm before 50. Now, nearing 100 years old, she had already broken through to the 2nd level of the feathered transformation realm. Duanmu Ling Xuang nodded slightly and smiled. You like that boy? Sister Ling Xuang, what nonsense are you talking about? How could I possibly like that shameless scoundrel? Duanmu Qingxue blushed and shook her head repeatedly. The Azure Wood Heart Sutra is exclusive to the royal family and cannot be passed on to outsiders. If you have no intention of taking him as your son-in-law, I must take it back. With that, Duanmu Ling Xuang was about to leave. Sister! Duanmu Qingxue hurriedly stepped forward, grabbing her hand to stop her from leaving. Duanmu Ling Xuang turned around, smiling, and said with interest, getting impatient. Didn't you say you didn't like that boy? I never liked him to begin with, but what's given away can't be taken back. Doesn't this princess have any pride? Duanmu Qingxue said angrily. Really don't like him? Duanmu Ling Xuang's smile faded, her face serious. Duanmu Qingxue hesitated for a moment, then chose to remain silent.
Duanmu Qingxue continued, the Empress is a woman of unparalleled talent. In this world, there is probably no one who can catch her eye, and she is destined to have no offspring. Once you break through to the mortal transformation realm and are recognized as a hero by the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion, given the Empress's favor towards you, she will surely bestow upon you the title of princess. At that time, you will be her sole heir. That young man from earlier, at such a young age, has not yet reached the Unity realm. He is unworthy of you, a phoenix destined to soar through the 9 heavens. It's fine if you don't like him, but if you have feelings for him, it's best to end it as soon as possible.
Seeing Duanmu Qingxue remain silent, she continued, you're unwilling to tell the truth even in front of me? I know you like him, but I just can't understand why you, Qingxue, are so gentle and refined, so brutal towards him? After a moment of contemplation, Duanmu Qingxue recounted her encounter with Su Tianyi, then sighed softly.
I don't know why at first, I really wanted to kill him, but he was the Holy Lord's personal disciple, quite favored by the Holy Lord. I'd heard of the Holy Lord's reputation as a vixen, and for the sake of the Empire's stability, I had no choice but to spare his life.
But letting him go like that left me uneasy, resentful.
So, taking advantage of the Holy Lord's seclusion, I went up the mountain to teach him a lesson, intending to pretend it was an accident and cripple him. At this point, Duanmu Qingxue seemed somewhat annoyed, her tone rising, that Lin Xianer, although she usually likes to bully and toy with Su Tianyi, always appears at crucial moments to stop me from crippling him. Lin Xianer, the Enchantress, the second disciple of the Xin Tian Saint Lord, a contemporary prodigy, possessing peak transcendent realm cultivation, and the current leader of the Xin Tian sect at the Zhulu Academy.
Duanmu Ling Shuang immediately displayed relevant information. Prodigies are extremely rare. In this generation, there are fewer than 20.
Their talent is unparalleled, synonymous with invincibility, and idols of the younger generation. Being recognized as a prodigy by the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion instantly makes them famous throughout the immortal spirit continent, a household name.
Duanmu Qingxue continued, once wasn't enough, but twice, 3 times? With that thought in mind, I often went to St. Lord Peak to teach him a lesson. But after Lin Xianer left, I realized I couldn't bring myself to do it.
During our time together, I discovered he actually has many good points. He plays the flute exceptionally well, with melodious and pleasant sounds, and he's also very good at making up stories, which have moved me to tears so many times. He's even prettier than me, but he doesn't like to run around. I don't have to worry about him flirting with other women or cheating on me. Marrying him would give me a complete sense of security.
Alright, I know what you're really thinking.
Seeing Duanmu Qingxue gradually becoming infatuated, Duanmu Ling Shuang quickly stopped her.
How shameful.
As a princess of the Great Qin dynasty, having seen so many geniuses, you're still so easily captivated, Duanmu Ling Shuang said irritably. Duanmu Qingxue chuckled foolishly. To avoid giving myself away, I teased him from the moment we met, trying to act like a normal person. Completely smitten, Duanmu Ling Shuang sighed softly, then said seriously. Since you like him so much, I won't be the villain who breaks up a couple.
But this kid's talent might not meet father's approval.
You should be prepared.
Duanmu Qingxue smiled mysteriously. Poor talent? Do you know that 3 years ago he had no cultivation at all?
Just now, during my chase with him, I discovered that his foundation was frighteningly deep, and his combat strength was extremely extraordinary.
He could even fight against a top-tier genius at the 3rd-tier Unity realm. Duanmu Qingxue emphasized the words top-tier genius. How is that possible? Duanmu Ling Shuang was incredibly shocked.
Many geniuses could cultivate to the spirit martial realm in 3 years, but no one could possess such strong combat power. A towering building starts from the ground up. The foundation in the early stages is extremely important. To lay a solid foundation for invincibility, those with lofty ambitions typically spend 10 years consolidating their strength in the body tempering and spirit cultivation realms, only breaking through to their limits. Starting cultivation at 6 and breaking through to the martial spirit realm at 16 is the standard for top-tier geniuses. Even she herself spent 8 years consolidating her foundation.
How could my judgment be poor? Anyone I set my sights on, even a good-for-nothing, can rise to genius.
Duanmu Qingxue spoke with smug pride and arrogance.
If he's still a good for nothing, would you still like him? Duanmu Ling Xuan teased. Duanmu Qingxue replied without hesitation, this princess has power and money, can't I afford to support a man? If it's really as you say, then I'll be responsible for conquering the world, and he can be responsible for being beautiful. You're hopeless, Duanmu Ling Xuan was speechless. Chapter 13 Su Tianyi, the holy son of Xiantian. Saintly Peak, Master's Palace. Su Tianyi, full of anticipation, pushed open the palace door crafted from divine crystal, only to be greeted not by his captivatingly beautiful master. A group of elderly men in black robes, who seemed to appear out of nowhere, pinned him down, groping and probing him. Su Tianyi unleashed his inner power, struggling desperately. But Su Tianyi's small frame was no match for these lustful old men. His resistance was doomed to failure, like a stone sinking into the sea, unable to create even a ripple. A bunch of old geezers, enough is enough. A hunched old woman and Yun Mushi emerged from the palace. This boy's foundation is unprecedentedly strong. I believe he has the potential to become an unprecedented forbidden prodigy on the immortal spirit continent. The bearded old man laughed heartily, his aged face contorted into a deep wrinkle, like the bark of an old tree, truly frightening. I heard from Yunya that 3 years ago you were just a mortal with no cultivation. To have cultivated to your current level and built such a foundation in such a short time, your talent is simply astonishing. Our Xiantian Holy Land has truly struck gold. A group of old men pointed and commented on Su Tianyi. Su Tianyi looked awkwardly at Yun Mushi, unsure what to say. Yun Mushi smiled, these unreliable old fellows are all supreme elders of the Holy Land. A glint flashed in Su Tianyi's eyes. These were powerful figures. If he could cultivate good relations with them, he might not be able to roam freely in the immortal spirit continent, but at least he could act with impunity in the Xiantian Holy Land. The supreme elders eagerly introduced themselves to Su Tianyi. From the information they inadvertently revealed, Su Tianyi learned that these people had come because of the extraordinary phenomena that occurred when his divine body awakened. Knowing their thoughts, Su Tianyi's smile widened, almost turning him into a smirking god of war. The little fellow is quite handsome, the old woman, who hadn't spoken until now, suddenly said. Su Tianyi instinctively adopted the etiquette of the Blue Star workplace, launching into a round of mutual flattery. Mr. Qin, you flatter me. You must have been a stunning beauty in your youth. The old woman chuckled, young man, you jest. I'm old. Su Tianyi said earnestly, beauty is judged by character, not just appearance. Even with the ravages of time, I can still vaguely see Mr. Qin's former extraordinary figure. Young man, you have a sweet tongue. Would you like to be my grandson? Grandma, Su Tianyi immediately bowed respectfully, thinking to himself, I'm clinging to a powerful figure. Tianyi, I want to be your grandfather too. Before Su Tianyi could respond, the old woman interrupted, get lost. When I was young, I didn't fancy you, and I still don't. Old man Yun scoffed, you're dreaming. You're so old, how could you possibly catch my eye? Aren't young girls more appealing than you? You're so disrespectful. The old woman was furious. This old man, who had always been so accommodating and obsequious, was now complaining about her age and fading beauty. TCH, narcissistic old woman, I haven't liked you for a long time. Old man Yun turned to Su Tianyi, speaking kindly. Never mind her. Let's each be our own. She'll be your grandmother, I'll be your grandfather, and I have absolutely no relation to her. Su Tianyi glanced at the old woman, hesitating. The old woman knew she had put Su Tianyi in a difficult position with her earlier behavior. She glanced at old man Yun, then looked at the others. My grandson is so outstanding, don't any of you have any thoughts? The others understood immediately and asked Su Tianyi for his opinion. Su Tianyi had no objections whatsoever, the more grandfathers like this, the better. He'd even take a dozen more. Su Tianyi suddenly had a bunch of relatives. Now, the Xiantian Holy Land truly became his home. Unlike the happy crowd, old man Yun was quite displeased. These people really had no sense of propriety. They could forget about ever asking him to refine pills again. Now that you have a grandfather, you don't need your master anymore? What a heartless person.
Yun Mushi, feeling neglected, puffed out her cheeks and pouted her lips, full of jealousy. Everyone turned to look at Yun Mushi. It was the first time they'd seen her with such a childlike expression. Yun Mushi coughed lightly, preemptively striking, "This is my disciple.
Did you get my permission to do this? Yun girl, aren't you being a bit too nosy?"
The old man with the beard and hair immediately glared and puffed out his cheeks.
Yun Mushi glanced at him disdainfully, then turned to stare at Su Tianyi, her eyes seeming to say, "If you don't give me face, don't even think about sleeping in my bed."
Threatened by his master's gaze, Su Tianyi could only reluctantly say, "I'll obey your orders, master."
"My judgment is sound, Tianyi is indeed a good boy. Indeed, if we ignore Yun girl's opinion, I really won't trust his character.
Today he might acknowledge us as his grandfather, but tomorrow he might recognize a thief as his father." The crowd showered Su Tianyi with praise.
Is this the allure of awakening a divine body? Su Tianyi doubted that even if he disobeyed his master's orders, they could still exaggerate his abilities. Seeing Su Tianyi's sensible attitude, Yun Mushi smiled with satisfaction, then snorted coldly, "You want to get something for nothing? Shouldn't your grandfather offer some gifts?" Hearing this, everyone readily offered their treasures for Su Tianyi to choose from.
The lowest grade was at least low-grade heaven rank, otherwise, they wouldn't dare offer anything. Divine winged boots, glazed sword, heavenly silkworm armor, frost pill, the dazzling array of treasures was overwhelming.
"I wish I could take them all," Su Tianyi sighed inwardly.
Since it was their first meeting, to leave a good impression, he didn't want to be too greedy, so he only took one item from each person, a total of 9 items. Afterwards, Su Tianyi watched reluctantly as the treasures were taken away, consoling himself, "You can't pull up the leeks by the roots, you have to harvest them slowly.
There's plenty of time."
Elders, the Holy Land currently has no holy sun.
"What do you think of Tianyi?" Yun Mushi suddenly spoke up. The elders looked at each other, undecided.
The position of Holy Son is of paramount importance, concerning the inheritance of the Holy Land.
It cannot be taken lightly.
Although Tianyi is exceptionally talented, his cultivation level is still low. I fear he may not be able to command respect.
A barely noticeable, dark-skinned old man spoke. This was the only elder who hadn't offered gifts or acknowledged Su Tianyi as his grandson. Su Tianyi lowered his head, his face darkening.
This elder Gu had been put on a shady list. Not only had he not offered gifts, but he had also dared to oppose him.
"Humph, old man Gu, who doesn't know your little schemes?
Stop hiding them, you just want to support your grandson as the Holy Son, don't you?" the old woman mocked.
Su Tianyi thought to himself, "My godmother is truly capable."
"Your grandson, Shinjoga, also possesses extraordinary talent."
"Are you content with that?" the dark-faced old man replied.
"I have no selfish desires. As long as the heavenly profound Holy Land continues to shine, it doesn't matter who becomes the Holy Son."
"Also, you seem to have forgotten one thing, Su Tianyi is also my grandson," the old woman sneered.
Upon hearing this, the elders who had previously wavered immediately sided with him, verbally attacking old man Gu, accusing him of selfishness and self-interest. You all, are utterly unreasonable." Old man Gu's face turned a deep shade of liver. "Since everyone has no objections, from this day forward, Su Tianyi is the Holy Son of Xiantian.
Pass down the order. The Holy Son's succession ceremony will be held 10 days from now. All disciples currently outside the capital must return without special circumstances."
Yun Mushi made the final decision, completely ignoring old man Gu's objections.
Su Tianyi was filled with mixed emotions.
He was happy to have become the Holy Son of Xiantian, but saddened that the little vixen was returning, and he was not yet a match for her. If the son is not taught, the teacher is to blame, Su Tianyi thought, a wicked glint in his eyes. He would get his revenge on his master.
Chapter 14, Will you bestow your senior sister's hand in marriage upon me? As dusk settled,
Su Tianyi bid a reluctant farewell to his group of godfathers.
As for old man Gu, he had already stormed off in a huff. Su Tianyi wasn't angry, having 1 or 2 loners was perfectly normal. After watching them leave, Su Tianyi closed the palace doors and approached Yun Mushi with ill intent.
Yun Mushi, like a startled rabbit, darted away, disappearing from her rebellious disciple's sight.
What do you want? She asked.
Master, my tooth hurts, Su Tianyi said with a smile.
What do you mean?
Yun Mushi's beautiful, jewel-like, pale purple eyes revealed curiosity. I can't handle force, so I'll only take the soft approach. Yun Mushi paused for a moment, then realized what he meant. Her handsome face flushed visibly, and she scolded playfully, "You lecherous rascal!
How come I never noticed you were so shameless before?"
Su Tianyi chuckled wickedly, "You're allowed to play the gentle older sister and steal my heart, but I'm not allowed to pretend to be a gentleman and deceive your feelings?
Master, I'm the hunter. You're under arrest." Su Tianyi grew increasingly excited, his smile wicked and seductive. "Is that so?"
Yun Mushi sneered, showing Su Tianyi through her actions who the prey was.
"Master, I was wrong. I won't do it again. I was just joking." Su Tianyi found himself immobilized, unable to move.
He subconsciously forgot that she had regained her cultivation. Now Yun Mushi was the high and mighty holy lord, not the weak woman he had bullied yesterday.
"What did you do wrong?"
Yun Mushi, adopting the demeanor of a stern teacher, pulled a bamboo stick from her spatial ring and gently tapped her delicate hand.
"My mistake was that I like Master too much, I couldn't control my emotions just now."
When harsh methods failed, Su Tianyi had to resort to gentler ones.
"You unfilial disciple, what nonsense are you spouting? This is too presumptuous. Is this how you speak to your master?"
Yun Mushi blushed, her charming expression as intoxicating as a begonia.
"Do you know why I prefer to stay on Holy Lord Peak and rarely go out?" "Why?" Yun Mushi asked instinctively. Su Tianyi's gaze softened, his expression deep and affectionate.
"I too have youthful vigor, and I too once dreamed of wandering the world with a sword. I know the outside world is vast, very vast, but after I fell in love with you, my world became very, very small, so small that it could only hold a lonely island, so small that only you could live there.
Where you are, that is home.
I am willing to be a bird with broken wings, forever staying on Holy Peak, watching the sunrise and sunset with you, watching the clouds drift by, appreciating the morning scenery, and enjoying the cool evening breeze."
"Master, you're getting too caught up in the drama. Have you forgotten why you rushed back?" In his mind's eye, Chu was loud and indignant, clearly dissatisfied. Su Tianyi was stunned. Yes, wasn't he testing his master's intentions, preparing to take a concubine? How could he suddenly promise his master that he would only love her? Wasn't this just digging his own grave? Thinking this, Su Tianyi glanced guiltily at Yun Mushi.
At this moment, Yun Mushi's eyes were filled with crystal tears, overwhelmed with emotion. Only now did she realize that Su Tianyi loved her so much and had given up so much for her. Yun Mushi grabbed Su Tianyi's hand and pulled him into her arms, holding him tightly as if trying to meld him into her very being. Her red lips trembled as she spoke in an incredibly tender voice. "Tianyi, you possess unparalleled talent, a potential immortal, destined to soar like a dragon across the heavens. How can you hesitate for my sake? There are stars in the distance, and the vast ocean at the ends of the earth. Keep moving forward, and you will see an even more expansive sky, that is the stage where you truly belong." Su Tianyi returned the embrace, their foreheads touching, gazing at her intently. "You are a fairy from a fairy tale, giving my life its fragrance. Trapped on a peak, guarding one person. If that person is my master, I would be willing, content with it all." Yun Mushi shook her head repeatedly. "Although I prefer a life where someone can influence my emotions to one of solitude, I can't keep you by my side forever for my own selfish reasons." "That's unfair to you. The world is vast and wonderful, you should go see it." "Master, watch your words. Don't let your emotions get the better of you," Chu reminded her at the right moment. "If love between two people is destined to last, why should they be together every day? If this is Master's wish, then I will obey. When I return from traveling the world and seeing all its beauty, I will surely paint a picture of all its splendor for you." Su Tianyi followed suit, adding a few touching words of love. Tianyi Yun Mushi bit her lower lip lightly, seemingly making a decision. Finally, she made up her mind and said, "I intend to bestow Lin Sienna upon you in marriage." "Is this a master-disciple match?" The thought subconsciously popped into Su Tianyi's mind, then he quickly shook his head. "Master is joking.
I will only love master in this life. Su Tianyi, thinking Yun Mushi was testing him, quickly expressed his filial piety. Yun Mushi looked directly at Su Tianyi and said, I'm not joking, I'm serious. Seeing her seemingly genuine expression, Su Tianyi asked, Why? Does master dislike me? Yun Mushi explained, after reaching the feather transformation realm, breakthroughs become extremely difficult, and the Tao Heaven realm is even harder, like ascending to heaven. Seclusion for decades, even centuries, is perfectly normal. Last time, I only had a slight insight, so I went into seclusion for a year. Saying this, Yun Mushi's cheeks flushed slightly, and she glanced shyly at Su Tianyi. You're still young and vigorous, while I'm away, you need someone to take care of you. Master, you're so good to me. To marry you is all I ask for in this life. Su Tianyi was moved, yet also extremely ashamed. He hadn't expected his master to be so considerate and understanding, while he himself had been fickle and harboring ulterior motives. With this thought in mind, Su Tianyi said emotionally, I met you very late, making you wait 3,000 years, but I will stay with you for a long time. You are surely the love of my life. I was not a part of your past, but I will accompany you to the very end in your future. Didn't you say you wanted to be empress? When I rule the world in the future, I will offer you the empire as my dowry, the world as my matchmaker, and promise you the 4 seas and 8 wastelands, half a lifetime of prosperity. Su Tianyi was dashing and domineering, exuding an aura of ambition, like a young monarch with the heart to conquer the world and the will to pacify all directions. Yun Mushi's gaze was tender and gentle, her delicate body trembling slightly. She covered her cherry-like mouth with her jade hand, choking back tears, and said, I was just joking last time. She hadn't expected that a casual remark would be taken so seriously by Su Tianyi. But I'm serious, Su Tianyi said firmly. Okay, I'll wait for you. Yun Mushi's beautiful eyes filled with affection, her vision blurring. In her days, she saw a rising imperial star. Chapter 15. Being able to be with you is a blessing I earned in my past life. Su Tianyi said emotionally, unifying the world requires unparalleled divine power, therefore, I implore Master to help your disciple break through to the unity realm. Upon hearing this, the previous atmosphere instantly shattered. Yun Mushi rolled her eyes, her expression shifting to a captivating, alluring charm. After all that sweet talk, this is your ultimate goal, isn't it? To achieve my grand ambition as soon as possible, Master, I'm sorry to trouble you. Empress, rest assured, I will have the historians record your deeds in the future. Half the credit for this world belongs to you. Yun Mushi said, Tianyi, don't rush, listen to me first. Su Tianyi looked at her, puzzled. At her age, does she still have menstruation? Yun Mushi pondered, since last night, I've been thinking about why your physique suddenly awakened, without any prior warning. After seeing the character seal, I belatedly realized that your physique must have been sealed. The caster's cultivation is higher than mine, possibly a supreme realm being, which is why I hadn't discovered your hidden physique before. Your physique suddenly awakened because my power loosened the seal. At this point, Yun Mushi felt a wave of fear and paused before continuing. Fortunately, you possess such a heaven-defying physique, otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. The power of the Tao Heaven realm is not something you can absorb at your current stage. Forcing it would at best sever your meridians, rendering you a cripple, and at worst, cause your body to explode and you to die. Su Tianyi was initially shocked, not expecting his master to have inadvertently deduced the truth behind the divine physique's awakening. Then, Su Tianyi found himself in a dilemma. He possessed the fairy diagram, and the portion he couldn't withstand could be absorbed by Chuluoli, but his master didn't know. He currently didn't intend to tell Yun Mushi this secret. This had nothing to do with trust, he was far too weak right now. The fairy diagram was his greatest trump card, and to prevent any unforeseen circumstances, he wouldn't let anyone know this secret until he became stronger. What should I do? Am I destined to remain a monk forever? Su Tianyi was filled with conflicting thoughts. Master, where are you going? Su Tianyi panicked when he saw Yun Mushi suddenly stand up and walk towards the hall's exit. He didn't want to be separated from his master for even a moment longer. Yun Mushi turned her head and smiled slightly. The Hahuan sect's inherited cultivation technique, the yin-yang diagram, I think it's quite good. It can help you solve this problem. In terms of yin-yang harmony, it's practically a divine scripture.
Su Tianyi was stunned for a moment, but quickly understood Yun Mushi's meaning. As expected of a demoness, she would directly snatch whatever she wanted.
Truly domineering and unreasonable.
This kind of master seemed even more charming, even more lovable and captivating. Master, you are truly a virtuous helpmate.
Being with you is a blessing I accumulated in my past life. Su Tianyi said, moved, then added, Master, could you wait until I fall asleep before leaving? Without you, I fear I will have a sleepless night.
That's true.
There's no rush. The cultivation technique is there, it won't run away anyway.
Yun Mushi already considered the Hahuan sect's inherited cultivation technique as hers for the taking. Master, Yun Mushi had just reached the bedside when Su Tianyi pulled her into his arms.
What are you doing? Didn't I say it couldn't be for now?
Yun Mushi said coyly.
Su Tianyi began to play the emotional card, using sweet words, the best weapon against women.
His voice was deep and gentle.
Master, don't move. Your disciple just wants to hold you, to feel your warmth.
Yun Mushi's cheeks flushed crimson, her voice barely audible.
Su Tianyi held the beauty in his arms, a blissful smile on his face.
At this moment, his heart was as still as water, devoid of any impure thoughts. His feelings were pure, he only wanted to embrace his master until the end of time.
Chapter 16, A Blessed Marriage? Yun Mushi held her breath, not daring to exhale even a whisper. Master, you seem very nervous? Su Tianyi teased, inhaling the intoxicating fragrance emanating from her hair. Who's nervous?
I kicked the crown prince of the Great Qin Empire and punched the holy son of the Tai Holy Land back then, without a trace of nervousness. Yun Mushi quickly retorted with examples, her delicate body trembling slightly, her long, beautiful legs taut.
Master, you're so cute. Su Tianyi exhaled a breath of stale air. You're going too far, or I'll beat you up.
Yun Mushi lightly bit her rosy lower lip, threatening softly. Time seemed to pass quickly, yet also slowly.
After an unknown amount of time, Su Tianyi suddenly spoke, Master, are you asleep? Not yet.
Yun Mushi's long, curled eyelashes fluttered slightly.
Master, I can't sleep.
Su Tianyi said, Master, your cultivation is high enough that you don't need sleep, but I can't. Insufficient sleep might affect my cultivation tomorrow, and there's even a risk of qi deviation.
So, what kind of demon are you planning to be this time?
Yun Mushi opened her eyes, annoyed.
Su Tianyi's expression shifted, excitement appearing on his face.
He was about to say something when Yun Mushi interrupted him without hesitation.
Don't think about such nonsense. I think Lin Xianer is very suitable for you in this regard.
Senior sister only flirts, she doesn't let you touch her.
During the year you were in seclusion, I was. Su Tianyi began to tattle behind your back, complaining incessantly. I never imagined that during the year I was in seclusion, she would bully you like this.
Yun Mushi's voice came from the darkness, her tone unreadable.
That's right, senior sister is wicked. She forced me to wear women's clothes, and hid them while I was showering. The evil deeds she's done are countless, I could talk about them for 3 days and 3 nights.
Su Tianyi spared no effort in speaking ill of Lin Xianer, his face a picture of petty malice. Once Xianer marries you, you can discipline her however you want, bully her as you please. If you can't beat her, your master will seal her cultivation for you.
Yun Mushi remained hidden under the covers, unwilling to come out. Su Tianyi was bewildered by her actions, thinking to himself, is senior sister really your personal disciple? What kind of master would treat their disciple like this? Is she perhaps adopted?
Perhaps thinking of Lin Xianer's few good points, or perhaps out of empathy as a fellow disciple, Su Tianyi felt a surge of indignation at this moment. But Su Tianyi certainly wouldn't say these things aloud, after all, his master was helping him.
After a brief moment of contemplation, Su Tianyi said, Master truly lives up to his reputation as the future empress and head of the harem. His magnanimity is indeed great, actively helping his disciple take a concubine. However, this disciple doesn't like this kind of betrothal. One should marry whomever one desires, pursuing them freely. Being forced into a marriage by others is ultimately imperfect. You don't like Siener?
She's no less beautiful than me, Yun Mushi asked.
This lecherous fellow is definitely faking it.
Once he exposes himself, I'll pretend to be angry, and then tonight will be peaceful, Yun Mushi thought to herself.
She miscalculated. If it were anyone else, Su Tianyi might have wavered, but unfortunately, it was Lin Siener.
Thinking of the little vixen's hateful face, he felt unworthy of her beauty, so he flattered her, saying, "How can she compare to Master?
Master is a fairy from the heavens." Yun Mushi's beautiful face lit up with a smile. This rebellious disciple, always speaking the truth. Amidst their quiet conversation, Su Tianyi slowly drifted off to sleep. Chapter 17. Is the fairy in the painting still alive? The next morning. Sunlight shone on Su Tianyi's handsome, almost ethereal profile.
He rubbed his eyes, stretched, and instinctively called out, "Master."
No response. Su Tianyi instantly snapped back to reality, still in his pajamas, and wandered aimlessly around the hall, searching for his master.
"Master, stop hiding, your disciple has already seen you."
Suddenly, Su Tianyi noticed a letter under the coffee table. He opened it and read, "Tianyi, your master has gone to find the yin-yang diagram for you. Don't worry.
It's quite a distance, and I might not be able to return anytime soon, but rest assured, I will definitely be back before your enthronement ceremony.
By the way, under the pillow on the bed, there's your marriage certificate with Siener. Whether you use it or not is entirely up to you.
She possesses the heavenly demon body, so think carefully before refusing.
One more thing, our relationship shouldn't be known to others for now, otherwise it will have a negative impact on me, on you, and on the Holy Land. I look forward to the day you marry me. Signed, yours truly, Yun Mushi." After reading it, Su Tianyi remained silent for a long time. He turned and walked to the bedside, picked up the pillow, and indeed found a marriage certificate, bright red, inlaid with jewels and divine gold. After hesitating for a moment, Su Tianyi put it away.
On the first day without his master, he missed her and had no heart for cultivation. On the second day without his master, he missed her. The awakening of his divine body was truly different. Breakthroughs were as easy as drinking water, immeasurably easier than before.
He successfully advanced to the unity realm.
On the third day without his master, he began to learn to paint.
On this day, in a picturesque peach grove, Su Tianyi practiced his painting techniques. Hanging on a slender peach tree was a painting of a fairy. Su Tianyi possessed the seed of supreme painting skills, coupled with his extraordinary talent. In just one day, he entered the lesser completion realm of painting. The fairy painting before him was a forgery he had copied, capturing only its form, not its spirit. However, it was still beautiful as a fairy, pure and ethereal. Bright eyes and white teeth, captivating beauty, a face that could topple kingdoms, graceful eyebrows and delicate features, as beautiful as a flower. These mundane words cannot describe your beauty. The unattainable is always alluring. For the first time, Su Tianyi experienced the feeling of falling in love with someone because of a painting. Call it lust at first sight, or love at first sight, he didn't care. This feeling of being immersed in the painting intoxicated him. At this moment, Su Tianyi truly loved the art of painting. If he could reach the pinnacle, could he bring the woman in the painting to life? Just then, Chu Chu flew to the painting and asked, "Is it beautiful?"
Su Tianyi said unhappily, "Stop it, move aside, you're blocking my fairy sister. I was going to tell you that I could let you see her true form, but now, humph." Chu Chu turned her head away haughtily, flew to the peach tree, and sat there sulking.
"She's still alive? She's still alive?" Su Tianyi exclaimed. "I won't tell you." Chu Chu pouted, looking at him with a calm and coaxing expression. "Chu Chu, you're the best girl, will you be good?" Su Tianyi walked up to her, patted her head, and said softly. Chu Chu half closed her eyes, seemingly enjoying Su Tianyi's treatment of her. "Master, you must pamper Chu Chu and spoil her from now on. You can't bully Chu Chu, or you'll never see your fairy sister again." Chu Chu glanced at Su Tianyi furtively and continued, "Once Master collects the scattered origin power, Chu Chu will be able to bring her back to life." Su Tianyi exclaimed, "Wasn't the origin power retrieved from Master?" Chu Chu gave Su Tianyi a disgruntled look. Are you ignoring me? Didn't I tell you the origin power was fragmented?
Su Tianyi awkwardly rubbed his hands. He hadn't really paid attention to these details last time.
Chapter 18. Su Tianyi, are you being a jerk? How much primordial power is missing from the fairy maiden painting? Su Tianyi suppressed his excitement.
His thrill stemmed not only from the prospect of meeting the fairy maiden, but also from the painting's inheritance, a peerless inheritance possessing a celestial artifact.
Follow me. Su Tianyi followed Chu Chu into his sea of consciousness. Can you see anything different?
In his sea of consciousness, Chu Chu pointed to the fairy maiden painting and asked.
Su Tianyi focused his gaze intently, observing carefully. He did indeed discover a subtle clue. The difference was extremely minute.
If he hadn't reached the minor completion stage of his painting skills today, he wouldn't have noticed it.
The left and right legs of the fairy maiden painting emitted a faint light.
This part possessed a more divine charm than the rest, appearing lifelike, like the fairy's real jade legs.
Could it be that a sliver of primordial power corresponds to a part of her body?
Seeing the left and right legs glowing, Su Tianyi didn't think much of it, assuming the fairy maiden painting inherently possessed a sliver of primordial power.
That's right.
Chu Chu nodded slightly, revealing a look of delight at her potential.
Fairy sister, one day, I will bring you back to the world, and let everyone know of your unparalleled beauty. Su Tianyi's expression was resolute, his words clear and resonant. Master, are you confessing your love?
Chu Chu crossed her arms over her stomach, her rosy cheeks flushing crimson.
Su Tianyi glanced at the little girl strangely, feeling utterly bewildered, wondering what she was blushing about. He casually replied, Little girl, don't think about these things all the time. Wait until you grow up. Su Tianyi suddenly fell silent, looking at the little girl with suspicion, thinking to himself, could she be the fairy from the painting?
After observing her carefully for a while, seeing no resemblance to the fairy sister, he finally felt relieved and left his mind. If it really was this little girl, the image of his goddess would be shattered, and his heart would be broken into pieces. After Su Tianyi left, the little girl looked at the legs of the fairy painting and scratched her head in confusion. How come there are two sources of primordial power? In the peach grove, Su Tianyi continued to sketch the fairy painting, completely absorbed and engrossed, working tirelessly from dawn till afternoon.
Su Tianyi.
Suddenly, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice came from behind him.
Are you Duanmu Qingshue's twin sister? Su Tianyi turned around, and after recognizing the person, asked uncertainly.
The woman possessed the exact same stunning face as Duanmu Qingxue, with a delicate, upturned nose, alluring, small lips, and delicately drawn eyebrows. Her cloud-like black hair cascaded naturally to her slender waist. She wore a white fur coat, her attire simple and elegant, adorned only with a few silver hairpins. In stark contrast to the gold and silver-adorned, extravagantly dressed Duanmu Qingxue, she was truly a beautiful woman, breathtakingly beautiful.
Su Tianyi, you're joking. I'm just Duanmu Qingxue, aren't I?
The stunning beauty smiled gently, her voice soft.
Duanmu Qingxue, what are you up to now? Su Tianyi took a step back, watching Duanmu Qingxue warily, wondering to himself, what is she up to? Duanmu Qingxue moved gracefully towards the portrait that Su Tianyi had moved aside, and asked softly, is the woman in the painting the one you said you liked last time? No, it's not her, Su Tianyi answered truthfully. Upon hearing this, Duanmu Qingxue revealed a dazzling smile. Am I prettier, or is she prettier?
There are no unparalleled beauties in spring and autumn, but every woman is a beauty to behold. With her elegant hair and jade-like face, it's natural that Her Highness is more beautiful. Su Tianyi knew how to speak to different people depending on their status, and besides, the momentary amazement Duanmu Qingxue had given him was truly comparable to that of a woman in a painting.
Tianyi, can I call you that from now on?
Duanmu Qingxue blushed, lowered her head slightly, and asked softly.
Of course you can, but have you taken the wrong medicine today? I'm really not used to you like this. Su Tianyi looked like he'd seen a ghost. Was this still the violent woman he knew before? Could she have been possessed by someone? With this thought in mind, Su Tianyi took out a soul-revealing mirror and waved it repeatedly at Duanmu Qingxue's face.
Sunlight refracted through the mirror, illuminating Duanmu Qingshue's exquisitely beautiful cheeks, forcing her to squint and raise her hand to shield her eyes.
Tianny, what are you doing?
Su Tianny ignored her, moving to the side and continuing to shake the soul-revealing mirror.
Su Tianny, that's enough. Finally, Duanmu Qingshue's anger reached its peak. Ah, you monster, show yourself. Su Tianny, instead of being angry, was delighted, his hidden, childlike spirit burned fiercely. Slap!
A crisp slap echoed through the peach grove.
Su Tianny covered his face and laughed. You always hit people in the face, so it seems you're the real Duanmu Qingxue. Duanmu Qingxue laughed in exasperation. Su Tianny, are you being a jerk?
Su Tianny reached out and tidied her disheveled hair, saying seriously, I prefer the real you to your feigned gentle reserve. Secretly pleased, he thought, little brat, back in the day I was chasing after a rich woman, I learned countless pickup lines.
I'll get you today. But the way I acted just now was my true personality.
What I did with you before was just an act, Duanmu Qingxue pouted, looking somewhat aggrieved.
Chapter 19 Marrying Duanmu Qingxue? Su Tianny was stunned. This answer was completely unexpected. Was his supposedly brilliant romantic talent doomed before it even began? I apologize.
I saw your highness's hair was disheveled, so I offended your highness. Su Tianny withdrew his hand from Duanmu Qingshue's hair, trying to change the subject.
Unexpectedly, Duanmu Qingxue wouldn't let him go. She raised her hand and grabbed Su Tianny's hand as he tried to pull it away, saying softly, Do you know why I always tease you?
Why?
Su Tianny followed up. Because I like you.
Duanmu Qingxue stared intently into Su Tianny's eyes, showing no trace of girlish shyness. For a moment, Su Tianny was at a loss for words. It turned out he was the one being pursued. Seeing his silence, Duanmu Qingxue panicked and said nervously, Tianny, I know that in your mind I'm violent, spoiled, and not gentle at all, but that's all a lie.
I'm not like this usually, really, you have to believe me. It is truly an honor for this humble subject to gain your highness's favor and to witness a side of your highness that is unknown to others, Su Tianny said with a smile. Tianny, are you blaming me? Duanmu Qingxue was almost in tears.
She regretted it, regretted why she had always bullied him, regretted why she hadn't confessed her feelings sooner.
Su Tianny wiped away her tears. What are you thinking? I like you too, otherwise why would I have let you bully me? Isn't it because of my status as a princess, and because you can't beat me? Duanmu Qingxue blurted out. Su Tianny's forehead swelled with anger.
He thought to himself, Your Highness, your emotional intelligence is so low.
You have absolutely no sense of romance, spouting such blunt truths? Duanmu Qingxue pursed her delicate lips, realizing she had misspoke.
I'm sorry, I'm so stupid. Her eyes reddened, tears welling up.
Su Tianny sighed softly. When did you become so weak and prone to tears? Yes, I won't cry.
Duanmu Qingxue rubbed her eyes, her face resolute.
That's more like it. Su Tianny smiled slightly. Have you ever considered that your true personality is revealed when you're with me, and your usual gentleness is just an act? Su Tianny, are you asking for a beating?
How dare you say such impolite things in front of me?
Duanmu Qingxue clenched her small, fair hand into a fist, held it up to Su Tianny's face, and waved it. See? See?
Your true nature is revealed.
Su Tianny yelled. Duanmu Qingxue wanted to punch him, but she held back. If she did, wouldn't that really be as this bastard said that this was her true personality?
Just as Duanmu Qingxue's anger subsided, Su Tianny said again, If you keep suppressing it, I'm really worried this dress won't be able to support the rise and fall of your breasts.
Duanmu Qingxue finally gave him a light punch, just a symbolic gesture.
She couldn't swallow this insult if she did nothing. It's not that I'm short-tempered, it's just that your behavior just now was really asking for a beating, she explained for the sake of her image.
Su Tianny smiled. I did it on purpose, just to make you understand that a gentle personality doesn't suit you. Duanmu Qingxue rolled her eyes, speechless. What's the point of doing that? Su Tianny's playful smile vanished, replaced by a serious expression.
In front of me, you don't need to be patient, you don't need to feign gentleness or act like a virtuous lady.
Just be yourself. I don't dislike that spoiled and willful you. Although Su Tiany's words had an element of flirting, they were genuinely from the bottom of his heart. When he saw the fairy painting earlier, she was clearly displeased, yet she feigned calmness. According to their past interactions, she would have undoubtedly given him a good dressing down. He liked the free-spirited, decisive, and arrogant princess. This gentle and submissive woman, he seemed to like her even more? After sorting out his thoughts, Su Tiany wanted to slap himself. Why did he have to be so cheeky? Couldn't he resist flirting with someone he liked? Wasn't that quiet and graceful princess more appealing? Duanmu Qingxue stared blankly at Su Tiany. It turned out he was the one who understood her best. Thinking back, how much of her true emotion had she hidden to become an elegant and gentle woman like her mother? Only when facing Su Tiany was she truly herself. Her mother had been gone for many years, it was time to let go. She believed her mother wouldn't want her to live like her. Looking into Duanmu Qingxue's bright, beautiful eyes, Su Tiany felt a chill in his heart. He seemed to have unlocked something. Qingxue, actually, I also like your gentle and docile side. Su Tiany tried to make amends for his previous mistake. Duanmu Qingxue smiled radiantly, no need to comfort me. I've decided, from now on, this princess's little temper is exclusively yours. You're right. When faced with unpleasant things, there's no need to pretend not to care. For example, I don't like that painting, I want to tear it to pieces. Su Tiany was startled and quickly pulled Duanmu Qingxue away from the fairy painting, thinking to himself, this jealous woman is really something, even jealous of a painting. The two sat down under a thick, tall peach tree, its blossoms in full bloom, in silence. Su Tiany quietly gazed at the poetic beauty of the forest, while Duanmu Qingxue stared at him intently. Su Tiany tried to pretend he didn't care, but her gaze was too intense. He couldn't help but ask. Why did you suddenly confess to me today? Duanmu Qingxue paused, looking up at the clear blue sky, her beautiful face filled with disappointment. I came back mainly to return the Azure Heaven secret technique, and also to say goodbye to you. Hearing this, Su Tiany's mood also darkened. He had known for a long time that Duanmu Qingxue came to the Xian Tian Holy Land to learn a secret technique perfectly suited to her, but he hadn't expected this day to come so soon. Su Tiany feigned composure, saying, parting is for a better reunion. I'll be going to the Zhulu Academy soon, and I believe we'll meet again soon. Duanmu Qingxue suddenly grabbed Su Tiany's hand, saying, Tiany, come with me, let's leave the Xian Tian Holy Land, okay? I'm the Holy Lord's personal disciple, about to become. Duanmu Qingxue interrupted, marrying me, your power won't be inferior to the Holy Lord's personal disciple, it might even be greater. Soon, I will become the princess of the empire. For now, you'll have to be my consort, but rest assured, after I ascend the throne, I will share the world with you. Su Tiany was speechless. He felt like he'd become a kept man. However, what he had just said served as a reminder. Duanmu Qingxue was a member of the imperial family, and even if she agreed to marry him, her elders would not. It seems the only way to be with her is through marriage. But while this path opens up possibilities for her, it's a dead end for him. If his master knew he had this thought, he'd probably break his legs. Not only his master, but even the little lowly who had been shouting win her over, was now gesticulating wildly in his mind, yelling. Master, there are plenty of fish in the sea. Why be hung up on just one? Your journey is to the stars and the sea. How can you stop for one person? If you agree, will you be fair to your master? Will you be fair to those concubines who are waiting for you? Will you be fair to Choo Choo? Develop your strength discreetly for a while. With Choo Choo's help, the whole world will be yours. Let's leave this piece of meat for now, we're not in a hurry to eat it. Su Tiany rubbed his forehead, and with a thought, sealed his mind. The little lowly's clamor was giving him a headache. This was indeed a tricky matter, but fortunately, he was naturally easygoing and quickly came to terms with it. He believed things would work out in the end, and that things would work themselves out. They had just expressed their feelings for each other, discussing marriage now was premature. A true man is born between heaven and earth, how can he remain subservient to others for long? If anyone is to marry, it will be me marrying you. Su Tianyi stood up, looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, and faced Duanmu Qingxue, speaking with great confidence. I respect your choice. Duanmu Qingxue didn't want to dampen his confidence. She believed that once Su Tianyi understood the power of the royal family, he would naturally abandon the idea. The Great Qin Empire, under the leadership of the Empress, ushered in its most glorious moment in history, currently the most powerful force on the immortal spirit continent, without exception. Chapter 20. What are you perhaps expecting? Su Tianyi turned to look at Duanmu Qingxue and said softly, "Thank you for understanding." Duanmu Qingxue shook her head and said, "It's true that being a son-in-law doesn't sound good, and it's normal that you're unwilling for now. However, I will try my best to make you like me more. One day, your feelings for me will outweigh any so-called face or dignity. The peach blossoms here are in full bloom, the scenery is beautiful, and the atmosphere is very nice. I think we can start cultivating our relationship now." Su Tianyi slowly approached Duanmu Qingxue and pinned her against the peach tree. What do you want to do?" Duanmu Qingxue's eyes sparkled, her beautiful face blushing, and two charming blushes rose on her snowy cheeks. "Didn't I say? Cultivate our relationship." Su Tianyi smiled. Duanmu Qingxue subconsciously tried to push him away, but Su Tianyi reacted quickly, grabbing her wrist and saying, "This isn't ladylike behavior. You said it yourself, I am a spoiled princess." Duanmu Qingxue retorted, her face flushed. Su Tianyi pressed his face close to hers and whispered in her ear, "You can be willful normally, but resisting at a time like this makes you unlikable." Hearing this, Duanmu Qingxue's body went limp, and she closed her eyes tightly. Her skin was flawless, her eyebrows arched slightly, and her lips were as red as ripe cherries. Under Duanmu Qingxue's intense nervousness, Su Tianyi merely gently flicked her nose. Duanmu Qingxue stared at him blankly, looking incredulous. Su Tianyi chuckled, "Are you perhaps expecting something?" "Nonsense." Duanmu Qingxue gave a soft snort, then changed the subject. "Could you paint a picture for me?" "It would be my honor," Su Tianyi nodded. Beneath the peach blossom tree, Duanmu Qingxue struck a pose, her back against the tree, her slender legs braced against the ground, one hand held horizontally in front of her, the other stroking a strand of hair behind her ear, her eyes gazing at Su Tianyi with affection. Her alluring and captivating appearance was mesmerizing, making one dizzy. Su Tianyi, with immense willpower, finally lowered his head and picked up his brush. "It can't be worse than that painting, otherwise next time we meet I won't talk to you," Duanmu Qingxue reminded him. "Understood, Your Highness?" Su Tianyi winked. "You're so cheeky, don't talk nonsense." "Not yet. What, want to be the prince consort?" Duanmu Qingxue smiled. Su Tianyi smiled without replying. He began to paint, slowly and meticulously, clearly treating the painting as a token of their love. Time flowed slowly, and as the sun set, Duanmu Qingxue looked even more beautiful against the backdrop of the crimson sunset. Suddenly, Su Tianyi frowned and asked, "Qingxue, what color should your hair be?" He had wanted to ask this question for a long time. Her hair had always been blonde, but today it was black. Duanmu Qingxue thought for a moment and said, "Black, I guess blonde is my mother's hair color." She was a gentle person to the core. I never saw her angry. She seemed to embody all the beauty in the world. After my mother passed away, my father vowed never to remarry. I loved my mother very much and didn't want to accept that she was no longer here, so I instinctively wanted to learn from her all-encompassing gentleness. Before meeting you, I considered myself a very amiable person, neither arrogant nor impatient in public, and respectful to my elder brothers and father at home. You are the first and only person to make this princess angry. Su Tianyi smiled, "Making the princess angry is also one of my skills, isn't it?" Duanmu Qingxue said, "You always manage to stir up my emotions. What if I want to punch you again? It's almost finished. Don't move, or all your efforts will be wasted." This princess was just joking. "Why are you so nervous?" "This humble servant is just after all, my princess is so gentle." Su Tianyi, can you please stop making me angry? It's because I like you that I make you angry. Duanmu Qingxue. To avoid being punched, Su Tianyi didn't tell Duanmu Qingxue immediately after finishing the drawing. Instead, he waited until she had calmed down before telling her. His Qingxue, are you still angry? It's been so long. Su Tianyi clutched his waist, his eyes filled with disbelief. Duanmu Qingxue sneered, I wasn't angry anymore, but seeing you pretending to draw like that, I got angry again. How did you find out? Is my acting really that bad? Su Tianyi asked. Your acting wasn't flawless, but you've been at it for ages. At least try to pick up a brush. Do you think I'm stupid or blind? Su Tianyi. If the painting isn't good, the consequences will be severe. Duanmu Qingxue snatched the scroll from Su Tianyi's hands. The woman in the painting was graceful and beautiful, her eyes, like autumn water, filled with emotion. Below the scroll were a few lines of small characters, which Duanmu Qingxue read aloud. The bright moon shines like a silver hairpin, her smile is ethereal as a wisp of smoke. The beautiful woman is as graceful as a fairy in a painting, her delicate face captivating in her youth. Su Tianyi, seeking praise, asked, satisfied? Duanmu Qingxue replied haughtily, so, just average. As the two sat together, exchanging sweet words, a furious shout suddenly rang in their ears. I knew you two had an improper relationship. Chapter 21. Can I stay tonight? Yun Meng strode in, head held high, a faint sneer on his face. A few days ago, after being suppressed by the people of the Alchemy Peak, Yun Meng was seamlessly transferred to the Heavenly Path Peak, the main punishment ground. Because of his frequent visits and his powerful background, he was only given a few words of reprimand and then released. Having failed to teach Su Tianyi a lesson and instead gotten himself into trouble, Yun Meng grew increasingly angry. Upon his release, he immediately went to cause trouble for Su Tianyi, only to be caught halfway by his mother, who had high hopes for him, and imprisoned him for several days. He was only released this afternoon after breaking through to the 6th level of the Unity Realm. Upon arriving at the Holy Lord Peak, Yun Meng witnessed the two passionately kissing. This infuriated him. He had been imprisoned for days, while Su Tianyi was carefree, enjoying a romantic evening with the imperial princess. What kind of relationship I have with Su Tianyi is none of your business. Normally, she might speak gently and politely, but in front of Su Tianyi, she always became much more arrogant. Duanmu Qingxue's eyes flashed coldly, her face filled with a fierce aura. Her menacing appearance caused Yun Meng to unconsciously take a few steps back. He instinctively wanted to threaten her, but then he remembered that she was the daughter of the Prince of Yong'an, his background couldn't compete with hers. I've heard that Her Highness the Princess is reasonable and gentle. Surely she won't interfere in my personal feud with Su Tianyi? Yun Meng decisively backed down. Su Tianyi is my man. His business is my business. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Saying we had an improper relationship? Why are you such a coward now? Duanmu Qingxue took a step forward, intending to teach this insolent fellow a lesson. Yun Meng stumbled, almost falling. He was used to being domineering and arrogant in the Tianxin Holy Land. His words had been spoken instinctively, without any thought. Su Tianyi, if you're a man, don't hide behind a woman. Have you really become a woman after wearing women's clothes for so long? Yun Meng roared at Su Tianyi, who was standing behind Duanmu Qingxue. Upon hearing this, Su Tianyi's face turned ashen. He wasn't afraid of being called a gigolo, relying on women, or even proud of it. However, he didn't want anyone to know about his cross-dressing, especially not his woman. Damn it, it was too shameful, it would be a lifelong pain for him. You wretched little vixen, one day I'll spank your ass. Su Tianyi roared inwardly, a chilling rage. You have this kind of hobby? Duanmu Qingxue stopped and turned around, asking with interest. Su Tianyi grinned sheepishly, don't overthink it. That was just my senior sister's prank. I don't have such a perverted hobby as cross-dressing. Don't worry, I won't wear it again. Su Tianyi emphasized, patting his chest in assurance. Duanmu Qingxue smiled, but this concubine wants to see. Su Tianyi's mind went blank, he chose to remain silent. You're willing to wear it for senior sister Lin, but not for me, this princess? What does that mean? Am I not as important as her? Duanmu Qingxue was unhappy. Thinking of how Lin Xianer always appeared at crucial moments to stop her, she couldn't help but worry that the two might be having an affair. Su Tianyi walked to Duanmu Qingxue's side, took her hand, and softly explained that he was forced to do so. Duanmu Qingxue twisted her body, shaking off his hand, acting like a jealous little girl. Yun Meng, oblivious to their flirtatious behavior, listened intently to their conversation, her eyes shining. She really wanted to see Su Tianyi in women's clothing. Catching this in the corner of her eye, Su Tianyi immediately saw an opening. He said, "Qingxue, let's talk about the women's clothing after I've dealt with this kid." Duanmu Qingxue tugged at his sleeve, worriedly saying, "His cultivation level is far higher than yours. Let me handle it." Hearing this, Yun Meng's heart raced, and she screamed frantically, "No! No!" Su Tianyi said seriously, "This is a battle between men. Girls should just watch. If Yun Meng gets taken down by you in one move, how am I supposed to escape the fate of being dressed as a woman later?" he thought to himself. Hearing Su Tianyi's words, Duanmu Qingxue didn't say anything more, only offering a concerned, "Be careful." Su Tianyi gave her a reassuring look, then strode forward, stopping 3 meters away from Yun Meng, and said calmly, "Today I'll teach you a lesson, so you won't keep buzzing around like a fly, bothering me." Yun Meng laughed angrily, "You, a mere martial spirit realm weakling, think you can beat me?" Su Tianyi didn't answer. He stood with one hand behind his back and the other open in front of him, looking every bit the expert. Seeing this, Yun Meng said no more. He tossed his folding fan, which spun rapidly through the air like a sharp disc, flying straight towards Su Tianyi. Su Tianyi remained calm and composed, showing no sign of panic. He drew his emerald green bamboo flute from his waist. As the fan approached, he casually extended the flute forward, deflecting the fan away. Eternal Emerald Peak! Yun Meng exclaimed in surprise, instantly consumed by jealousy. Years ago, he had begged his aunt for a piece of his lifeblood, but she wouldn't even give him half. He never expected Su Tianyi to possess such a large portion. He was her own nephew. Was he really inferior to an outsider? "Su Tianyi, kneel before me." Yun Meng roared angrily, his jealousy obscuring his true self. Yun Meng moved with lightning speed, rushing towards Su Tianyi, wanting to end the fight quickly. Su Tianyi remained calm, raising his hand, opening it, and closing it, 3 simple movements that blocked Yun Meng's full-force punch. Simultaneously, he kicked Yun Meng's knee from the side. Yun Meng tried to dodge, but Su Tianyi's kick was lightning fast. In his haste, he could only channel a large amount of spiritual energy into his leg, attempting to forcefully block the attack. Thump! Yun Meng knelt before Su Tianyi, his posture unusually upright. Su Tianyi chuckled, "Little Meng, I forgot to tell you, I broke through to the Unity Realm yesterday." Yun Meng ignored him, kneeling blankly on the ground, muttering, "How is this possible? This young master was so easily defeated, instantly killed." Back then, he was a prodigy who rose to fame at a young age, the hope of many. But in recent years, heartbroken, he frequented brothels, his body weakened by wine and women, gradually falling from grace. 1,000 thoughts flashed through his mind. Yun Meng's eyes flashed with hatred, veins bulging, and he said fiercely, "Su Tianyi, you're the one who caused all of this." Yun Meng suddenly attacked, throwing a punch at Su Tianyi's chest. Su Tianyi revealed a barely perceptible smile. He didn't dodge, letting Yun Meng's fierce attack land on him. Bang! Su Tianyi was sent flying backward, landing precisely in Duanmu Qingxue's arms. To make his appearance even more miserable, he exaggeratedly spat out a mouthful of blood. "Yun Meng, I'll kill you." Duanmu Qingxue's killing intent was chilling. One arm held Su Tianyi, while the other grasped a green vine that appeared out of thin air, and swung it at Yun Meng. "Stop!" Su Tianyi was startled and quickly tried to stop her, fearing that Duanmu Qingxue would really kill her nephew. Duanmu Qingxue's attack was too fast. By the time Su Tianyi cried out, the vine had already struck Yun Meng, sending him flying dozens of meters, crashing into a peach tree, scattering peach blossoms all over the ground. Put! Yun Meng's blood surged, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Duanmu Qingxue had really gotten serious just now,
if he hadn't been wearing the heavily ranked golden silk armor, he might have died on the spot. Seeing that he could still stand, Duanmu Qingxue raised her hand to lash out with her whip again.
Su Tianyi quickly pulled her back, saying, "Go. From now on, we're even. Focus on your cultivation and don't tarnish the Yun family's reputation." "I'm sorry."
Yun Meng took out a bottle of high-quality healing medicine from her bosom, placed it on the ground, and then staggered away, her back view looking somewhat desolate and pitiful.
"He hurt you." Duanmu Qingxue's anger hadn't subsided, and she whipped away the healing medicine Yun Meng had left behind. Su Tianyi reached out and touched Duanmu Qingxue's face, saying gently, "It's all right, don't blame him, it was my carelessness." Duanmu Qingxue fed Su Tianyi some pills while complaining, "Really, can't you be more careful? Don't you know I'll worry?"
Her voice began to choke.
"It won't happen again, can you stay tonight?" Su Tianyi revealed his true colors.
"My sister is still waiting for me down the mountain," Duanmu Qingxue hesitated.
"You're leaving tomorrow, I want to see you more."
"But
I'm injured, can you bear to leave me like that?" Using both soft and hard tactics, Duanmu Qingxue finally chose to stay. Chapter 22 Su Tianyi, I guarantee with character. At the foot of St. Lord Peak. "It's been several hours since we went up, why haven't we come down yet? Does saying goodbye take this long?"
Duanmu Ling Shuang, clad in golden armor, grew increasingly anxious, pacing back and forth across the fragrant grass. After a moment's thought, she decided to climb the mountain to investigate, just in case something unexpected happened. Just then, Xue Qingxing, the Grand Steward of St. Lord Peak, appeared out of nowhere, blocking her path. Her long green dress fluttered in the wind, a few strands of hair brushing her face, grazing her delicate nose to the other side. Her hourglass figure exuded the charm of a mature beauty. She spoke softly, her voice melodious, "Grand Princess, stop. Lord Xue, my sister has been on St. Lord Peak for quite some time, I'm worried about her," Duanmu Ling Shuang said solemnly. Xue Qingxing remained calm and composed, her expression placid, "Your Highness is well, with the Holy Sun. You need not worry."
"The Holy Sun?" Duanmu Ling Shuan was secretly surprised. When did the Xiantian Holy Land have a Holy Sun? With Qing Shui? Could it be that martial spirit realm brat?
As if sensing Duanmu Ling Shuang's doubts, Xue Qingxing said, 7 days from now, the Xiantian Holy Land will hold the Holy Sun's succession ceremony.
The successor is Su Tianyi, the Holy Lord's third disciple. If the princess is free, she can attend the ceremony before leaving. Duanmu Ling Shuang shook her head, "No, the Empire will send someone to congratulate me. I need to take my younger sister away from the Xiantian Holy Land today. I hope Lord Xue can grant me this favor." Xue Qingxing said, "If this were before today, you could naturally enter St. Lord Peak as the little princess's protector. But now she is no longer a member of the Holy Land, and you are a grand cultivator of the feather transformation realm. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, you cannot enter the main peak." Duanmu Ling Shuang said, "I will leave as soon as I find my little sister. I will not do anything that would harm the Holy Land." Xue Qingxing still refused. Without the Peak Master's permission, no feather transformation realm cultivator outside the Xiantian Holy Land may freely enter any main peak. This is the rule of the Xiantian Holy Land. I hope the little princess will understand. The Xiantian Holy Land is vast and boundless, with countless peaks, but only 10 main peaks, St. Lord Peak, Heavenly Journey Peak, and Alchemy Peak are among them. Duanmu Ling Shuang gritted her teeth, her brows furrowed, and threatened, "If anything happens to Qing Shui, father and the Empress will not let Xiantian Holy Land off the hook. They will definitely send troops to Luzhou and raze Xiantian to the ground." "Elder Princess, there's no need to be so nervous. Xiantian Holy Land will guarantee the safety of the young princess. If there's any emergency, I can inform them for you. What do you say?" Xue Qingxing didn't want to offend Duanmu Qingxue too much. After all, imperial power is supreme, and everyone in Tianxian Holy Land is a subject of the Great Qin Empire. Tell her sister is waiting anxiously down the mountain. Duanmu Ling Shuang had been confused by her concern earlier, but now that she had calmed down, she felt a little annoyed, thinking that Duanmu Qingxue might have forgotten the time while meeting her lover.
At this moment, Su Tianyi led Duanmu Qingxue through the peach blossom forest, heading towards their residence.
Tianyi, it's already late autumn, and winter is just around the corner.
Why does this peach grove still look like spring? Duanmu Qingxue, with her arm around Su Tianyi's, craned her neck and asked affectionately. Su Tianyi smiled and said, "There's a 4 seasons array in the peach grove, which can change the seasons at will."
I see, how amazing.
As a princess, Duanmu Qingxue naturally knew about the 4 seasons array, since her family possessed one. However, she had heard from her friends that men had a strong desire to impress and preferred girls who were a little naive.
Throughout the journey, Duanmu Qingxue feigned innocence, asking countless questions like a curious child.
Su Tianyi saw through her act but patiently explained everything.
Soon, the two arrived at their destination.
Compared to Yun Mushi's magnificent palace, Su Tianyi's residence appeared somewhat simple, a small, moderately sized bamboo house.
The bamboo house had only 2 floors, the downstairs was for living, and the upstairs was a perfect place for drinking tea, wine, and enjoying the scenery. Incidentally, this bamboo house was built by Su Tianyi himself using century-old spiritual bamboo. How unique and beautiful. When I get back, I want my father to build me one too, a really big one.
Duanmu Qingxue raised her hands, gesturing with them, her beautiful face beaming with a smile.
Su Tianyi wrapped his arms around her slender waist and chuckled, "Why build such a big place? Do you want me to move in and live with you?" Hearing this, Duanmu Qingxue swayed her hips, wrapping her arms around Su Tianyi's neck, and said with a bright smile, "Then do you want to live with me?" "Yes, of course I do. I dream about it."
Su Tianyi placed one hand under her knees and the other under her shoulder, then lifted her up in his arms.
"Ah, what are you doing?"
Duanmu Qingxue struggled uneasily, kicking her legs wildly, even kicking her shoes off.
"Naturally, I want to sleep with you." Su Tianyi, carrying Duanmu Qingxue, kicked open the bamboo door, walked to the bed, and gently placed her on the soft couch. "Don't come any closer. Father said that before marriage, one cannot sleep with a man."
Su Tianyi chuckled, "But there's only one bed here anyway, we'll get married sooner or later, so sleeping together now, your father certainly won't object."
Duanmu Qingxue raised an eyebrow, pouting, "Humph, do you really think I'm some naive little girl?"
"If father finds out, he'll definitely break your 5th leg."
"You big bad guy, you pervert." Su Tianyi waved his hand, feigning innocence, "Your thoughts are impure, what nonsense are you thinking?"
"Don't worry, I guarantee with my integrity, tonight I'll just hug you, I absolutely won't do anything else. Anyone who peeks at this princess bathing on our first meeting has no character whatsoever. I'll just meditate and cultivate tonight, you go to sleep."
With that, Duanmu Qingxue tried to get out of bed.
Su Tianyi pressed down on her shoulders, making her sit back on the bed, and said, "I entered the hot spring openly and honestly to bathe with you, how can you call it peeping?" After this explanation, Su Tianyi continued, "Experts say that female cultivators before reaching the divine consciousness realm should not stay up late, otherwise it will cause irreversible damage to their skin."
"Who are the experts?" Duanmu Qingxue asked curiously.
"They are a mysterious but extremely powerful group of people who specialize in researching difficult cultivation problems and exploring unsolved mysteries. Their words are the truth."
"So, how could I bear to let you stay up late?"
"You should rest, I'll just meditate beside you."
Cough, cough.
Suddenly, Su Tianyi clutched his chest, where Yun Meng had injured him, and coughed several times, his face pale.
"Tianyi, are you all right?"
Duanmu Qingxue hurriedly stood up and supported Su Tianyi, her beautiful face full of worry.
Su Tianyi said weakly, "I'm fine."
"You should rest early."
"I'll be all right after a while." Duanmu Qingxue said angrily, "What nonsense are you talking about? How can I sleep like this?"
"We'll sleep together."
Su Tianyi's eyes flashed, and he looked up, worriedly asking, "What about your father?"
"A general in the field may disobey the emperor's orders, especially not from me, the princess.
If he dares to object, I'll pull his beard. I'll even go to my mother's grave and badmouth him."
Duanmu Qingxue stood with her hands on her hips, looking smug. And Duanmu Qingxue blushed, looking shyly at Su Tianyi, "And he wouldn't let me kiss him before we got married, but we still did it. You even put your hand inside me."
Chapter 23 is too much. I'll never trust you again. Su Tiany's handsome face showed no embarrassment. His expression was deep as he said, "It's because I like you that I couldn't help but break down your defenses and become entangled with you." Alright, stop, it's so embarrassing. Duanmu Qingshue's cheeks burned. Su Tiany smiled, then suddenly remembered something and said, "My chest is aching slightly. I need to bathe in the spiritual spring to fully heal my internal injuries." Duanmu Qingxue looked confused. She tentatively asked, "Shall I take you to the spiritual spring?" Su Tiany shook his head. "No need for such trouble. I can directly draw water from the spiritual spring here through special treatment." Hearing this, Duanmu Qingxue was even more confused. She thought, if there's a spiritual spring, why don't you go bathe in it? Why are you telling me? Su Tiany said pitifully, "I can't touch my back, raising my hand will aggravate the injury in my chest." Duanmu Qingshue's eyelashes trembled slightly, her face flushed, and she said, "Su Tiany, how dare you? You actually want this princess to serve you a bath and scrub your back? If your highness is unwilling to lower yourself and feels wronged, please trouble you to find me a maid," Su Tiany said. "No. Your body is only for me to see. No, it's just scrubbing my back. This princess is not incapable of that." Duanmu Qingxue seemed unusually agitated, somewhat incoherently. Su Tiany led her by the hand to the second floor. Upstairs there were 2 rooms, one large and one small, plus a balcony. Pushing open the door of the small room, they saw a large wooden tub with a faucet next to it. Su Tiany stepped forward, turned the tap, and the spiritual spring water gushed out. Once the water filled 2/3 of the wooden tub, Su Tiany turned off the tap, then took off his clothes, lay down inside, and placed his hands on the outside of the tub, looking completely refreshed. "Your Highness, you can open your eyes now." "I'm all undressed," Su Tiany said with a smile, lifting his eyelids. Duanmu Qingxue slightly opened her fingers covering her eyes, peering at Su Tiany through the gaps. The spiritual spring water was warm, however, with winter approaching, the temperature was dropping rapidly, and wisps of steam rose from it. The hazy mist made Su Tiany appear even more ethereal. Already possessing an extraordinary air and unparalleled handsomeness, Su Tiany now seemed like a celestial being descended to earth. Seeing this enchanting scene, Duanmu Qingshue's snow-white neck flushed pink. She immediately closed her eyes and turned away, unable to bear the sight any longer. "Your Highness, it's time to get to work," Su Tiany reminded her again. "What's the rush? Will I die if I wait?" Duanmu Qingxue reluctantly walked behind Su Tiany, her trembling hand slipping between his back and the wooden tub. Her slender fingers moved up and down, gently wiping his back. The cool, tingling sensation sent shivers down Su Tiany's spine. Remembering Duanmu Qingshue's arrogant demeanor when she bullied him earlier, the dual stimulation of body and mind sent a jolt of pleasure through him. Su Tiany tilted his head back, expecting to see Duanmu Qingshue's fair chin and slightly rapid breathing from below, but he saw nothing. His view was blocked by a pair of enormous obstacles. Su Tiany's eyes darted around, and taking advantage of his injured state, he teased, "Your Highness, could you use a little more force? So light, have you not eaten? Or did you feed all the nutrients to your big breasts?" Bang! Duanmu Qingxue clenched her fist and punched his back hard, gritting her teeth. "How's that? Ouch, ouch Qingxue, are you trying to murder your husband?" The gap between her back and the wooden tub wasn't wide, so even if Duanmu Qingxue wanted to, she couldn't exert much force, but Su Tiany still cried out in pain. The innocent Duanmu Qingxue didn't see through Su Tiany's Oscar-worthy acting. Head bowed, she looked remorseful. "I'm sorry, I forgot you had internal injuries. I told you, I don't dislike your spoiled nature. Even after you marry me, you don't need to pretend to be a virtuous mother. You can vent your little temper as you please, but..." Su Tiany's tone shifted. "You can be willful and capricious during the day, but at night I still hope you can be a gentle and quiet princess." "Yes, I promise I'll be good at night from now on. I won't hit you, scold you, or make you angry." Duanmu Qingxue lowered her eyes, as docile as a little wife. "You're going to hit me again?" Su Tiany thought to himself, "Holy crap, so violent? Qingxue, thank you for scrubbing my back." This spiritual spring has an invigorating effect, come in and bathe in it too. Su Tianyi decided to recklessly test whether Duanmu Qingxue could truly be completely obedient at night. How can this be? Duanmu Qingxue blushed and fidgeted. It's nighttime now, be good. Su Tianyi raised an eyebrow, his expression unwavering. Duanmu Qingxue secretly bit her luscious red lips. Turn around, let's face each other back to back, no peeking. Okay. Su Tianyi braced himself against the bottom of the tub, moving to the center to give Duanmu Qingxue ample space. Su Tianyi was secretly delighted. His earlier gesture was merely a test, and he hadn't expected her to actually agree. Duanmu Qingxue hesitated for a moment, then sighed softly. She loosened her white fur coat, hanging it on a nearby bamboo pole, and slowly lowered her jade-like leg into the tub. Su Tianyi heard the sound of the leg entering the water, his blood rushing to his head. Ultimately, he couldn't overcome his primal urge and turned around. Ah! A piercing soprano scream echoed from the bamboo building. Whether it was a trick of the mind or not, Su Tianyi felt the bamboo building had shaken slightly. Shueqingqing, who was rushing over, panicked upon hearing the sound, her previous composure completely gone. If something had truly happened to the young princess on St. Lord Peak, given the young and king's beloved daughter's personality, she would undoubtedly raise the Xian Tian Holy Land without regard for the consequences. If the Empress granted permission, the Holy Land would be in danger of annihilation. With this thought in mind, Shueqingqing's spiritual power surged, and she flew through the air, causing the void to tremble. In an instant, she followed the aura and arrived at the small bamboo building. The sight before her made her heart race, and her fair face flushed crimson like a boiled crab. Little princess, although I know Su Tianyi is very handsome, and even I've fantasized about being with him, but given your status, there's no need for you to be so proactive, is there? A marriage alliance between the Xian Tian Holy Land and the young and prince's mansion seems quite good. I've heard that the Empress dotes on the little princess, and in the future. A look of unease flashed in Shueqingqing's eyes as she turned and left. Right now, the two were deeply in love, but who knows, blood might be drawn later. Shueqingqing naturally wouldn't stop something beneficial to the Holy Land. On the contrary, she would cover for him to prevent the person down the mountain from becoming overly worried and losing their composure. Here's what happened. After Su Tianyi turned around, Duanmu Qingxue was terrified and panicked. She slipped while stepping into the tub with one foot, lost her balance, and fell onto Su Tianyi. Qingxue, I'm suffocating. Let go. This time, Su Tianyi wasn't joking, he was genuinely having trouble breathing. To avoid revealing her private parts, Duanmu Qingxue used all her strength to hold his head tightly, afraid he would break free. Her assets were extremely gruesome, completely blocking Su Tianyi's mouth and nose, rendering him speechless. Whether it was a sudden burst of inner strength in the face of crisis, or his extraordinary comprehension after awakening his divine body, in an instant, Su Tianyi actually learned to vibrate spiritual energy to produce sound. The burning sensation on her chest filled Duanmu Qingxue with shame and indignation, but she still loosened her grip slightly to give Su Tianyi room to breathe, while angrily saying, "How can you go back on your word? This is too much. I'll never trust you again." Duanmu Qingxue's eyes stung. She had been so accommodating to him, yet he had lied to her. Chapter 24. Are you going to find me a bunch of girlfriends? Although Su Tianyi felt guilty, he still tried his best to explain, refusing to back down. I was just testing whether you really meant what you said. Since you didn't slap me immediately, I'll consider it a pass. Because he had created some space, this time Su Tianyi didn't choose to use his spiritual power to speak. Although his voice was muffled, it was enough for Duanmu Qingxue to hear clearly. However, this was a real pain for Duanmu Qingxue. The strange feeling in her chest was extremely uncomfortable. She wanted to scratch, but was too embarrassed. She tried to endure it, but the feeling was unbearable. It was like being bitten by a mosquito. Who could resist scratching that itchy little hill? Duanmu Qingxue twisted her delicate body, gently rubbing it, trying to relieve the pain. This small movement, however, was too close for Su Tianyi to notice. He quickly assumed Duanmu Qingxue was in heat, sending out a signal of courtship. So, she shook her head and began to respond. Duanmu Qingxue let out a nasal sound, whether from pain or pleasure, then said angrily, Su Tianyi, can I slap you now? It's nighttime, you said you'd be obedient. As soon as Su Tianyi opened his mouth, the tickling sensation returned.
Duanmu Qingxue hugged Su Tianyi tightly, covering his mouth to stop him from speaking, and said indignantly, shut up.
Su Tianyi used his spiritual power to speak, going down here isn't a good idea.
You can actually dive underwater, leaving only your head above water, then I won't be able to see you.
Close your eyes. If you lie to me again, I'll really get angry. Duanmu Qingxue frowned, quite distrustful. Su Tianyi nodded. Duanmu Qingxue's face flushed crimson.
She slowly released Su Tianyi, then instantly shrunk underwater, only her head remaining above water.
She whispered, I'm hidden. Su Tianyi opened his eyes, immediately glancing at the bottom of the water. His Adam's apple bobbed. He asked curiously, what's that red mark under you?
Upon hearing this, Duanmu Qingxue hurriedly held her breath, retreated to the bottom of the water, hugged her knees tightly, and watched Su Tianyi warily.
Su Tianyi took a deep breath and explained, don't be so nervous.
I just vaguely saw a red shadow flickering at the bottom of the water. Underwater, Duanmu Qingxue shook her head, her beautiful eyes fixed on Su Tianyi, her gaze telling him, liar, I won't fall for it. Seeing that Duanmu Qingxue had completely lost trust in him, Su Tianyi felt helpless and could only continue explaining.
Whether it's true or not, why don't you come out and try? We're both at the Unity realm, your realm is even higher than mine. You can't see it, but I can? Su Tianyi lied against his conscience, trying to deceive the naive little princess again. He had a clear view of the underwater scenery. After Chu Chu enhanced his eyes, he was no longer the same as before and couldn't be judged by ordinary standards. Duanmu Qingxue thought he made sense, so she surfaced with her clear eyes.
Finding that she couldn't see the bottom from this position, she had to continue rising until her swan-like neck was exposed, finally able to see the bottom clearly.
She also asked curiously, Tianyi, why do you have a mark down there too? This question startled Su Tianyi. His eyes swept over Duanmu Qingxue, lingering for a few seconds before he looked down at the water.
He suddenly understood no wonder Duanmu Qingxue didn't know, besides the red mark, she had nothing.
Su Tianyi didn't rush to answer, instead smiling, now do you believe me? Duanmu Qingxue nodded like a chick pecking at rice.
The misty air and the water's refraction made it impossible for her to see anything underwater.
Su Tianyi slowly said, tell me first, what is that red mark under you? Duanmu Qingxue's face flushed slightly, and she shyly lowered her head, her voice barely a whisper, that's a virginity mark. Upon encountering the legendary virginity mark, Su Tianyi's curiosity exploded, and he couldn't help but ask, can I touch it? Duanmu Qingxue, startled, shrank back into the water, only her eyes showing, glaring at him as if to say, what do you think? Your turn. What's this?
Duanmu Qingxue revealed her cherry-like lips, her eyes wide with curiosity, like a curious child.
Just like you, it's a virginity mark. Refusing to let him touch it, Su Tianyi was dejected and very disappointed.
He had no more interest in teasing her and simply gave a perfunctory reply.
Duanmu Qingxue's heart itched.
At this moment, she empathized with Su Tianyi and also wanted to touch and see a man's virginity mark.
But she had already rejected Su Tianyi, she couldn't very well contradict herself, could she? She could only pout and wonder to herself.
The two remained silent, looking at each other. Su Tianyi feigned absent-mindedness and boredom, resting one hand on the wooden tub, propping his head up, and glancing sideways at the peach blossom grove outside the window.
In reality, he had no interest in the distant view, instead, he was admiring the breathtaking nearby scenery out of the corner of his eye. Seeing Su Tianyi so engrossed, Duanmu Qingxue couldn't help but ask, what are you looking at? Su Tianyi replied, since you won't let me look at you, I'm just staring blankly outside. Duanmu Qingxue gave him a disgruntled glance and muttered under her breath, liar. Another silence followed.
After what seemed like an eternity, both of them were feeling slightly dizzy from soaking in the tub.
Su Tianyi knew that if he didn't leave first, Duanmu Qingxue would never get up, even if she remained submerged in the tub.
Su Tianyi spoke up, Qingxue, my injuries are completely healed.
With that, he stood up, left the tub, and put on the silk pajamas that had been prepared for him. The moment Su Tianyi stood up, Duanmu Qingxue had already closed her eyes and submerged underwater. Only after hearing the door close did she resurface, suspiciously staring at the bamboo door, quickly dressing, terrified that the lecherous Su Tianyi might suddenly pop his head out from the other side. Duanmu Qingxue's precautions were actually correct. Knowing Su Tianyi's personality, he certainly wouldn't let such a perfect opportunity slip by. However, he had already grown tired of seeing her and saw no need to further tease her and lose her remaining trust in him. Su Tianyi waited on the bed for ages before Duanmu Qingxue finally came downstairs, dawdling. What was she doing? Did getting dressed really take that long? Sigh, women are so troublesome. Duanmu Qingxue walked to the bedside, lifted a corner of the blanket, and quickly slipped inside, her back to Su Tianyi. She had never imagined she would one day share a bed with a man, therefore, the nightgown in her spatial ring was only a thin, almost transparent gauze, beneath which was a red bodice embroidered with mandarin ducks playing in the water. Qingxue, turn around. I'm leaving tomorrow, and I want to fall asleep looking at your face. Su Tianyi shook her thin shoulders, pleading. Duanmu Qingxue stubbornly refused to turn around, her hands under the covers gripping the sheets tightly. Su Tianyi said disapprovingly, Qingxue, didn't you say you'd be a good, obedient wife tonight? You're not gentle at all now, not understanding at all, how can I like you anymore? Faced with Su Tianyi's incessant chatter, Duanmu Qingxue's pent-up grievances finally exploded. How dare you say that? I thought you were a gentleman, but I never expected you to be so lustful, always touching me inappropriately and talking nonsense. I really misjudged you. With this attitude, this appearance, how can I trust you to give myself to me? You're so beautiful. After going to Zhulu Academy, I wonder how many women will fall for you. With your personality, you definitely won't be able to control yourself. As she spoke, Duanmu Qingxue's voice trembled with tears. So, are you going to find me a bunch of girlfriends? Chapter 25. He nods so hard it hurt, but I didn't feel a thing. Su Tianyi made a rather lame joke. How about you, big sister? I hate you. You're always bullying me. Duanmu Qingxue rolled over, stretched her head out, and bit Su Tianyi's shoulder. Su Tianyi didn't dodge or flinch, letting Duanmu Qingxue vent her frustration. He placed one hand on her head, gently stroking it, and wrapped his other arm around her waist, pulling her close. Their bodies pressed tightly together. After a while, Su Tianyi said gently, still angry? Duanmu Qingxue released her, letting out a soft moan, and buried her head in Su Tianyi's chest. Su Tianyi rested his chin against her smooth forehead and whispered, Do you really think I'm a lecherous person? Duanmu Qingxue didn't answer, only looking up at Su Tianyi. She wanted to hope, yet dared not hope too much, afraid that Su Tianyi would say, You're right, I am a lecherous person. Inhaling the intoxicating fragrance emanating from her hair, Su Tianyi continued, Those who catch my eye are all treated equally, with the courtesy due to a gentleman. Even if she is as beautiful as a celestial being, I will not covet her. Only those who enter my heart will be treated this way by me. Therefore, Qingxue, you are special. Upon hearing Su Tianyi's explanation, Duanmu Qingxue's heart was filled with sweetness. Her beautiful eyes overflowed with tenderness. She wrapped her arms around Su Tianyi, her face innocent as she softly asked, Really? Su Tianyi initially wanted to say, I never lie, especially to those I love, but after thinking about it, he decided against it. Without blushing or skipping a beat, he raised his hand from Duanmu Qingxue's back, holding up 3 fingers, Of course it's true. If there's even a single lie, may I be struck by lightning. Boom, boom, boom. The weather turned against him, lightning flashed and thunder roared outside the window, followed by the pouring rain. Su Tianyi's expression froze, his heart filled with extreme grievance. He hadn't lied. Although St. Lord Peak was sparsely populated, many maids came and went daily, diligently tending to every corner. Many of these maids intentionally tried to seduce him. Facing them, he remained chaste, maintaining the facade of a gentleman for 3 years without ever making a move that crossed the line. Only recently, after confirming his relationship with his master in Duanmu Qingxue, did he reveal his true self, no, his true nature, or rather, his true character. Duanmu Qingxue smiled, her red lips curving into a playful smile as she looked at Su Tianyi. You just made your vow, and then there was thunder outside. Is there some connection? Tianny, you're not lying to me again, are you? Su Tianny was speechless, unable to defend himself, his face contorted in a grimace. Qingxue, it was an accident, a coincidence. Even if I hadn't made the vow, it would have thundered and rained at this time. But it thundered right after you made the vow, Duanmu Qingxue persisted, clinging to this point. Su Tianny assured her, I really didn't lie to you, Qingxue, believe me. Think about it, although second senior sister isn't as beautiful as you, she's still considered a top beauty in the entire immortal spirit continent. We've been together for a year, have I ever laid a hand on her? Duanmu Qingxue's beautiful eyes flickered, tilting her head to stare into Su Tianny's eyes. Can you guarantee you'll never like her? Hearing this, Su Tianny instantly perked up, vowing, don't worry, even if the ocean dries up and time stops, I won't even glance at Lin Xianer, much less fall for her. Duanmu Qingxue half closed her eyes, her jade-like fingers tracing circles on Su Tianny's chest. In the gentlest voice, she spoke the harshest words, if you lie to me again. She paused, pressing her fingers against Su Tianny's chest, I'll dig it out and see if your heart is red or black. Su Tianny felt a chill run down his spine, a coldness shooting to his head. His heart pounded, but he still forced a promise. Duanmu Qingxue smiled and let it go, not continuing the topic. She began chatting with Su Tianny about her interesting experiences at the academy. Su Tianny, spending his days on St. Lord Peak, had nothing to say and chose to be a quiet listener. Time passed slowly, and drowsiness crept in. Duanmu Qingxue's voice gradually faded. After a while, Su Tianny noticed that Duanmu Qingxue had closed her eyes, her breathing steady, and assumed she had fallen asleep. Through the moonlight streaming in from the window, Su Tianny could clearly see each of Duanmu Qingxue's eyelashes long, curled, and delicate. Her skin was as white and smooth as jade, seemingly bursting with moisture. Her lips, as luscious as rose petals, tempted him to taste them. Unconsciously, Su Tianny moved his lips closer, savoring the sweet delicacy before him. Duanmu Qingxue's soft lips seemed to possess a magical power, drawing him in more and more forcefully. 3 minutes later, Su Tianny looked at her slightly swollen lips, smelling her fragrant breath, and softly sighed, Qingxue, the way you speak so quietly truly makes you seem like a fairy from heaven. Soon after, Su Tianny fell into a deep sleep with Duanmu Qingxue in his arms. The princess, who had already fallen asleep, suddenly opened her eyes, smiled slightly, and muttered to herself. I don't like this analogy at all. I am a fairy from the clouds, you lecherous scoundrel, you've hit the jackpot. Don't you dare be fickle again. Or I'll break your legs and lock you in the palace, making you a caged bird. Duanmu Qingxue gritted her teeth, threatening fiercely. Suddenly, her face flushed, and she secretly kissed Su Tianny, then said shyly. How vulgar. You were like a pig, biting me until I was in so much pain, without even feeling a thing. The night was dark and windy, the rain pouring down like a waterfall. Sacred Lord Peak, at its foot. Rainwater evaporated automatically when it came within 3 feet of Duanmu Ling Shuang. Her expression was now uncertain. Xue Qingqing had told her earlier that the young princess was alright and would come down on her own later, but now it was so late. Since earlier, her left eyelid had been twitching uncontrollably. A woman's intuition told her that something bad would happen tonight. Duanmu Ling Shuang glanced at Xue Qingqing under the tree and sighed softly. I hope that girl is sensible. If she dares to cross the line before the marriage and do anything to damage the reputation of the prince's mansion, don't blame me for disregarding sisterly affection and breaking that brat's limbs. Midnight. Su Tianny frowned, tossing and turning. Duanmu Qingxue, nestled in his arms, was startled awake and sat up, looking at him with concern. She whispered, Did you have a nightmare? Thinking of this, Duanmu Qingxue bit her lower lip, placed the terrifying weapon on Su Tianny's face, and exhaled a breath of hot air. You always peek when we meet, thinking you're hiding it well. Do you really think this princess doesn't know? I hope it can alleviate your pain and let you have a sweet dream. Suddenly, Su Tianny's aura surged, his cultivation level rapidly rising. In the blink of an eye, he broke through 3 realms, reaching the 4th level of unity. This scene stunned Duanmu Qingxue, who was confident of becoming a prodigy. She began to doubt her life, breaking through 3 realms in a dream, was this a talent a human could possess? Just then, Su Tianyi opened his eyes, a golden light flashing in them. He turned his head, roughly pressed Duanmu Qingxue onto the bed, and began to kiss her passionately. Chapter 26. When will you marry me? Su Tianyi, what's wrong with you? Just let me go. Wah! Duanmu Qingxue was pinned to the bed, unable to move. Panic gripped her, she kicked and struggled, shaking her head to avoid Su Tianyi's advances, but he still managed to capture her lips with a precise kiss. 2 streams of tears rolled down Duanmu Qingxue's cheeks. She tried to push Su Tianyi away, but found herself powerless. She could only close her eyes and let him do as he pleased, saying sadly, Su Tianyi, I misjudged you. At this moment, Su Tianyi calmed down slightly, ceasing his impulsive actions. His breathing was heavy. I'm sorry, just now I'm sorry. Before Duanmu Qingxue could say anything, Su Tianyi spoke softly, I love you as a person, not your body. I won't make things difficult for you. One day, I will make sure you have a grand wedding. Duanmu Qingxue was deeply moved. She spent a sleepless night. Early morning sunlight streamed through the window into the small bamboo house, simultaneously waking Su Tianyi and Duanmu Qingxue. Duanmu Qingxue nestled in Su Tianyi's arms, her face beaming with happiness. Tianyi, when will you marry me? Su Tianyi replied, when I have achieved great success and become famous throughout the world. Duanmu Qingxue bit her lip, her cheeks slightly puffed out, looking unhappy. Suppressing her dissatisfaction, she asked, what happened to you last night? Suddenly you were so rough with me? Qingxue, I had a dream. Su Tianyi's breathing quickened, he held Duanmu Qingxue tightly, his eyes filled with hesitation, his face etched with unease. Duanmu Qingxue, recalling Su Tianyi's furrowed brows, gently cradled his head, resting her cheek against it tenderly, and asked, was it a terrible dream? Su Tianyi shook his head, not really, it just left me feeling confused and uneasy. Duanmu Qingxue lightly stroked Su Tianyi's black hair, softly asking, can you tell me what kind of dream it was? Of course, this dream was about you. Su Tianyi gradually calmed down and began to quietly recount. In the dream, 3 exceptionally talented individuals pursued you simultaneously, while I was a guard in your household, neither handsome nor particularly talented, just an ordinary person among the masses, while you remained that unattainable, noble princess. In the dream, I clearly loved you deeply, but dared not confess. One day, the 3 of them appeared in concert, intending to hold a competition, the loser forever losing the right to pursue you. The competition was about sealing one's cultivation, becoming a mere mortal, and competing in the mountains. The first to cross the mountains and reach you would be the victor. At first, you didn't pay much attention to the competition. But as I passed by, you suddenly said, the victor will be your husband. Then you forcibly dragged me into the competition, whispering, little guard, if you lose, this princess will have to marry someone else. I was overwhelmed with excitement and stammered that I wouldn't let you down. After the competition began, 3 outstanding individuals threatened me, saying, you're just an insignificant guard in the princess's household. Even if you win, she won't really marry you, and you'll offend us. You'd better think carefully about what to do. I said, my lords, you're overthinking it. How could I possibly be your match? The princess only let me participate because she found it amusing. In my dream, I once again concealed my true thoughts, deliberately falling behind them. How despicable. But I was unwilling to give up. Watching them recede into the distance, a strange surge of passion welled up within me. Using my intimate knowledge of the mountains, I took a shortcut and overtook them. Seeing me suddenly ahead, they panicked. A barrage of insults, humiliations, and threats followed. In my dream, I ignored them all. Only one thought occupied my mind, I am number 1, and Her Highness the Princess is mine. Thinking of how, after winning, the princess would lie obediently in my arms like a kitten, I unconsciously sped up again. This was the bravest moment of my dream, choosing to confront my own heart. In the end, I won. You kept your promise and really married me. One of the princes was indignant, saying, he's just a powerless guard. The princess can break her promise.
In my dream, you held my hand and walked towards the mansion, oblivious to his angry, powerless roar.
Just then, another prince ran ahead and blocked our way. He pointed at me, unwilling to give up, and said, "Why him? You always deliberately make things difficult for him, picking fights with him. You should hate him. You said, this is the real you. Only with someone you love do you show your true emotions. That gentleness and harmony are just a facade for outsiders." After a while, Duanmu Qingxue lay on the bed, her hands supporting her chin, tilting her head to look at Su Tianyi, and asked, "And then?" Su Tianyi smiled and said, "My primordial power erupted, breaking through 3 realms in succession. Just as I was about to show off and slap someone in the face, I woke up." Duanmu Qingxue grinned and said, "This princess is so popular, you must be feeling threatened, right?" Su Tianyi smiled and said, "When I first woke up, I was indeed worried and scared, feeling anxious and uneasy. I thought, if I really were the little guard in my dream, would you still like me? Thinking like that made me very uncomfortable, so I got carried away and wanted to possess you, to make you completely mine." Chapter 27. How about I redraw your virginity mark? Duanmu Qingxue said speechlessly, "Why think about these things? Aren't you just making yourself uncomfortable?" Then she asked, "If I were an ordinary maid on St. Lord Peak, would you like me?" Su Tianyi looked up at Duanmu Qingxue earnestly, "Isn't that obvious? How could a mere maid possibly catch the eye of my personal disciple?" Duanmu Qingxue was unhappy. She punched Su Tianyi's chest with her small fist and said coquettishly, "You're such a blockhead. You're so annoying. Can't you even comfort me now?" Su Tianyi said, "I don't want to lie to you, but I haven't finished what I was saying. After falling in love with you, princess, no matter if your family falls into ruin or your beauty fades, my love for you will never change." Duanmu Qingxue quickly bumped her forehead against Su Tianyi's chest, wiping away her tears in the process. "Trying to lie to me again? This princess won't fall for it." Feeling the coolness against his chest, Su Tianyi knew that the proud princess was being dishonest and had already been moved to tears. Therefore, he didn't argue with her, but simply held her gently, gazing at the beautiful scenery outside the window, and murmured, "Time will tell." A gentle breeze stirred, scattering peach blossoms. A few petals drifted in through the window. Duanmu Qingxue reached out and caught one, her expression serene and gentle, offering her answer, "There will always be someone who is moved, who falls in love, because of you." Hearing this, Su Tianyi hugged her tighter, "We will always be together, forever and ever." Duanmu Qingxue's delicate body trembled slightly. Afraid that if she stayed any longer, she wouldn't want to leave, she feigned calmness and said, "I should go. My sister is still waiting for me down the mountain." Su Tianyi released her arms and said, "See you at Julu Academy." As Duanmu Qingxue put on her coat, he asked in a teasing tone, "If I had destroyed your virginity mark last night, wouldn't your father be angry?" Duanmu Qingxue straightened her collar, tied her white hairband, and looked at Su Tianyi expressionlessly. "He won't be angry. If he knew, he would have someone kill you. Not only will my father not let you off, but my sister and brother won't either. Then, you'll be lucky to escape with your life." Su Tianyi feigned fear, saying in terror, "What should I do? I don't want to die young and you don't want to become a widow before you're even married, do you? What, regretting not taking me last night?" Duanmu Qingxue said calmly. Su Tianyi guiltily turned his head away. He did feel a little regretful, but not to the point of anguish. After all, he genuinely liked this girl, not just lusted after her body. After getting dressed, Duanmu Qingxue said reluctantly, "You lecher, I'm leaving." Without waiting for Su Tianyi's reply, she jumped out of the window, afraid that if she stayed any longer, she would burst into tears. Su Tianyi suppressed his sadness and stood by the window, watching Duanmu Qingxue leave. Duanmu Qingxue walked briskly, yet her mind was heavy with worries. Upon entering the peach blossom grove, her body involuntarily turned back to gaze into the distance. Su Tianyi smiled and waved in response. Seeing this, Duanmu Qingxue finally couldn't hold back her tears, her voice trembling as she cried out, "I'll be waiting for you at Julu Academy." Su Tianyi also responded loudly, "Not long." Duanmu Qingxue smiled, then resolutely turned and left, her figure gradually disappearing into the distance at the edge of the peach blossom grove.
Su Tianyi remained staring in the direction she had left, lost in thought for a long time.
Parting is always sad. Sacred Peak, at its foot. Duanmu Ling Shuang had been waiting anxiously, and finally, that white figure appeared. She instantly appeared before Duanmu Qingxue, scrutinizing her. Duanmu Qingxue said guiltily, "Sister Ling Shuang, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting." Duanmu Ling Shuang's eyes narrowed, and she said coldly, "Asleep?" Duanmu Qingxue explained softly, "We were just lying in the same bed, nothing happened." Duanmu Ling Shuang pressed on, "Did you touch me?" Duanmu Qingxue slumped her head, "I touched you." "Did you kiss me?" "I kissed you." "Did you do it?" "No." Duanmu Qingxue reacted quickly, not falling for the trick. No, she simply answered truthfully. But Duanmu Ling Shuang wasn't so easily fooled. Her brows furrowed, and she pulled Duanmu Qingxue towards the grove, saying as they walked, "Kissed, touched, but nothing else?" "Sister, what do you want to do? Don't take off my skirt. Stop talking nonsense, don't move. The virginity mark is still there, so there shouldn't be any major problems." At Julu Academy. Inside the main hall, a slender woman with long, jade-like legs, wearing a pink dress, leaned back in a chair made of Shinjin gold, feigning sleep with her eyes closed. Below her stood a group of young prodigies dressed in two colors, standing in neat rows. Those on the right wore white, all at the Giyi realm cultivation level, those on the left wore blue, all at the Tumen realm cultivation level. The clothes were different colors but the style was the same, without any fancy patterns, only the simple embroidery of the three characters Zuanshinmen. "Is everyone here?" The woman on the golden chair opened her captivating fox-like eyes. Her voice was calm, yet possessed an invisible allure. Her left foot crossed over her right, her jade-like feet swaying gently, truly a beauty beyond compare. Those below all lowered their heads in unison, not daring to look up. One of the disciples in blue robes, standing at the front, clasped his hands and bowed, saying, reporting to the sect master, "Everyone is here. May I ask what brings you here today?" The alluring woman toyed with her pink fingernails, absent-mindedly replying, "The Holy Sun's succession ceremony will be held in 6 days. Those who are free, prepare yourselves. Tomorrow, we will activate the spatial teleportation array to return to the Xian Holy Land." Upon hearing this, the quiet hall erupted in an uproar. "A holy sun? My Xian Holy Land has a holy sun? Senior Brother Qin, is that you?" A tall, stern-looking man replied, "I don't know either." His name was Qin Jioga. Although dressed in white and only at the peak of the returning to one realm, he was the vice hallmaster of the Xian sect. "It must be Senior Brother Gu, he's a true hero." "Quiet." The alluring woman spoke, her voice soft, but the scene instantly fell silent. The woman gazed in the direction of the Xian Holy Land, a smile playing on her red lips, a captivating smile that seemed to dim everything around her. She whispered, "Junior brother, it's been 2 years. I've missed you terribly." Chapter 28. Your Highness, my daughter is unmarried, what do you think? The weather was fine and the sun shone brightly. It was the 6th day since his master's absence, and the first day since the princess's. In the peach blossom grove, Su Tianyi, during a break from his cultivation, took out the sun-shooting divine bow and tried to draw it. He discovered that with his current physical strength, he couldn't possibly draw the bow to its full extent. However, if he were to use his cultivation, he would be exhausted for a while. The sun-shooting divine bow used essence, energy, and spirit as its arrows. Once spiritual energy was activated, it would drain all the wielder's strength. With Su Tianyi's current cultivation, he could only fire one arrow. And this was only under the bow's leniency, knowing when to stop. If the wielder wasn't its master, it could instantly drain a cultivator at the divine power realm to a crisp. Possessing the divine bow but unable to fire even a few arrows, Su Tianyi was itching with desire. After thinking for a moment, he casually broke off a branch and used it as an arrow. The divine bow hummed softly, as if complaining that Su Tianyi was an unfit master, wasting it like this. Su Tianyi, though somewhat embarrassed, couldn't suppress the excitement within him. He slightly bent his right leg back, leaned forward, held the bow in his left hand, drew the string with his right, closed one eye, and aimed at the 1,000-year-old peach tree dozens of meters away. The arrow shot out like lightning, the gust of wind it created causing the surrounding peach trees to sway gently. This arrow was like an angry dragon emerging from the sea, or a divine eagle descending from the sky, before burning to ashes in mid-air. Speechless, Su Tianyi simply took the bamboo flute from his waist and used it as an arrow. The flute soared through the air, but missed. Su Tianyi persevered, 1 arrow, 2 arrows, 5 arrows. His talent was extraordinary, and his progress was rapid. The 6th arrow struck its mark. The bamboo flute pierced through 2 peach trees in succession, and finally, half of the flute disappeared into a 3rd peach tree. Su Tianyi's eyes widened involuntarily, his mouth slightly agape. The 3rd tree was a 10,000-year-old peach tree, capable of withstanding the full force of a beginner-level transcendent realm cultivator. This is a bamboo flute, not an arrow. It truly lives up to its reputation as a celestial artifact. It's extraordinary. Su Tianyi suddenly recalled the 3 golden treasure chests forged from divine metal when he received the inheritance. If they were forged into arrowheads, how powerful would they be? With this thought, Su Tianyi took out his personal disciple's token and began sending a message to his great-grandfather, a weapon refiner. Sacred-grade divine metal is no ordinary material. Ordinary weapon refiners, let alone forging it, probably couldn't even melt it. To be on the safe side, Su Tianyi directly used his connections to have his grandfather, a sacred-grade weapon refiner, personally handle the task. He had exchanged contact information with his grandfathers when they parted ways last time. Everyone in the Holy Land has their own exclusive token. As long as they imprint their auras on each other, they can transmit information, but the distance cannot be too great. The weapon refining peak, one of the 10 main peaks of the Xiantian Holy Land, is located atop a volcano. Legend has it that beneath the volcano lies the 81st ranked bright heavenly fire. The weapon forging peak didn't have as many rules as the alchemy peak. Any disciple of the Holy Land could freely enter and exit. Upon arriving at the weapon forging peak, Su Tianyi presented his golden token, symbolizing his status as a direct disciple, and entered the mountain gate amidst the respectful gazes of the guarding disciples. Along the way, people came and went, in small groups. Whether going up or down the mountain, almost everyone carried their desired weapon: long swords, short swords, broadswords, all sorts of weapons were available, a diverse array. The 3 people walking ahead of Su Tianyi were discussing something. I heard the disciples from Julu Academy are taking the teleportation array back to the Holy Land today. Will we get to see senior sister Xianer today? Upon hearing the name of the little demoness, Su Tianyi quickened his pace, following behind them and craning his neck. What are you thinking? Do you think Julu Academy is run by us? A teleportation array that goes straight to the Holy Land? It'll probably take 2 or 3 days, with several transfers along the way, explained a tall, thin man in blue robes. Sigh, the little demoness is back. Su Tianyi's expression was complex, words failing him. Just as he was about to leave, he heard them say again. I think this holy son is definitely senior brother Gu. I think junior brother Qin has a chance. Why can't it be senior sister Xianer, one of the 3, a chubby boy, murmured dreamily. The man in blue shook his head, absolutely impossible. The chubby boy, his goddess denied, became agitated, and shouted, What makes you so sure? The man in yellow, who had initiated the topic, explained to the chubby boy, He's right, junior sister Xianer indeed has no chance of becoming a holy maiden. You joined the sect relatively late, so you might not know, but the Xiantian Holy Land actually already has a holy maiden, she just hasn't been there for many years. How could this be? The chubby boy said, utterly dejected. Su Tianyi shook his head and left, thinking to himself, what a simp. He doesn't understand anything, he just blindly fawns over everything. Didn't the Holy Lord say? This is the Holy Son's succession ceremony. The Holy Maiden of the Xiantian Holy Land is the senior disciple of the Holy Lord Peak, a mysterious figure rarely seen. Su Tianyi has been a disciple of Yun Mushi for 3 years and has never seen this legendary senior disciple even once. While pondering, Su Tianyi had already arrived at his destination. At the mountaintop, a simple yet majestic bronze temple, bearing the marks of history, stood before Su Tianyi. Grandpa Gua, I am Tiani, Su Tiani said, knocking on the door. A creak sounded. The person who emerged wasn't the bearded old man Su Tiani had imagined, but a muscular giant. Seeing how much the man resembled Grandpa Gua, and considering this was a world of cultivation where rejuvenation was possible, Su Tiani tentatively asked, Grandpa Gua? The giant grinned. My father received your message, but an old friend happened to be visiting him today, so he asked me to help. Just call me Uncle Gua. While my skills aren't as good as the old man's, forging a divine golden arrow for you is no problem. As he spoke, the giant pulled Su Tiani into the ancient bronze temple. The interior was dimly lit and scorching hot, but fortunately, every few meters there was a luminous pearl emitting a faint glow. Inside the ancient hall, the walls were covered with weapons for people to admire, meteor hammers, rainbow swords, Guantian blades. The burly man walked around, introducing them as he went, displaying great enthusiasm. Uncle Gua, are these all fakes? Su Tiani asked. The burly man laughed heartily, of course they're all genuine. They're mostly top-grade heaven-rank weapons. Then, with a wave of his hand, he said generously, Nephew Tiani, if you see anything you like, feel free to take it. But you can only take 3. Any more, I can't decide. Su Tiani became wary. His grandfather had only given him 1 top-grade heaven-rank heavenly silkworm armor. This man was offering 3 right off the bat. His generosity was unsettling. Uncle Gua, is there something I can help you with? Su Tiani cautiously probed. The burly man stroked his non-existent beard and chuckled, it's nothing much. I've heard that His Highness the Holy Sun spends most of his time cultivating in the mountains and has no partner. My daughter is also unmarried, so you see. Chapter 29. The name of a hero is within my grasp if I so desire. Su Tiani subtly sized up the burly man's appearance, then said seriously, Uncle Gua, I'm not that kind of person, and this isn't fair to Miss Gua. The burly man hurriedly replied, Your Highness is so dignified, my little girl certainly wouldn't refuse. Su Tiani said solemnly, I pursue free love, let's not discuss this again. The burly man wasn't annoyed, but simply said, It's all right if you don't marry me, the previous promise still stands. Your Highness may choose any 3 weapons. Su Tiani nodded, then pretended to take 3 treasure chests from his spatial ring. The burly man, despite his vast experience, was still stunned by the sheer size of the divine gold. He walked to the golden chests, took out a hammer, and tapped and struck them from left to right, appearing very professional and experienced. After a cup of tea, the burly man put away his hammer and said to Su Tiani, The amount of sacred-grade divine metal contained here is considerable. Using it all to forge arrowheads would be too wasteful. What else would Your Highness like to forge? Su Tiani thought for a moment and agreed with Uncle Gua's reasoning. After all, an arrow could be retrieved after being shot. So he asked, after forging 100 arrowheads, could the remaining divine metal be used to forge a suit of armor? The burly man sized up Su Tiani, seemingly assessing his physique, then grinned and said, We'll see. If it's still not enough, I'll add some for you. Upon hearing this, Su Tiani immediately refused. This master craftsman was already being incredibly kind by forging weapons for him without charging a fee. To let him spend more would be taking advantage and being ungrateful. The burly man disagreed, saying that he was about to become a holy son, and the additional divine metal would be a congratulatory gift. After some back and forth, Su Tiani couldn't resist and had no choice but to agree. After watching the burly man enter the weapon refining room, Su Tiani glanced back at the weapons hanging on the wall, a look of struggle in his eyes. Ultimately, he couldn't resist the temptation and took 3 pieces. After Su Tiani left, the burly man, who had been peeking from behind the door, smiled genuinely and muttered to himself, Your Highness, you didn't just take weapons, you took a favor. Next time I introduce you to a daughter, will you have the nerve to refuse? At this point, a tender side softened his expression, Little Dai, you'll definitely be satisfied with the husband I've chosen for you. I've inquired about him, his personality matches yours, and he likes to stay in his own little world. And this lad is really handsome, only slightly less so than I was in my youth. Weapon Refining Peak, Back Mountain. The scenery was beautiful, like a painting. The mountains were covered in lush greenery, and a lake lay in the distance, surrounded by verdant mountains on both sides. The poetic and picturesque scene unfolded before one's eyes, refreshing the mind and spirit. Upon closer inspection, the lake water was crystal clear, and fish swam leisurely at the bottom, their plump and large bodies whetting Su Tiany's appetite. Soon, wisps of smoke rose from the shore. Su Tiany had set up a simple barbecue grill, and 3 large carp were strung on a dry branch, the branch brushed with oil to prevent them from burning. Su Tiany sat by the fire, slowly turning the grill, and remarked, "Who says that crystal clear water has no fish? There are quite a few, and they're quite big." Just then, a melodious and pleasant zither tune drifted from the pavilion in the middle of the lake. The music seemed to possess a magical power, calming even the most restless heart. Involuntarily, Su Tiany's mind drifted back to moments spent with his master, and the ripples of the previous night. Su Tiany stood up and looked towards the pavilion. He saw a graceful figure in slender blue sitting on a stool, her slender, jade-like fingers elegantly plucking the strings. Looking from this angle, he could only see her profile. Her flowing hair obscured his view. The woman in the pavilion was like the moon, her wrists as white as snow. He imagined that the face behind her black hair was also a peerless beauty, a face that would stand out from the crowd, making all other beauties pale in comparison. A beautiful woman is the object of a gentleman's affections. Su Tiany was only mortal, and naturally, he also wanted to befriend such a beauty. He took out a bamboo flute from his waist, straightened his back, and naturally bent slightly, holding the flute with both hands, placing it below his thin lips. A long, melodious note followed. The music paused briefly, and the beautiful woman in the lakeside pavilion seemed momentarily stunned. But she quickly regained her composure, and the clear, melodious music resumed. The duet of zither and flute, ethereal and graceful, echoed between the 2 banks, adding to the picturesque scenery. The woman playing the zither gradually increased the difficulty, the tempo becoming faster and faster. Su Tiany remained close behind, his expression calm. He possessed exceptional talent in this area. In just 3 years, he had already reached a high level of mastery, a peerless prodigy in flute playing. After a long while, the music faded. The graceful figure in blue from the lakeside pavilion rose, holding her zither, and looked in Su Tiany's direction. He instinctively tidied his hair, head held high, chest puffed out, exuding a gentle and refined air, like a jade-like gentleman. The mysterious beauty finally came into full view of Su Tiany. She held a white jade zither in her right hand and lightly touched the hanging curtain with her left, her eyes revealing curiosity. Her skin was as white as jade, her lips as red as cherries, and her appearance was extremely beautiful. A golden hairpin adorned her hair. However, her temperament was vastly different from what Su Tiany had imagined. He had expected a quiet, sweet, and gentle young lady, but instead, she was a haughty and sophisticated woman. The woman in green walked on the water, her lotus-like steps light and graceful. She seemed to move slowly, but in an instant, she was upon Su Tiany, accompanied by a fragrance as refreshing and invigorating as her zither music. Played well. The woman in green parted her red lips slightly, her voice carrying a faint air of authority, like a superior praising a subordinate. "Greetings, young lady. I am Su Tiany, a direct disciple of the Holy Lord Peak." The other party's attitude slightly displeased Su Tiany. What was with the arrogance? He subconsciously revealed his identity as a direct disciple of the Holy Lord. The elegant woman in green was visibly taken aback, seemingly puzzled, but quickly regained her composure, saying, "Yun Luo Peak, Su Lingyun." What a coincidence, we're even the same sex. Su Tiany felt a little awkward. He hadn't expected her to disregard his status. Although her tone was gentle, her arrogance remained undiminished, still haughty, like a fairy from the clouds, untouched by worldly dust. Su Lingyun ignored Su Tiany's awkward silence, frowning displeased, and said, "The bamboo flute is ultimately a minor path, one shouldn't spend too much time studying it. Your innate talent is not bad, if you focus on cultivation, you have the potential to become an outstanding person." Su Tiany instantly lost all goodwill towards her. Just because she's pretty doesn't mean she can lecture people at will. After calming down slightly, he smiled indifferently. The title of outstanding person is fleeting. If I wanted to, I could have it easily. Su Lingyun's expression turned cold. She had kindly offered him guidance, but not only did he not listen, he even stubbornly argued with her, and even uttered arrogant words, "Outstanding person is nothing special?" In the immortal spirit continent, there are billions of living beings, but how many truly outstanding individuals are there? Thinking of this, Su Lingyun decided to take action and teach this arrogant brat a lesson, lest he tarnish the prestige of the Holy Land and invite ridicule from others when he goes out to train in the future. Chapter 30. What an impolite brat! Su Lingyun stored the white jade zither into her spatial ring, her brows furrowed in a cold glare. You arrogant and ignorant brat, today I'll show you the power of suppression among those of equal skill. With that, she adjusted her state to the fourth-tier unity realm. Su Tianyi, not one to tolerate her, struck first, showing her the meaning of deception in war. Su Lingyun reacted incredibly quickly, lightly touching the ground with her toes, flying backward like a swallow. Su Tianyi's sneak attack was easily neutralized, not even touching the hem of her clothes. She nodded slightly, commenting, "Not bad." In actual combat, no one will wait for you to get into position. This praise of a junior only further displeased Su Tianyi. He decided to ruthlessly destroy her, leaving Su Lingyun in tears. He then rushed towards her at lightning speed, even leaving afterimages. Su Tianyi's fist, as big as a sandbag, aimed straight for Su Lingyun's pretty face, while simultaneously delivering a sidekick towards her knee. Su Lingyun remained unfazed. She reached out her jade-like hand and enveloped Su Tianyi's fist, leaping up to dodge his sweeping attack while simultaneously kicking him in the neck. Su Tianyi's expression changed slightly. He tried to retreat, but found he couldn't pull his hand away. Su Lingyun's cool, soft palm held him firmly like a magnet. He had no choice but to block with his other hand. Su Lingyun kicked his forearm, using the momentum to spin in the air, and then kicked his chest with her other leg. By the time Su Tianyi reacted, her slender leg was already at his chest. Helpless, he took a deep breath, gathering his spiritual energy in his chest, and braced himself to receive the kick. His delicate jade-like foot looked small, but the power it contained was immense. As Su Lingyun's kick struck Su Tianyi, she released her grip on his boneless jade hand. The immense force caused Su Tianyi's blood to surge, sending him flying several meters backward, crashing into a towering ancient tree. At this moment, Su Tianyi's heart was extremely heavy. His opponent, just like his master when they fought, gave off an air of invincibility. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he praised her lavishly. "Miss Su, your skills are remarkable." Su Lingyun, as always, maintained a calm expression tinged with arrogance. "Do you accept it?" Although her cultivation was sealed, her combat experience and mastery of spiritual power were undeniable. This was inherently an unfair battle. Therefore, although Su Tianyi was extremely annoyed, he was not discouraged and coldly said, "Again." With that, he slapped the ground, leaping into the air. A flash of azure light appeared on the bamboo flute at his waist, transforming it into a long sword with a blue hilt. Gripping the hilt, he simultaneously pushed off the tree with both feet, using the momentum to fly towards Su Lingyun. Su Lingyun remained composed, her fingertips gathering spiritual energy, turning two fingers golden, and she directly caught Su Tianyi's angry sword. She murmured, "A long-lasting sword made of 10,000-year-old bamboo. It seems the Holy Lord values you highly." Su Tianyi twirled the sword, forcing Su Lingyun to release her grip. After landing steadily, he initially wanted to say something like, "I'm about to become the Holy Son," but then he reconsidered. Being thoroughly beaten was already humiliating enough, saying something like that would be even more disgraceful. He held the sword horizontally in front of his chest, its blade radiating brilliant divine light. Su Lingyun said with interest, "This is the first move of the soaring dragon sword technique, the opening stance of a surprising swan?" The Holy Lord's signature move from back then. Perfect to experience it. As the evergreen sword transformed into golden light, Su Tianyi, like a fleeting shadow, flashed behind Su Lingyun. With the sword strapped to his back, he turned around, his relaxed expression instantly turning to astonishment. Damn it, his perfect strike had only severed a few strands of hair. "Master, don't be discouraged. Her true cultivation level is far higher than yours. Trying to win against her with skill is unrealistic. Let's rely on our divine body's abnormal regenerative abilities to wear her down." Inside the fairy painting, the little girl offered Su Tianyi a strategy. Hearing this, Su Tianyi calmed down. He had been focused on showing off his skills to save face. While the little girl's method was somewhat unscrupulous, it was currently the most practical. With this thought in mind, Su Tianyi changed his tactics. He feigned an attack, focusing on defense, engaging Su Lingyun in a fierce battle. 100 moves, 200 moves, 1000 moves. He became increasingly proficient in this fighting style. Su Lingyun remained expressionless, inwardly praising, as expected of Sister Mushi's disciple, he truly possesses the qualities of an outstanding individual. The sun moved westward, dusk approached, and the sky was ablaze with crimson. Su Lingyun grew increasingly astonished as the fight progressed. How could such a freak exist in the world? He had fought for most of the day, using countless skills, yet his face remained impeccable, his breath steady, his condition seemingly at its peak. Su Tianyi fought with increasing vigor, subtly beginning to suppress Su Lingyun, gradually shifting from defense to offense. He was like a mage simultaneously possessing a blue buff and a holy grail, relentlessly unleashing skills on Su Lingyun, whose mana bar was nearly depleted. Su Lingyun was secretly anxious. If she lost to a junior, she would lose face terribly. She would never be able to hold her head high when facing Sister Mushi again. She wanted to use her spiritual weapon, but her pride wouldn't allow it. The two were locked in a stalemate. As time passed, Su Lingyun's breathing became rapid, and her forehead was covered in beads of sweat. Su Tianyi knew his opportunity was approaching. She was currently riddled with openings. However, to prevent her from using trickery, Su Tianyi didn't rush to attack. Instead, he created distance and unleashed several more waves of skills at her. Su Lingyun gritted her teeth inwardly. This kid was so cunning and cautious. He had managed to hold back from such a huge opening. She felt increasingly powerless and wanted to break the seal to replenish her mana. Taking advantage of her hesitation, Su Tianyi launched his final attack. He channeled all his spiritual energy to his shoulders and unleashed a full-force mountain-shattering strike. Su Lingyun knew that in her current state, she couldn't withstand such a powerful impact. She tried to dodge, but found that Su Tianyi had unknowingly cornered her in a dead end within the forest. Su Tianyi, finally relieved, had finally found his chance for revenge after enduring so much beating. He pushed against Su Lingyun's hand, which was pressed against his chest, and charged forward like a raging bull. Su Lingyun's feet gripped the ground, leaving two obvious tracks on the grass, churning up the soil beneath, but she couldn't stop her backward momentum. With a thud, she was slammed into a tree. The impact caused several yellowed leaves to fall from the tree behind her, and her already small breasts were crushed into a flattened pancake. The pain and unfamiliar sensation in her chest caused a blush to rise on Su Lingyun's cheeks. Before she could feel shy, it turned into anger. She heard Su Tianyi growl in her ear. "I'll teach you to be arrogant, I'll teach you to show off, so what? You think you're so great? Today I'm going to crush you, this haughty fairy, under my feet." Slap! Su Tianyi was sent flying several meters, a sharp slap landing on his handsome face. "That's too much. Is this how the Holy Lord taught you? You have no manners at all." Su Lingyun was enveloped in a blue aura, her aura as deep and unfathomable as an abyss. Su Tianyi sat on the ground, covering his face, feeling extremely wronged. At first, she praised him for his cunning, but now she accused him of lacking manners. Was he a sore loser? Su Lingyun snorted coldly, flicked her sleeve, and gracefully flew away. Where Su Tianyi couldn't see, she rubbed her small breasts, her face flushed, and spat, "What an impolite brat." Chapter 31 Supreme Realm? How is that possible? Watching Su Lingyun's ethereal figure disappear into the air, Su Tianyi was stunned. He had assumed she was a senior sister from Yunluo Peak, but she was actually an elder. Su Tianyi felt a pang of fear. He thought he had just flattened her little bun. "In a few days, I'll be the Xian Tian Holy Sun. What's there to fear from an elder?" he reassured himself. The Holy Sun's status was second only to the Holy Lord and the Supreme Elder, wielding more power than a typical main peak elder, on par with the main peak's head. It was already dark. After finishing the 3 burnt fish, Su Tianyi left the back mountain. Luckily, he returned to the bronze temple just as Uncle Guo emerged from the weapon refining room. Uncle Bua, what is the identity of the woman in the long blue dress playing the zither in the lakeside pavilion on the back mountain? Su Tianyi asked.
The burly man chuckled, then paused, realizing the man had only emerged from seclusion a handful of times in the past 3 years, and understood.
He replied, that's Su Lingyun, the head of Yunluo Peak.
Back then, she and the Holy Lord were known as the twin heroes of Xintian. She was the Holy Lord's greatest rival, and also his best friend.
Hearing this, Su Tianyi felt as if he had fallen into an abyss.
Not only was she of high status, but she was also his master's best friend.
If she were to tarnish his reputation in front of his master, wouldn't he be unable to sleep with her? But then, Su Tianyi relaxed. She had lost a battle to a junior, even being beaten flat-chested. How could she have the nerve to complain to his master?
Your Highness, the spiritual weapons you requested have been forged.
The process went very smoothly. The burly man's words brought Su Tianyi back to his senses.
A golden light flashed, and a pile of gleaming divine golden arrowheads appeared on the ground, along with a dazzling suit of armor, its patterns intricate and shimmering.
Thank you so much, Uncle Bua. Su Tianyi waved his hand, and the items on the ground vanished instantly. The burly man smiled honestly. Your Highness, shouldn't you be going to the deer chasing academy next spring? Su Tianyi nodded.
True to his nature, he didn't want to go, but since he had become the Holy Son, he had to shoulder some responsibilities, and besides, someone was waiting for him there. The burly man considered for a moment. My daughter is currently in seclusion breaking through to the Unity Realm.
She will also be going next year. Would your Highness be willing to take her with you?
She's rather shy. I hope your Highness can look after her at the deer chasing academy.
Faced with such a request, Su Tianyi couldn't refuse.
After all, the man had not only gone to great lengths to forge him armor and arrowheads but had also gifted him 3 excellent spiritual weapons. I hope she's not some muscle-bound Barbie. Looking at the burly man's strong physique, Su Tianyi felt a touch of melancholy. After bidding farewell to the Han dynasty, Su Tianyi returned to St. Lord Peak and went straight to Yun Mushi's palace.
He lay down on the bed, inhaling the lingering fragrance of her body on the blankets, and instantly fell asleep.
His battle with Su Lingyun that day had been utterly exhausting.
Meanwhile, above the Hahuan sect,
a woman in a long, purple, split-hem dress stepped out from the void. Her footsteps were light and graceful, carrying a unique rhythm that caused the great Tao to tremble and the void to resonate. On her exquisite face, a pair of exceptionally beautiful purple eyes shone brightly, like the starry sky, noble and holy, her expression indifferent as she looked down upon all living beings.
Sister Enchanting Beauty, you've come uninvited. Is there something important? Perhaps you've missed me?
A woman of unparalleled allure, her figure swaying, ascends gracefully with each step. Her face is meticulously painted, a touch of vermilion on her forehead, her lips adorned with jeweled designs, and her robes vibrant with color. Every step she takes seems to stir the mortal world. Her charm is an ethereal, lingering glow emanating from her very being, captivating and bewitching.
Yun Mushi's expression remained calm, her voice cold. May I borrow the yin-yang diagram of your Joyful Union sect for a look?
The alluring woman chuckled lightly. Sister, you're quite the joker. The yin-yang diagram is the inherited technique of my Joyful Union sect, the very foundation of our existence.
How could we so easily lend it to an outsider?
Her long, jade-like fingers traced across her fiery red lips. Unless sister and I become family.
Yun Mushi sneered, you little slut, a beating will make you behave.
Hearing this, the alluring woman laughed heartily.
She looked at Yun Mushi's broad, shapely buttocks and teased, Sister, this is the Joyful Union sect's headquarters.
Who will beat whom is still uncertain. With that, a bewitching red light emanated from her body, and the sect's protective array activated, bolstering her with boundless power. She swung the blood-red demonic ribbon wrapped around her arm and launched the first attack. Heaven-shattering, Yun Mushi uttered softly. This was the third move of the soaring dragon sword technique. A long sword, as thin as a cicada's wing, appeared out of thin air in her hand. The sword began to dance with Yun Mushi, and golden light appeared in the dark night sky, gradually converging into a golden dragon. The Hahuan sect master was terrified, exclaiming, the Xian Tian Holy Land sect protecting divine sword, the heaven-opening sword.
Yun Mushi, have you gone mad? What grudge do you hold that would allow you to wield the heaven-opening sword and unleash such a powerful attack right from the start? As he spoke, several scantily clad women appeared from the Hahwan sect, their spiritual energy surging wildly, providing power to the sect's protective formation. Yun Mushi sneered, a bunch of old fogies with depleted chi and blood, what's the point of maintaining a youthful appearance? Today, I will send you all to dust, to ashes, to the afterlife. Saying this, she looked at the alluring woman. Meiji, if you hand over the yin-yang diagram, I may spare your lives today. Meiji roared, arrogant. Do you really think my Hahwan sect is easy to bully? The entire sect formed the formation. As soon as she finished speaking, countless red lights flashed from within the Hahwan sect, and the sect's protective formation became even more solid after these forces entered. To oppose my Hahwan sect alone is like an ant trying to shake a tree, utterly overestimating your abilities. Yun Mushi, you can still leave now. Meiji didn't want to completely offend Yun Mushi. If she couldn't keep her here today, it would bring endless retaliation in the future. Keeping her would be even more troublesome. After all, she was the Shen Tian Saint Lord. Thinking of this, Meiji couldn't help but get angry and said, "What on earth has gotten into you today? You came to our door for no reason, demanding the Hahwan sect's inherited cultivation techniques. When I refused, you threatened to fight. How is this any different from the demonic sect? To deal with the demonic sect, one must naturally use the demonic sect's methods," Yun Mushi said disdainfully. She couldn't very well say that she wanted the yin-yang diagram so she could cultivate with her rebellious disciple, could she? With a single sword strike, the dragon seemed unstoppable, instantly breaking through the power of the elders and crashing into the sect's protective formation. The formation shook violently, and with a crack, a fissure appeared in the barrier. The Hahwan sect members staggered, but fortunately, there were no casualties. Meiji flew rapidly towards Yun Mushi, her voice booming with power. "Humph, after this attack, how much strength will you have left?" Yun Mushi sneered. Before Meiji could even get close, she appeared like a ghost, grabbing Meiji by the neck like a chicken and lifting her up with one hand. Meiji's face flushed red, her eyes filled with fear. Supreme Realm? How is that possible? Chapter 32 Junior brother, sister is back. My talent is unparalleled, how could it be impossible? A mere Supreme Realm cultivator. Yun Mushi's eyes were arrogant, one hand holding Meiji, the other behind her back, looking as if invincibility was a lonely state. Even being held by the neck and suspended in the air, Meiji couldn't help but twitch her lips. Yun Mushi's tone and arrogant demeanor were simply too infuriating. A mere Supreme Realm cultivator? Please, how many Supreme Realm cultivators are there in the entire Immortal Spirit continent? And they're all ancient monsters tens of thousands of years old. There aren't many people your age. Seeing Meiji's incredulous gaze, Yun Mushi became even more smug. All the outstanding figures of her generation had been left behind by her. Before, others could only look up to her, but now they couldn't even see her shadow. Although her traitorous disciple deserves some credit. The Supreme Realm and the Tao Heaven Realm are separated by a single realm, like an insurmountable chasm. Crossing it opens up a whole new world. Now, the only one who can rival her is probably the Empress of the Great Qin Empire. Thinking of Empress Duanmu Niwang, a hint of admiration flashed in Yun Mushi's eyes. She was the only being in the history of the Immortal Spirit continent to be designated a forbidden prodigy by the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion. Sister, hand over the yin-yang diagram, can you please let me go? Knowing that Yun Mushi was a Supreme Realm expert, Meiji completely gave up struggling. Even if the Hahwan sect used all its resources, she could easily suppress her. Although the Hahwan sect was a demonic sect, they hadn't committed any heinous acts. Their lovers were mutually attracted and their relationships were consensual. Their secretly operated Heavenly Immortal Pavilion provided considerable funds to the Great Qin Treasury, making them a legitimate sect recognized by the Empress. Therefore, Yun Mushi hadn't originally intended to destroy the Hahwan sect. But now, looking at the alluring Meiji, she had a new idea. Sending her to her traitorous disciple as a slave seemed like a good idea. As the leader of the Hahwan sect, her skills should be excellent, right? Once her traitorous disciple was satisfied, he wouldn't be unable to resist seeking out other women.
Although Yun Mushi had spoken quite openly in front of Su Tianyi, she would definitely feel uncomfortable if her traitor had found a new love. If possible, she hoped Su Tianyi would only love her. A jumble of thoughts flashed through her mind.
Yun Mushi asked, "Little slut, how many men have you slept with?"
She thought to herself, 1 or 2 was acceptable, but if the other party was truly a promiscuous, seductive hussy, then forget it. Even if her traitor didn't mind the filth, she wouldn't allow it. Meiji, bewildered, answered truthfully, "My first time was still."
Slap.
Yun Mushi slapped her, her face full of disgust.
As the leader of the Hawan sect, how could you not have been ridden? Meiji cried, "Sister, I'm just telling the truth."
The heir of the Hawan sect must remain a virgin, it's a rule passed down from our ancestors.
A check will tell.
Yun Mushi's hair flew wildly, and a sharp sword aura tore Meiji's dress to shreds. Meiji cried out in alarm, clutching her chest and pressing her legs together, trembling with fear. "Sister, I was wrong.
I shouldn't have teased you like that. Don't flatter yourself. I have no interest in you."
After a thorough examination, Yun Mushi believed Meiji's words. She hadn't expected that the seemingly dissolute and promiscuous leader of the Hawan sect would still be untouched by defilement. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, no one would believe Meiji was a virtuous woman.
Didn't you all become stronger through Why did our ancestors pass down such a rule? Yun Mushi's expression was strange. Meiji blushed and said shyly, "The yin-yang diagram is special.
Even without a man, the cultivation speed isn't bad.
Our ancestors said that the Hahuan sect leader's primordial yin is extremely precious, capable of helping one break through to the supreme realm. No man in the world can resist it, so it can't be done casually."
Throughout the generations of Hahuan sect leaders, if they hadn't met their ideal partner by the time they abdicated, they would generally choose to live in seclusion and marry a cultivator with the potential to break through to the supreme realm.
Meiji thought to herself, if the past sect leaders were still alive, would they allow you to be so arrogant today? Hiding in the sect's protective formation, refusing to come out, just to infuriate you. Yun Mushi pondered.
No wonder the protective formation of the sect was broken, yet no old monster emerged hiding in anonymity was understandable. After all, the Hahuan sect's reputation was indeed poor. She recalled something. Historical records showed that the Hahuan sect had once clashed violently with the Tai Holy Land. It was expected to be a one-sided affair, but countless forces sided with the Hahuan sect, even the Empress spoke out. Now, she realized the Empress must have been a former leader of the Hahuan sect.
After understanding, Yun Mushi joked, "So, the fact that I'm still standing is purely by chance?" Sister is joking. I can give you the yin-yang diagram. I've said what I needed to say. Can you let me go? Meiji lowered her eyes, looking pitiful.
Her half-bitten red lips and weak appearance made it hard to refuse. Yun Mushi remained unmoved, grabbing Meiji's long hair and stepping into the void. She had hesitated initially, but since the other's primordial yin was so useful, she accepted it without hesitation for her rebellious disciple.
Sect Master. Sect Master. The sect master has been taken away by that demoness. Go immediately and fetch the holy maiden to take charge.
The members of the Hahuan sect, seeing Meiji captured, were all at a loss, filled with fear and unease.
The next morning, the sky was clear and blue.
Su Tianyi sat on the soft couch, still sleepy, and subconsciously touched the other side of his pillow.
No one was there.
He had slept alone in the small bamboo hut for 3 years without incident, but now that he had a woman, he actually felt lonely. Alas, women are indeed stumbling blocks on the path of cultivation, hindering the speed of drawing the sword. But the great Tao is ruthless. Without a beautiful companion on the path of cultivation, it would be quite dull. After sighing, Su Tianyi quickly rose, dressed, cast a cleansing spell on himself, tidied his hair in front of the mirror, and then headed to the peach blossom forest to cultivate and craft arrow shafts.
Heaven rewards diligence. The path of cultivation is incredibly long and requires perseverance. A sporadic approach is definitely not going to work. Who told him he didn't have a system? People always envy the protagonist's halo, choosing to ignore the hard work and sacrifices behind it.
It's not the halo that makes the protagonist,
it's that the protagonist stands at the end and wears the halo. Sutiani, drenched in sweat, his white robe soaked and clinging to his back, sighed as he swung his axe at the ancient peach tree. This ancient peach tree is incredibly hard. Even with a top-grade heaven rank axe, it took so long to create this tiny gap. Half an hour later, Sutiani, supporting himself on the axe handle, stood with one hand on his hip, panting as he looked at the peach tree, several meters in diameter, and the barely 3-inch gap before him, his face filled with helplessness. "Junior brother, your sister is back. It's been so long, did you miss her?" Just then, a captivating voice came from behind Sutiani. Chapter 33. Junior brother's little mouth is so sweet, sister really wants to taste it. Sutiani tensed, he knew that voice all too well. Before he could turn his head, a fragrant breeze wafted over, followed by a pair of soft, lotus-like arms encircling his neck from behind. "Senior sister, mind your manners. Men and women shouldn't touch each other," Sutiani said seriously. The little vixen let out a silvery laugh, turning her head to the side, her eyes alluring. Could it be that junior brother has wicked thoughts about sister? Sutiani was truly losing control now. That voice was inherently seductive, the orchid-like fragrance was captivating, and the breeze ruffled her hair, brushing against his face, tickling him to his core. To avoid making a fool of himself, Sutiani silently activated the Holy Scripture, entering a state of sagehood. Seeing Sutiani unmoved, Lin Siener curled her full red lips unhappily. "Junior brother, you've changed." Sure enough, vows of eternal love are worthless before time. Feelings have faded. Lin Siener unleashed her full charm, nearly destroying the Holy Scripture of light. Heaven's way is sorrowful, causing suffering to all living beings. Even in utter loneliness, misunderstood by the world, with unwavering courage, even if 1,000 go mad and 10,000 are drunk, I will still go against the current, my heart turned towards the light. At the crucial moment, Sutiani suppressed his impulse, his Tao heart rising another level, the Holy Scripture of light breaking through to the second level. At this moment, a holy radiance flowed around him, making him appear incomparably sacred. Lin Siener subconsciously released Sutiani, feeling that he was so majestic, intolerant of any defilement. Then, a flash of red light appeared in her eyes, and her clarity returned. "Sutiani, you've become something? You actually used your cultivation technique to resist your sister?" Lin Siener kicked the oblivious man before her. Sutiani stumbled forward a few steps, his guard instantly giving way. He turned around and said, "Senior sister, a gentleman uses words, not fists." "Humph, I'm just a young lady, not some gentleman." Lin Siener rolled her eyes, her captivating charm eclipsing even the peach blossoms. Sutiani stared blankly at Lin Siener. 2 years had passed, and she had become even more alluring. Her delicate nose and jade-like lips, her large, watery fox-like eyes, were almost dreamlike in their beauty. She was a woman of unparalleled beauty, with a shapely figure and skin as white as ivory. Her long hair flowed freely, a crystal necklace adorned her swan-like neck, and she wore a white short skirt and red embroidered shoes, a pink bralette covering her chest. For some reason, Sutiani felt there was something incongruous about Lin Siener's appearance. It seemed she should be even more beautiful. "Am I pretty, sister?" Lin Siener raised her head, puffed out her chest, and cinched her waist, displaying her exquisite figure. Sutiani said, "Senior sister's beauty is no less than that of the 4 great beauties of the world. Junior brother's little mouth is so sweet, I really want to taste it." Lin Siener smiled brightly, her lips glistening and red, incredibly alluring. Sutiani cried out that he couldn't resist, his heart pounding wildly. Seeing that Sutiani had restrained himself and didn't pounce on him recklessly as he used to, Lin Siener's beautiful eyes flickered. She moved gracefully, swaying her hips, and gradually approached Sutiani. Faced with the relentlessly pursuing little vixen, Sutiani instinctively retreated until he bumped into the ancient peach tree behind him. Lin Siener smiled radiantly, her eyes filled with captivating charm. She slightly tiptoed and brought her luscious little mouth to his perfectly proportioned lips. "Junior brother, don't you want to taste my lips? They're so soft and sweet." Sutiani quickly closed his eyes, adopting a gentlemanly posture of avoiding improper sights. Lin Siener coaxed, "Junior brother, open your eyes and look at your sister. How can you be so heartless? 2 years apart, and you don't even show any joy at our reunion? Su Tiany's lust grew stronger. Even with the bright scripture at its second level, he was on the verge of breaking down. His voice trembled slightly. Senior sister, please have some self-respect. I'm not that kind of person. Lin Xianer smiled seductively. Stubborn junior brother, you're not cute at all. You weren't like this before. Back then, when your eyes were red and you were about to do something improper, you were so manly. Su Tiany's face darkened. That was a pain he could never forget. Back then, young and naive, the little vixen beckoned him, and he fell for her like a lapdog. Kissing and hugging a peach tree. Su Tiany opened his eyes, his face resolute. He decided to take a gamble. Senior sister, do you like me? Hearing this, Lin Xianer nestled against his chest and said softly, yes, sister likes junior brother very much. Su Tiany said seriously, I appreciate senior sister's feelings, but it's impossible between us. Lin Xianer raised her head, blinking her bright, foxy eyes. If junior brother has someone he likes, sister doesn't mind. Su Tiany deliberately showed a look of disgust. I can't stand a vixen like senior sister who doesn't keep herself pure and likes to seduce people. Lin Xianer's eyebrows furrowed slightly, her lips pouted, and she seemed about to cry, junior brother, that's so hurtful. I'm truly heartbroken. Only you deserve this treatment, I wouldn't even look at anyone else. Su Tiany blurted out, really? Then, realizing his mistake, he feigned seriousness. Senior sister's words are deceitful. Back then, I was just a powerless mortal. Would you even look at me? Lin Xianer raised her jade-like hand and gently stroked Su Tiany's face, which seemed favored by the gods. Her red lips parted slightly. I'm a sucker for good looks. Only someone as handsome as you, junior brother, is worthy of me. Other ugly faces are beneath my notice. Su Tiany was flattered, secretly pleased, and smug, but outwardly calm. He snorted coldly and said disdainfully, how shallow. Chapter 34 Illusion? Lin Xianer smiled brightly, you really don't know how to talk. How can you call this superficial? All love at first sight in this world is nothing more than lust at first sight. Feelings are like that, attracted by looks, captivated by voice, and loyal to the body. Su Tiany was speechless. It was indeed true. His master was beautiful, so he chose to repay him with his body, otherwise, he could only be a slave in his next life. He was just an ordinary person. What right did he have to look down on Lin Xianer? Despite this, Su Tiany refused to back down, retorting, senior sister is wrong. Love, while initially based on looks, should ultimately be grounded in character and loyalty to the soul. Lin Xianer paused, clearly surprised by Su Tiany's response. However, she quickly regained her alluring demeanor, softly saying, junior brother makes a good point. I think I like you even more now, what should I do? Su Tiany held his breath, afraid to even breathe, lest he be humiliated if he opened his mouth. Lin Xianer continued to tempt him, let me tell you a little secret, actually, I am one of the 4 beauties. Seeing that Su Tiany remained silent, seemingly unfazed, Lin Xianer stamped her foot in dissatisfaction. Junior brother, is your heart made of stone? How come it can't be warmed? Su Tiany squinted, blurring the little vixen before him into two, trying to avoid her seductive spell. Seeing that he wasn't taking the bait, Lin Xianer continued her verbal assault, trying to break down his defenses. Junior brother, have you thought this through? If you refuse me, don't regret it after I marry you. The enchanting voice of the little vixen struck deep into Su Tiany's soul. He trembled, veins bulging on his forehead, clearly on the verge of losing control. Lin Xianer's red lips curled into a seductive smile. If you want, I'm yours today. Whatever you want, I won't resist. Su Tiany opened his bloodshot eyes and lowered his head to kiss her. A moment later, the little vixen's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Junior brother, what are you doing talking to thin air? Su Tiany sighed, slumped onto the grass, realizing he had fallen for the vixen's illusion again. His eyes were filled with confusion, those moist lips had felt so real. At this moment, Lin Xianer, one hand on her hip, toyed with her mountain-splitting axe in the other. The heavy axe spun rapidly between her slender fingers like a toy, leaving after images. She chuckled, Junior brother, what's wrong? Did you encounter some erotic scene in the illusion? Su Tianyi snapped out of his reverie and sighed, when did I fall for it? Lin Xianer stopped spinning the axe and smiled sweetly, junior brother, when do you hope it was? Su Tianyi stood up, forcing a smile, senior sister, you win. Junior brother concedes defeat. Junior brother didn't lose. You kissed me quite forcefully just now, Lin Xianer said, holding the axe in one hand and touching her lower lip with the other, her brows furrowed. Su Tianyi shook his head. He didn't believe a single word the little vixen said. 11 out of 10 were lies, since she hadn't uttered a single word. Lin Xianer smoothed her hair and sighed softly, sigh, these days, nobody believes the truth? Want me to give you another kiss? Su Tianyi's eyes flashed, he thought it was a good idea. Even if it was an illusion, he wouldn't lose out. Lin Xianer playfully scolded, you naughty little brother, you're so wicked. How dare you even think of such a wonderful thing? Su Tianyi, of course, wouldn't admit to his lewd thoughts. He composed himself and said seriously, senior sister has wronged junior brother. Lin Xianer waved her hand, interrupting, all right, I won't tease you anymore. Why were you so diligently chopping down this peach tree earlier? Su Tianyi told her about the sun-shooting divine bow, of course, concealing the fact that the bow was a celestial artifact. Lin Xianer smiled, that's simple, sister will solve it for you. Junior brother, you can stand aside for now. Hearing this, Su Tianyi took a dozen steps back, maintaining a safe distance. Lin Xianer gestured a few times towards the ancient peach tree, seemingly searching for the right angle. Her spiritual energy circulated, and the silver-white axe blade turned golden. She raised her axe-wielding arm, and a sudden gust of wind arose, peach blossoms fluttered, creating a beautiful and magnificent scene. With a soft shout, a power seemingly capable of splitting the heavens and earth emanated from the mountain-splitting axe. Bang! A deafening sound soared into the sky, dust billowing everywhere. When the dust settled, 100 arrow shafts lay flat on the ground. Su Tianyi was secretly shocked. To shave a 10,000-year-old peach tree into 100 arrow shafts with a single blow while the mountain-splitting axe played a part was still beyond the capabilities of a transcendent realm cultivator. He would believe it if you told him the little demon girl was a divine origin realm cultivator. After the initial shock, Su Tianyi's face fell. An insurmountable gap existed between them, revenge wasn't an option anytime soon, and he couldn't let the little vixen's bottom get all swollen. Lin Xianer, carrying her axe, turned around, junior brother, you don't seem very happy? Su Tianyi forced a smile, half-jokingly replying, I'm a bit discouraged. I wonder when I'll be as strong as senior sister. Don't worry, if anyone dares to bully you in the future, tell your sister, and she'll beat them up for you, guaranteeing they'll be unable to take care of themselves. Lin Xianer patted the small watermelon, her face radiant, a hint of heroic spirit appearing on her foxy face. Su Tianyi glanced at her subtly, thinking to himself, there used to be a spoiled princess, but now, besides you, who dares to bully this holy son? Then thank you very much, senior sister, Su Tianyi said, picking up the arrow. Protecting you is my duty. In this world, only your sister can bully you. Let me tell you, at the Zhulu Academy, I'm. Lin Xianer chattered on like a lark, completely oblivious to Su Tianyi's increasingly resentful gaze. His puffed-out cheeks made him look like a wronged little wife, unable to speak out against her anger. Su Tianyi wondered if he should have his master seal his senior sister's cultivation after she returned, so he could get his revenge? What are you daydreaming about? Lin Xianer patted Su Tianyi's back, snapping him out of his reverie. Su Tianyi shuddered, feeling guilty. I have things to do, senior sister. See you tomorrow. With that, he grabbed the arrow and ran off without looking back. After watching Su Tianyi leave, Lin Xianer's charming smile vanished instantly, replaced by a cold expression. Ha, you've been hiding for so long, it's time to come out, isn't it? Ha, junior sister, what skill? The strength with which you chopped down the 10,000-year-old peach tree with an axe just now doesn't seem like that of a peak transcendent realm cultivator. A handsome man in white emerged smiling from behind a peach tree several dozen meters away. Chapter 35 Lin Xianer's true identity, Master has returned. Lin Xianer's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, her expression cold and aloof. Senior brother Gu, sneaking around is not the behavior of a gentleman. Seeing her cold look,
Gu Lingtian's smile vanished, his face turning indifferent. You, a member of the demon race, hiding in my Xin Tian Holy Land, entering the Great Qin Kingdom Academy, what are you trying to do? Lin Xianer's eyes flickered, then she calmed herself slightly. Senior brother Gu, what nonsense are you talking about? Is there some misunderstanding between us? Gu Lingtian sneered, stop pretending, the Fox Clan princess, one of the 4 beauties of the immortal spirit continent, Fox Charm? With that, he tossed a recording stone to Lin Xianer. Lin Xianer scanned it with her divine sense, her expression changing slightly. She hadn't expected that the process of removing her necklace, dispelling her disguise, and revealing her true appearance would be recorded by him. Don't even think about destroying the recording stone. Since I dared to show it to you, there must be more than one, Gu Lingtian warned. Upon hearing this, Lin Xianer loosened her grip on the recording stone. Since the other party had irrefutable evidence but hadn't immediately exposed her, she figured there was still room for negotiation. She asked, what is your purpose? Gu Lingtian gazed at Lin Xianer's alluring curves, his eyes narrowing slightly. I wonder if senior brother would have the honor of holding junior sister Xianer's hand. Lin Xianer exuded a chilling aura, her indifference tinged with disdain. You think you're worthy? Gu Lingtian flew into a rage, pointing in the direction Su Tianyi had left. Why should he be allowed to kiss you? Lin Xianer replied, because he's more handsome than you. Gu Lingtian was amused by this answer, finding the excuse far too perfunctory. He replied, the Holy Sun's succession ceremony will be held in a few days. If you submit to me, you will become the Holy Lord's wife. He then added, I can throw away the recording stone, and I can pretend I didn't see your passionate kiss with junior brother Su just now. I won't deliberately make things difficult for him in the future. Lin Xianer felt heavy-hearted. Gu Lingtian's words, seemingly reassuring her, were actually a threat. She could manage alone, she could simply leave the Xian Tian Holy Land and return to the Fox Clan to continue being a princess. But then, her junior brother would definitely be targeted by him. What should we do? Should we take junior brother back with us? Just as Lin Xianer was preparing for a desperate last stand, Jin Mushi's light, melodious voice suddenly rang out from the Peach Blossom Grove. Who said the Holy Sun is you? Yun Mushi emerged from the void, dressed in a noble purple, split-hemmed long dress. The evening breeze was cool, and her shapely, slender legs were faintly visible, adding a touch of allure to her holy aura. Behind her followed a scantily clad, seductive woman. Master! Holy Lord! The two below bowed respectfully in unison. What does the Holy Lord mean? Gu Lingtian asked, head bowed. Yun Mushi landed in front of him. She naturally had no goodwill towards this person who dared to threaten Xianer with her rebellious disciple, and coldly said, the literal meaning. Who is it? Gu Lingtian's voice was filled with resentment. He couldn't understand who else in the Xian Tian Holy Land, besides himself, was qualified to be the Holy Sun. My closed-door disciple, Su Tianyi, Yun Mushi said calmly. Junior brother? That kid from earlier? The two exclaimed in surprise. Why? He's only at the returning to one realm, what makes him qualified to be the Holy Sun? Gu Lingtian raised his head, his expression twisted. Among the male disciples of this generation, he was the only outstanding talent. He had thought the position of Holy Sun was already his for the taking, but unexpectedly, someone who rarely left the mountain and had an extremely low profile had snatched it away halfway. How could he not hate, how could he not resent? Yun Mushi glanced at him indifferently, do I need to explain myself to you? Gu Lingtian clenched his fists, his chest heaving, and after a long while, he said, Lin Xianer is a member of the demon race, her true identity is a princess of the Fox Clan, her real name is Humayer. Yun Mushi's expression remained unchanged, I know. Upon hearing this, Gu Lingtian took a step back, his fear overflowing. Knowing this, you still accepted her as a disciple? You let her enter the Zhulu Academy and take charge of the Xian Tian sect? Could it be that you, Holy Lord, have betrayed the human race and sided with the demon race? Yun Mushi sneered, is this betraying humanity? You knew Xiener's identity, yet you still declared you'd marry her. What did you mean by that? Gu Lingtian's face flushed red.
He knelt on the ground with a thud, managing to stammer, "Holy Master, I was blinded by lust before, which is why I spoke such foolish words." Yun Mushi said, "I betrayed humanity?" Gu Lingtian said, "I was short-sighted." Holy Master surely has her own plans. Seeing his sensible demeanor, Yun Mushi didn't press him further, hand over all the recording stones. Gu Lingtian dared not hold back. He took 3 from his robes and 7 from his storage ring, neatly arranging them on the ground. "Relax your mind. I will erase your related memories," Yun Mushi's voice carried an unyielding authority. After a short while, Gu Lingtian collapsed to the ground, unconscious. "Why didn't Master kill him?" Lin Xianer asked, about to strike. "Only the dead were truly safe." Yun Mushi glanced at her and sneered, "For me to protect the demon princess, choose to kill the most outstanding disciple of this generation? That's utterly ridiculous. Master, Xianer was wrong. I'll wear the necklace at all times from now on and won't make such a low-level mistake again." Lin Xianer grabbed Yun Mushi's arm, shaking it repeatedly, pleading for forgiveness. This is the last time. By the way, why did you take it off for no reason?" Yun Mushi's tone softened. Lin Xianer blushed and said shyly, "Can I not tell you?" Yun Mushi said bluntly, "Tell me." Seeing that she was about to get angry, Lin Xianer immediately told the truth. "Actually, it's nothing serious, it's just that no one knows my true beauty, which is unparalleled in the world. It's a real pity. I can only admire myself in the quiet of the night, when no one is around." Yun Mushi said irritably, "You're so narcissistic, just like your shameless mother." The Empress, the Enchantress, Yun Mushi, and Xianer's mother were the 4 beauties of their era. Back then, Xianer's mother chose to elope in pursuit of her own happiness, venturing alone into the human world. Later, her identity was accidentally exposed, attracting the pursuit of powerful humans. In her life or death moment, she was discovered by Yun Mushi, who was then a saintess. After many hardships, the two forged a deep friendship and finally signed a contract, becoming battle partners who could entrust their lives to each other. Lin Xianer gave an awkward smile, then asked curiously, "Master, who is this woman behind you?" Yun Mushi replied, "The concubine I found for your junior brother." "Master, didn't you say I'd take care of him? The marriage certificate is already signed, when are you going to tell him?" "Don't worry, you're the second wife, she's the concubine." "Then who's the first wife?" "You'll find out later, she's even prettier than you." Yun Mushi's snow-white cheeks flushed slightly, and she turned to leave, dragging the lifeless Meiji away. Lin Xianer relaxed, knowing her master was joking. After all, how could anyone in this world be prettier than her? Chapter 36. Young Master, your talent is unparalleled, I will be yours sooner or later. Noon, the sun shone brightly. Sacred Peak, a small bamboo hut. Inside, a bed, a table, a chair, several stools, and a mirror. It looked very simple. Su Tianyi sat on a stool, fiddling with arrowheads and shafts on the table, complaining, "Chu Loli, I fell under that little demoness illusion. Why didn't you warn me? Were you deliberately trying to make me look bad?" The little girl lay on the chair, tilting her head and pouting, "Master, although Chu Chu is very powerful inside the fairy painting, outside, her strength is actually quite poor." Su Tianyi looked at Chu Loli's rosy, fair face, barely resisting the urge to pinch it. Being outmatched and taking it out on the little girl would be too pathetic. Outside the bamboo hut, Yun Mushi frowned as she looked at the alluring and seductive Meiji, whose clothes were revealing. She took out a purple dress from her spatial ring and said, "Wearing something like that, what kind of decorum is this?" Meiji dared not speak her anger, meekly accepting the dress and changing in front of Yun Mushi. Yun Mushi nodded. This leader of the Hahuan sect, when dressed properly, did indeed possess a certain saintly air, although her figure was still so alluring and tempting, even slightly better than her own. After scrutinizing her, Yun Mushi asked again, "Do you remember what I told you before?" Meiji replied, "This concubine will certainly take good care of the young master and ensure he suffers no harm." Last night, after Meiji was captured, Yun Mushi told her that Su Tianyi possessed the potential to become an immortal, and that she would be temporarily forced to serve as a bed warmer, but would be granted the title of concubine in the future. As the leader of the Hahuan sect and a peak-level expert in the feather transformation realm,
Meiji looked down even on the giants of the Dao Heaven realm, so how could she possibly be willing to become Su Tianyi's concubine? However, she couldn't withstand the demoness torture in forced confession, and was even placed under a soul-controlling curse, her life and death entirely in Yun Mushi's hands. Although Meiji knew that the talk of becoming an immortal was just Yun Mushi's empty promise, she had no choice. To refuse to live a life of compromise meant certain death.
Knock knock, Tianyi, your master is back. Su Tianyi, who was assembling the arrowhead and shaft, showed a look of surprise and joy.
He hadn't seen his master for 7 days and missed him terribly, missed his cherry lips, missed.
1,000 thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. Su Tianyi suddenly stood up, almost overturning the stool he was sitting on. He quickly went to the door, ready to give his master a loving hug. As the bamboo door opened, 2 stunning beauties came into view. Seeing the presence of outsiders, Su Tianyi's expression instantly became serious. He lowered his raised hand imperceptibly and bowed respectfully, saying, "Greetings, master." A flash of shock crossed Yun Mushi's eyes. She quickly composed herself and, with Meiji behind her, stepped through the door. Not bad.
In just a few days, you've already reached the 4th stage of unity.
Su Tianyi inwardly scoffed. What's with the act of nonchalance?
In bed, she's still completely at my mercy. Thinking this, Su Tianyi's lust surged.
His master was an invincible holy lord by day, and a delicate, alluring woman in his arms by night. This extreme contrast was exhilarating. Tianyi, this person is named Meiji.
When I was passing through Yulu Prefecture, I saw a group of burly men about to commit filthy acts against her, so I rescued her.
Hearing that she was an orphan, all alone and helpless, I took pity on her.
Yun Mushi skillfully sat down in the chair, smoothed her sleeves, and poured herself a cup of tea.
Perfect, you're still short a maid.
I plan to bestow her upon you as a reward.
Meiji gracefully walked towards Su Tianyi, bowing slightly.
This servant greets young master. She glanced at Yun Mushi discreetly, her heart filled with resentment.
No burly man, but a madwoman like her. Feeling compassion? Saving me? Pa!
Meiji's long, wavy black hair was styled to one side of her pretty face. Her features were exquisite, her face pure and serene, yet her brows exuded a captivating charm. Standing close, a bewitching fragrance emanated from her voluptuous, mature body, wafting towards him, its scent intoxicating.
Su Tianyi's eyes lit up at Meiji's stunning figure, and he drew closer and closer.
Yun Mushi coughed lightly, instantly sobering Su Tianyi. At the same time, she warned him telepathically, "Withdraw your alluring aura."
Su Tianyi was secretly shocked.
She was simply standing there, yet the alluring aura she exuded was enough to make him lose control. She was even more seductive than his senior sister. He suspected that Meiji was playing dumb. Were those burly men his master had mentioned truly her match? Meiji bit her red lips, revealing a charming and alluring expression. She said with a pitiful air, "This servant is born with an alluring bone, coupled with a special constitution." The two complement each other, resulting in such an effect.
Su Tianyi didn't believe her.
He secretly checked and found that Meiji truly had no spiritual energy fluctuations. Seeing that Su Tianyi's gaze never left Meiji, Yun Mushi felt jealous, but also worried that her rebellious disciple wouldn't be able to control himself and would prematurely defile Meiji. She hesitated for a moment.
Tianyi, this woman is ill. Before you reach the Dao Heaven realm, you must not act impulsively, or the consequences will be unimaginable. Even I, your master, cannot save you.
Hearing this, Su Tianyi looked at Meiji with suspicion and disbelief, feeling incredibly sorry for her.
Such an amazing figure, yet she's ill.
Meiji blushed and explained, "Young master, please don't misunderstand.
I'm still a virgin." Su Tianyi thought for a moment, realizing he wasn't a saint.
With such a seductive maidservant hovering around him, it was impossible not to touch her. Therefore, he said, "Master, I don't need anyone to take care of me." Yun Mushi said shyly, "Meiji can help you relieve your pent-up desires."
Su Tianyi hesitated, afraid his words would hurt Meiji, and used his spiritual power to transmit his voice, "Master, isn't she ill?
How can she relieve her pent-up desires?" Meiji's ears twitched slightly, and she gave Su Tianyi a resentful look.
Young Mushi looked left and right, stammering, and after a long while, finally managed to say, "How would I know?"
After saying this, she blushed and quickly left.
"Master."
Su Tianyi tried to stop her, but just then, Meiji took his hand and said in a seductive voice, "There are many ways, young master, you'll know once you try."
"Isn't this inappropriate?"
"Young master, your talent is unparalleled, I will be yours sooner or later." Meiji buried her head in Su Tianyi's chest, her mind filled with 1,000 conflicting thoughts. She only had one path to take, to gamble on Su Tianyi's supreme potential. As for immortals, they were far too distant, she didn't even dare to dream of them. Meiji completely resigned herself to her fate. She raised her eyes and looked at Su Tianyi's incomparably handsome face, and suddenly felt that giving herself to him wasn't as unacceptable as she had imagined.
Chapter 37. Damn traitor, don't come looking for me tomorrow. The night was dark, the moonlight as bright as jade, the stars twinkling.
The flowers in the back garden, chilled by the winter wind, had all withered overnight. Meiji lay on her side, her eyes filled with resentment as she looked at Su Tianyi, whose breathing was steady, as if blaming him for his lack of tenderness.
"Oomph, you stinky man."
Meiji felt increasingly aggrieved and resentful, and gently kicked Su Tianyi's shin with her jade-like foot.
"What is it?" Su Tianyi was a light sleeper and woke up easily.
Meiji instantly transformed into a shadowy figure, her nose red, her eyes glistening, one hand wiping away tears, the other resting on her shapely buttocks. Her alluring eyes, seemingly reproachful yet not angry, made hearts race. She sobbed, "Young master, I can't sleep." Seeing her pitiful appearance, Su Tianyi felt a pang of shame. Su Tianyi thought for a moment and said, "Upstairs you can bathe in the spiritual spring, which will help you sleep." Meiji threw back the covers, stretching out her arms as if to be hugged. Su Tianyi slipped one arm under Meiji's legs and placed the other under her shoulder, carefully lifting her up. He turned and slowly walked towards the second floor, careful not to hurt her with any sudden movements.
Meiji nestled quietly in Su Tianyi's arms.
This was the second time she had rested against his chest. Unlike before, this time she felt calm and unease. On the contrary, the aura emanating from the man before her made her feel even more at ease, an irresistible feeling that made her want to stay in this gentle haven forever. A resolute light appeared in Meiji's alluring eyes. Having made her choice, she would see it through to the end. She would do her utmost to win Su Tianyi's favor.
Being a concubine? Impossible. The leader of the Hahuan sect, using all his skills, couldn't even win over a junior who hadn't yet entered the mortal world?
Given time, Su Tianyi would surely be captivated by her beauty, utterly unable to extricate himself.
Even if he became the supreme ruler, so what?
At that time, she could simply beckon him with a flick of her finger. Enjoying her bright future, Meiji failed to notice Su Tianyi's increasingly bloodshot eyes, like those of a wild beast.
Holding her close, Su Tianyi could clearly smell the intoxicating fragrance emanating from Meiji. Her features were exquisitely perfect, without a single flaw.
Her figure was slender, curvaceous, and proportionally balanced, her proud curves flowing smoothly. Her snow-white feet, sculpted like jade, were so perfect, so maddening.
At this moment, Su Tianyi wanted to possess her fiercely. His breathing quickened, and his peripheral vision involuntarily drifted towards Meiji.
As he climbed the stairs, he nearly tripped and fell. The small accident acted as a fuse, instantly igniting the desire Su Tianyi had been forcibly suppressing. His mind went blank, all that remained before him was this perfect body. His furtive glances turned into a blatant, sweeping gaze. The purple dress was cinched at the waist, revealing a slender figure, and two proud, magnificent breasts that stood tall and proud, captivating and breathtaking.
"Young master, you frightened me." Su Tianyi's heavy, hot breath brushed against Meiji's alluring cheek.
The enchanting woman in his arms finally noticed something amiss and snapped out of her reverie. At this moment, seeing his increasingly irrational and frenzied state, Meiji was terrified, her face turning pale. Although she was a powerful cultivator at the feather transformation realm, even without deliberate body tempering, her physical strength far surpassed Su Tianyi's. However, her current identity was merely that of an ordinary maid, therefore, her physical strength was adjusted to a mortal state.
Meiji's naturally alluring voice became the final straw. Half an hour later, Meiji secretly activated the yin-yang diagram. 2 hours later, Su Tianyi and Meiji lay on opposite sides of a large wooden tub filled with spiritual spring water. His eyes were filled with self-reproach. I'm sorry, my willpower was too weak. Following me has made you suffer. Meiji brushed her long, wavy hair outside the tub and smiled. I'm just a bed warmer, as long as you're happy, young master. Su Tianyi looked at the radiant Meiji and fell into deep thought. With Meiji's help, he had actually broken through to the next realm, now reaching the fifth order unity realm. Meanwhile, Yun Mushi withdrew her divine sense, her face darkening with intense jealousy. That damn traitor. He likes this woman so much? He'd better not come looking for me tomorrow. After a while, Yun Mushi calmed down and took out the yin-yang diagram from her spatial ring, preparing to cultivate. She had witnessed the changes in Meiji before and after activating the diagram. Is it really that magical? She opened the yin-yang diagram and began to study it. The yin-yang diagram was a thick, slightly yellowed book. The first half explained that all things in the world are divided into yin and yang, and exist within the 5 elements. Isolated yin cannot grow, and solitary yang cannot be born. Only through the combination of yin and yang can there be a beginning and an end. The second half made Yun Mushi's pretty face flush crimson. It depicted various cultivation postures. The author, fearing others might not understand the meaning, had even added annotations explaining the benefits of each posture for cultivation. Yun Mushi's body gradually weakened, becoming limp. Lying on the bed, thinking of the traitor's affectionate moments with Meiji, she murmured, her red lips curving, Tianyi, you're so naughty. Chapter 38 Senior Sister? I hate her the most. As noon approached, the sun still hadn't appeared, seemingly finding the weather too cold and unwilling to acknowledge the world, disappearing to meet its lover in secret. A gust of cold wind swept in, and Su Tianyi shivered, pulling his hand away from the soft warmth of her breasts. He got up, put on his shoes, and sleepily approached the small bamboo window. Standing by the window, the chill instantly snapped him out of his daze. He couldn't help but complain, what kind of weather is this? Yesterday it was sunny and warm, and today it's so cold? Su Tianyi looked closely through the bamboo window. The autumn chrysanthemums in the backyard had withered, their petals scattered on the ground, a poignant sight. This scene filled Su Tianyi with a touch of sadness, but he quickly shook his head and smiled, closing the window and turning back to look at Meiji, still asleep on the soft couch. This beautiful chrysanthemum, which had attracted bees and butterflies, was one he had personally plucked yesterday. Su Tianyi took out a thick white robe from his storage ring, put it on, walked to the mirror, turned his body left and right, and examined the person in the mirror. A handsome young man, elegant and refined, gazes at himself in the mirror, unable to sleep at night. Su Tianyi stroked his chin, a narcissistic expression on his face, thinking how could someone so handsome exist in the world? He was simply irresistible to men, women, young and old. No, I can't look anymore, or I'll become gay myself. Su Tianyi straightened his clothes, dressed neatly, and took a thick quilt from the closet, covering the sleeping beauty with it. Gazing at Meiji's stunningly beautiful face, he felt as if he were dreaming. A mere maidservant possessed such beauty, even the 4 beauties of the world couldn't compare. I'm so lucky. Su Tianyi leaned down and kissed Meiji's jade-like forehead, speaking with remarkable self-awareness. Just as he was about to turn and leave, the sleeping beauty suddenly grasped his hand, murmuring in her sleep, "My lord, don't leave me." Hearing this, Su Tianyi's heart softened. He remembered she was a pitiful, lonely woman who now saw him as her pillar of support, her lifelong reliance. Don't worry, I'll definitely give you a proper title in the future. Su Tianyi gently touched her tightly clasped hand and said softly. Really? You're not lying to me, young master? Meiji, who was sleeping, was awakened by Su Tianyi's small gesture. Su Tianyi smiled, I never lie. Meiji responded softly, then placed Su Tianyi's hand on her breasts, her eyes filled with seductive allure. Young master, I've rested enough. Su Tianyi. Is this little girl's fighting ability really that strong? Last night, after bathing in the spiritual spring, they had another fierce battle. He galloped across the battlefield,
while Meiji, head held high, feigned ingratiation, her voice melodious and sweet. Su Tiany's other hand instinctively reached for his waist, but he resisted with immense willpower. This last bit of public sustenance had to be given to his master, or the consequences would be unimaginable. Meiji's eyes were filled with resentment, like a discarded wife. Every frown and gesture exuded allure, igniting Su Tiany's lust. He fled out the door. With a soft pft, Meiji chuckled. She couldn't help but look at her adopted son with newfound respect. As the leader of the Joyful Union sect, even without deliberately releasing her seductive aura, her charm was irresistible to a mere cultivator in the Unity realm. Su Tiany didn't rush forward with bloodshot eyes. This composure greatly surprised her, proving he was indeed a promising talent. Meiji couldn't help but feel hopeful for his future. The Supreme Realm? With her help, it wasn't impossible. Outside, the howling wind extinguished the lust in Su Tiany's heart, allowing him to calm down again. This little vixen was simply too alluring. Her seductive figure was like a drug. Once he'd been with her, he was hopelessly addicted. If he didn't find a way to control himself, forget reaching the peak, within a month, he feared he'd be exhausted and die. Su Tiany stepped into the ever-spring-like peach blossom forest, instantly feeling warm. His little bamboo hut was initially planned to be built in the peach blossom forest, but the little vixen had taken the opportunity to mock him, saying he couldn't even endure the hardships of the changing seasons and would definitely have no future. When he first arrived on the mountain, Su Tiany, with his strong sense of pride, impulsively fell for Lin Xiener's obvious provocation, fearing being looked down upon by his master. As he walked, a small, golden-yellow plant, radiant and seemingly shrouded in celestial energy, caught Su Tiany's attention. Could it be the mutation caused by the blood I spat out earlier? Su Tiany had feigned carelessness and been injured by Yun Meng to persuade the princess to stay overnight, spitting out blood here. It must be the 9 Deaths resurrection elixir that caused the transformation in Master's blood, the little girl speculated. Su Tiany thought to himself, am I some kind of human-shaped elixir, a walking Tang monk's flesh? Suddenly, he remembered something and asked, Chu, you don't usually peep, do you? Inside the fairy chamber, the little girl covered her eyes with her small hands, the gaps between her fingers spread wide. Her face flushed, she said. Chu is still a child, she doesn't understand anything. When Master does naughty things, Chu always covers her eyes, she wouldn't peep. Really? Su Tiany felt this was somewhat contradictory. She didn't understand anything, yet she knew that such things shouldn't be peeped at? Just then, a white figure appeared in front of him, interrupting Su Tiany's attempt to continue questioning. Gu Lingtian was lying on the ground, in an extremely awkward position, like a dog faceplanting in the mud. Su Tiany quickly walked to his side, squatted down, put his hand on his shoulder, and shook him vigorously a few times. Gu Lingtian slowly woke up, his eyes glazed over, looking utterly foolish, as if asking, who am I? Where am I? Senior brother, is there something you need to see the Holy Lord? Su Tiany noticed the golden token hanging from his waist and knew he was a direct disciple. He greeted him politely and harmlessly, but inwardly he thought, although the peach blossom forest is spring-like all year round, much more comfortable than the biting cold outside, you don't need to sleep here, do you? The posture is so unseemly, it damages your image. Gu Lingtian remained dazed, the confusion in his eyes deepening. He rubbed his temples, beginning to ponder the cause and effect. A few days later, he would be crowned the Xian Tian Holy Son. Having just returned to the Holy Land, he met his long-admired junior sister Xiener, and then followed her to the Holy Lord Peak. Why did I follow junior sister Xiener? Thinking this, Gu Lingtian's head began to ache. The headache didn't last long. He remembered he had come to the Holy Lord Peak to confess his feelings to junior sister Xiener. After being rejected, he was heartbroken and fainted here. Seeing Gu Lingtian sometimes looking lost, sometimes frowning, sometimes grinning foolishly, Su Tiany asked worriedly, Senior brother, are you alright? Gu Lingtian stood up, regaining his composure, and chuckled, Junior brother Su, please pass on a message to junior sister Xiener for me. Tell her that Gu Lingtian won't give up. Is this senior sister's suitor? Su Tiany thought, then asked doubtfully, Senior brother Gu, do you know me?
Junior brother is the Holy Lord's last disciple, of course senior brother knows. Gu Lingtian turned and left, covering dozens of meters in a single step, looking very aloof. However, Su Tianyi felt nothing. His disheveled appearance, like a dog falling face-first into the mud, was too vividly etched in his memory. Su Tianyi glanced at the sky, deciding it was still early. Since his master would likely be indecisive in broad daylight anyway, he might as well go to his senior sister's place to retrieve the mountain-splitting axe he had lost. As for senior brother Gu, forget it. He has an inexplicable dislike for him. But the reason definitely isn't because he's a suitor of the little vixen. Senior sisters are the worst. Chapter 39. Senior sister is actually a fox demon. Su Tianyi's small bamboo house was located to the north of the peach blossom forest, while Lin Xianer's palace was to the south. His master and the senior sister he had never met were located to the east and west, respectively. Lin Xianer's palace was like a princess's fortress, magnificent and towering into the clouds. From its summit, one could see the entire view of Su Tianyi's small bamboo house. To prevent unauthorized entry, a complex maze of considerable quality was set up outside her palace. During the time Su Tianyi was taken care of by the little demoness, he had frequented this place, so he easily bypassed the maze and pushed open the door. The main hall was empty. Su Tianyi tentatively called out a few times, but there was no response. He hesitated for a moment, then walked towards Lin Xianer's boudoir. The bedroom was decorated entirely in pink, giving it a very girlish feel. The clothes the little vixen wore yesterday lay scattered on the fragrant couch. Su Tianyi's heart raced. He took a deep breath, stepped forward, and touched the pink bodice. It was warm, indicating she had just taken it off. He pondered for a moment, a mischievous smile spreading across his face. He tiptoed up the stairs to the second-floor bathroom. Little vixen, you play tricks on me every day, using illusions to make me laugh. It's not unreasonable to ask for some interest, is it? Just one look. Su Tianyi circled the bathroom door stealthily, finding it locked and the windows closed. His brow furrowed. Just as he was about to give up, a strange gust of wind suddenly opened the side window. Su Tianyi thought for a moment, his desire for revenge ultimately overcoming his reason. He took out a recording stone, and like a thief, climbed up from the outside, crouching low, carefully approaching the open window. Steam rose from the bathtub, and Lin Xianer, adorned with a crystal necklace, raised one hand while gently stroking it with the other, her skin as white as snow. Su Tianyi deftly activated the recording stone, capturing this alluring scene. Little vixen, if you dare to play tricks on anyone again, don't blame your junior brother for disregarding our fraternal bond, he thought through gritted teeth. Half an hour later, Lin Xianer still hadn't risen, and Su Tianyi couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment and regret. After an unknown amount of time, the little vixen's snow-white cheeks flushed slightly from soaking in the water. Finally, she made a new move. The little thief, who had been anxiously waiting by the window, instantly perked up, his eyes fixed on the beauty inside, afraid of missing anything. Inside the bathroom, Lin Xianer revealed a barely perceptible smile, turned her back, and draped a towel behind her. This scene left the expectant Su Tianyi completely dumbfounded. A gust of cold wind swept over him, making him shiver. He roared inwardly, "Little vixen, I have an irreconcilable hatred for you." When the little vixen removed her towel, she was already wearing a bikini set, covering her three key areas. Su Tianyi sighed inwardly in disappointment. Just as he was preparing to flee to avoid being discovered by the little vixen, she actually pulled out black stockings from her spatial ring. Su Tianyi exclaimed, "Holy crap! This thing has actually been invented? When did this happen? How come he didn't know? Are the people here so adventurous, so extravagant?" Su Tianyi was overwhelmed with excitement. He had thought the people of this world only knew how to fight and kill, but he never expected. For the first time, he felt a longing for the outside world. The world was so vast, he wanted to see it. Lin Xianer leaned forward, her jade-like hand hooking the waistband of her black stockings, slowly pulling them down to her most intimate area. Releasing her hand, the stockings snapped shut, covering her entire leg with a soft snap, the soft flesh at the base of her thigh slightly indented. Su Tianyi's Adam's apple bobbed, his mouth felt dry. If it weren't for the training he received from the enchantress Mei last night, which had further enhanced his self-control, he would have already transformed into a werewolf and pounced on her. Lin Xianer frowned slightly, annoyed. Why hadn't that brat outside broken in through the window yet? Could it be that her appearance no longer held enough appeal for him? Thinking of the strange technique Su Tianyi had used yesterday, Lin Xianer's mood grew heavy. She bit her lip, weighed the pros and cons, and then reached up to remove the crystal necklace from her neck. A flash of white light, and Lin Xianer's true appearance returned. It was a face capable of captivating all beings. Her alluring features included slightly arched eyebrows and brimming eyes, seemingly overflowing with autumn waves, possessing a bewitching charm. Her jade-like lips parted slightly, revealing pearly white teeth and delicate, luscious pink lips. Beneath her jade-like collarbone were two high, snow-white mounds, their size far exceeding that of a small watermelon, becoming as large as a watermelon, comparable to Duanmu Qingshue's. 3 large, fluffy white tails curled up, draped over her fragrant shoulders, and cascaded down to her snow-white breasts. Su Tianyi's pupils constricted, nearly falling in fright, about to be overwhelmed by desire and completely lose his temper. 1,000 thoughts raced through his mind. His first reaction was that his senior sister had been possessed by a fox demon. But then he realized something was wrong. Although the person inside was even more beautiful and captivating than the little demon girl, her aura was exactly the same as his senior sister's, without any change. This didn't seem like possession. Could it be that senior sister was a fox demon all along? A spy sent by the demon race? Su Tianyi was incredibly conflicted. If that were true, how could he face his senior sister in the future? Should he pretend he didn't see anything and help her cover it up? Or should he expose her for the sake of the Holy Land? Honestly, if he had to choose between his senior sister and the Holy Land, he would definitely choose his senior sister without hesitation. What did the Holy Land's interests matter to him? The people around him were the most important. However, his master was the Xian Tian Holy Lord, and the Holy Land belonged to her. He didn't want to do anything detrimental to his master. Junior brother, what are you thinking about? You seem so engrossed? Su Tianyi was lost in thought and didn't notice Lin Xianer had approached. He shuddered and fell down. Lin Xianer followed suit, leaping up and embracing Su Tianyi's waist. They spun 3 times in the air before landing gracefully. After landing safely, Su Tianyi immediately distanced himself from her, maintaining a safe distance. He instantly channeled his inner actor, a sheepish grin spreading across his face as he earnestly admitted his mistake. I promise I'll never peep at you while you're bathing again. Lin Xianer was taken aback for a moment, then realized her junior brother was feigning ignorance. She smiled sweetly. Sister doesn't care, but I think I can hear a thump-thump of your heartbeat. What are you so afraid of, junior brother? Su Tianyi, trembling with fear like a child caught doing something wrong, lowered his head. I committed such a shameful act today, and was caught red-handed by you, senior sister, hence my trepidation. Lin Xianer's 3 snow-white fox tails swayed behind her. Too lazy to watch Su Tianyi's performance, she cut to the chase. Junior brother, now that you know your sister's true identity, what should we do? She placed her jade-like hand across her neck and said with a smile, just in case, shouldn't you silence me? Chapter 40 The Jealous Fairy Master. Senior sister, with your makeup, black stockings, and foxtail, you've changed so much. Junior brother almost didn't recognize you. Su Tianyi was flustered and hadn't made a decision yet. He wanted to pretend he hadn't seen anything when he went up. Sister's name is Fox Charm, she's a princess of the Fox Kingdom, one of the 4 most beautiful women in the world, and she's infiltrating the human race as a spy. Junior brother, will you expose her? Lin Xianer had already made up her mind. Since Su Tianyi would find out her identity sooner or later after all, he was her fiancé, she might as well take this opportunity to reveal herself and see how she held her place in her junior brother's heart. Another reason for revealing her identity today was that her unparalleled beauty, unknown to her beloved, was truly suffocating and unbearable. Su Tianyi gripped the recording stone in his hand, his expression serious. What do the feuds between humans and demons have to do with me? Junior brother doesn't know Fox Fairy, only senior sister Xianer who took care of me for a year. Fox Fairy let out a silvery laugh, is that so? Junior brother is quite the charmer. Those words have touched my heart. Why don't you leave the Xiantian Holy Land with me and marry into my fox kingdom? Su Tiany's heart tightened, but he forced an expression of admiration, replying, Senior sister's beauty is unparalleled, I've admired her for a long time. Fox Fairy's beautiful eyes narrowed into crescent moons. Junior brother is the holy son of Xiantian, with limitless potential. Are you really willing to give up your readily available power and elope with me? Hearing this, Su Tiany's scalp tingled. He was the holy son, only a small number of core figures in the Xiantian Holy Land knew this. How could this little demoness know such top-secret information? Could there be a traitor among them? He decided to take a gamble and test the waters. If she showed no mercy, he would have no choice but to use the sun-shooting divine bow, painfully maiming her, sparing her fox life out of consideration for their past kindness. Su Tiany lowered his head, concealing his expression. Senior sister, if junior brother doesn't want to leave the Xiantian Holy Land, are you really going to silence him? Lin Xianer smiled gently, of course I respect your wishes. Such a handsome younger brother, I can't bear to part with him. Senior sister, aren't you afraid I'll expose you? Su Tiany paused, a complex emotion welling up inside him. It seemed the little vixen wasn't as annoying as he'd imagined. Her mischievous nature and penchant for teasing were minor flaws, but as a man, he should be more forgiving. Lin Xianer smiled lightly, her voice brimming with confidence. Who would believe that? Senior sister is the Holy Lord's personal disciple, an unparalleled talent, and the leader of the Xiantian sect at the Zhulu Academy. Su Tiany was speechless. He had only been a member of the Xiantian Holy Land for 3 years, spending his days holed up on the Holy Lord Peak, his origins a mystery. If anyone was going to be an undercover agent, it seemed more like him. But he had evidence. Shall I go? After calming himself slightly, Su Tiany tentatively took a few steps outside, noticing out of the corner of his eye that Lin Xianer stood there, smiling at him, making no further move. Only at this moment did his heart relax. Just as he was about to step out of the maze, the fox-spirited woman suddenly said, Wait a moment. Su Tiany's body stiffened, his energy and spirit gathering to their peak, resonating with his divine bow. If things went wrong, he would immediately unleash a thunderous strike. The vixen smiled charmingly, a gentle expression appearing on her alluring face. Junior brother is still the same as before, clumsy and careless. She took out a mountain-splitting axe from her spatial ring. Junior brother, have you forgotten something? 2 years have passed, consider this a gift for senior sister. Su Tiany glanced back, then turned and left, afraid the little vixen might change her mind. Fox Fairy stamped her foot, pouting, Why are you walking so fast? Am I that scary? Do you think I'll eat people? What an oblivious junior brother. I'm a frail woman, and you're giving me a mountain-splitting axe? Only when they were nearing their master's palace did Su Tiany turn back, looking in the direction of Lin Xianer. Yesterday's words flooded his mind, protecting you is my duty. In this world, only I can bully you. Su Tiany sighed, storing the recording stone in the fairy painting, muttering to himself, Fine, I'll let you go for now. With solid evidence in hand, if you threaten my master again, I'll expose you to the whole world. Inside the ancient and magnificent palace, Yun Mushi sat dignifiedly, her purple dress flowing on the floor, her beauty unparalleled, like a fairy from another world. Seeing her rebellious disciple lingering outside for so long, refusing to come in, she gritted her teeth inwardly. Thinking to himself, it was understandable that he hesitated for a long time at the door the first time. Now that he had done what he needed to do and seen what he needed to see, and it was already dark outside, what was this rebellious disciple so cowardly about? Knock, 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 master, your disciple has come to pay respects. Hearing this gentle voice, Yun Mushi immediately put away her expression, turned to the side, and adopted a haughty demeanor, as if she were a very unhappy master. Master, is something troubling you? Su Tiany went straight to sit down beside Yun Mushi, taking her cool, soft hand in his. Yun Mushi tried to pull away, but her rebellious disciple held on tightly, so she gave up, only letting out a sour snort. Getting up now? What time is it? Yesterday at noon you were playing with that little slut little maid until midnight, weren't you satisfied? Su Tiany asked suspiciously, playing until midnight? Master, how did you know? Could it be? Yun Mushi, embarrassed and angry, quickly interrupted, how could I have spied on what you two were doing? Absolutely not. Alright, Master, don't get agitated, no one said you were spied on. Seeing Yun Mushi's face flush red, Sutiani quickly comforted her, manipulating her hand, interlacing her fingers, palms pressed together. Master will always be the person I care about most in my heart. Mayor is just a maid, why bother with her? I'm bothering her? Mayor? That's quite an intimate way of addressing her. Yun Mushi's voice suddenly sharpened, her chest heaving dramatically, a breathtaking sight. She gritted her teeth, just one day, and she's already stolen your soul. What a skill! She's got tricks up her sleeve? She's skilled? Then go find her. What are you doing here so late? Yun Mushi pulled her hand away from Su Tiany's tight grip, and in a flash, she scurried under the covers, not even showing her head. For her rebellious disciple, she had studied the movements on the yin-yang diagram so diligently last night. And he was enjoying himself so carefree, completely disregarding her feelings. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. So annoying. Su Tiany sighed inwardly. Are all women this unreasonable? Wasn't Meiji a gift you gave me specifically for you know? Why is she getting jealous and angry? He was secretly glad he hadn't immediately agreed to his senior sister's marriage, otherwise, his master would probably have thrown another tantrum. Thinking of Lin Siener, Su Tiany fell into a long silence again. Hiding under the covers, Yun Mushi saw Su Tiany standing there, not coming forward to appease or comfort her for a long time. She thought her rebellious disciple was angry because he thought she was being unreasonable. Feeling both anxious and a little wronged, she said in a trembling voice, I've already taken the initiative to find you women, isn't that generous enough? I complained a little, said a few words to you, what's wrong with that? So stingy. Chapter 41 Leaving by the Wall. Hearing these pitiful words, Su Tiany finally realized he still had a jealous woman to appease. So he quickly stepped forward, sat on the soft couch, and gently comforted her, Master, you misunderstand. I'm not angry, I was just thinking about something else. As soon as he said it, Su Tiany realized something was wrong. As expected, his master became even angrier, a muffled voice coming from under the covers, It's only been a short time since we separated, and you're already missing her? Then go keep her company. I don't like you, I don't need your company. With that, Yun Mushi stretched out her long, shapely leg and lightly kicked him, Get away from me. Don't touch me. Su Tiany looked helpless, sighing inwardly. She's so old, why is she still like a little girl, so hard to coax? Just now, I was thinking, Master has been so good to me, saving my life, passing on his skills, teaching me cultivation, and even devoting himself to me, and lately, I've been doing things that anger Master, so I feel guilty. That's why I'm standing here, not knowing how to face Master. Really? Yun Mushi poked her head out, looking at Su Tiany, her beautiful eyes filled with distrust and suspicion. Really, I never lie, especially to Master. Su Tiany repeated this classic line he always used, his skin thicker than a divine wall, impenetrable even by the sun-shooting bow. Who knows if you're the same way with other people? Yun Mushi turned her head away haughtily, continuing her little tantrum. Su Tiany patiently comforted her, sincerely apologizing, and it took him a long time to appease his hypocritical and pretentious master. Master has been away for several days, have you gained anything? Su Tiany asked. Yun Mushi glared at him, as if to say, You already know all that stuff, don't you even care about your master? Su Tiany reacted quickly, his face full of worry, Is Master injured? Yun Mushi raised her head, her expression extremely disdainful, The mere Hawan sect, I can suppress it with a flick of my hand. Master's beauty is astonishing, her cultivation unparalleled, she is the #1 fairy in the world. After a round of flattery, Su Tiany's eyes flickered as he said, That yin-yang diagram. Yun Mushi rolled her eyes, but didn't say anything more. She also wanted to test the effects of the yin-yang diagram. A flash of golden light, and a thick little yellow book appeared in Su Tiany's hands. Su Tiany gathered his energy and began to carefully read it. Judging from his solemn expression, you could tell how diligent he was. If he had had this kind of dedication when he was studying in his previous life, he might not have gotten into Tsinghua or Peking University, but he definitely wouldn't have ended up at a third-rate university. Half an hour later, Su Tianyi's serious expression transformed into one of shy embarrassment. The book's contents matched its cover. Damn, it really was a pornographic novel. He glanced guiltily at his fairy master, Yun Mushi, whose expression remained unchanged as she solemnly explained, "The Tao of Yin and Yang is infinitely profound, even I haven't fully grasped it in a short time. You mustn't underestimate it for any reason." Su Tianyi's heart suddenly raced. Did this mean his master had read it too? Little did he know, Yun Mushi had not only read it intently last night, but had also found it quite arousing. She'd even changed the sheets several times. Suppressing his inner turmoil, Su Tianyi composed himself and said solemnly, "Master, the yin-yang diagram is too profound, there are still some parts one don't understand." "All right." Yun Mushi took the small yellow book from Su Tianyi, lowered her stunningly beautiful face, and casually flipped through a couple of pages: the Mountain and Sea chapter and the Sound and Rhythm chapter. Yun Mushi blushed as she explained the obscure and difficult content of the yin-yang diagram to Su Tianyi. The hall was so quiet you could hear a pin drop, save for her fairy master's hurried explanations and the rustling of the pages. While Mount Shangju may not be the highest mountain in the world, it is undoubtedly one of the most majestic. Perpetually shrouded in purple mist, its magnificent beauty remains largely unseen. Even today, it surges like a sea of clouds, ever-changing and breathtakingly beautiful. The Mountains and Seas chapter is divided into two parts. The first part is about mountains, the second about seas. Deep gorges are hidden among the hills, where rain is rarely seen. The author says, after a long drought, rain will surely come, the murmuring streams will inevitably converge into rivers, causing floods. Having said this, the banknotes were flipped, and the next chapter began. The prosody chapter is hailed as essential reading, containing the truths of heaven and earth. Its content is categorized and easy to read aloud. However, this fairy master seems to be tone-deaf, reading it like a baby's whimper. Though lacking rhyme, it is, after all, a fairy's voice, possessing a unique charm that evokes the imagination. Master's knowledge is indeed profound, all the doubts in my heart have been cleared up. Su Tianyi's Adam's apple bobbed, his body burning with desire. Even a slight understanding stirred a torrent of lust. Good comprehension. No wonder you are worthy of my high regard, the holy son of Xintian. Yun Mushi straightened her clothes, revealing an expression of delight at her potential. Su Tianyi embraced her soft waist, whispering in her ear, "Tonight, I wish to return to our sect." "Does master permit me?" Of course, permitted teaching and nurturing are most about leading by example. Yun Mushi's will extinguished the luminous pearls. Her pink lips, reddened with shyness, shone brightly. Her purple eyes were exquisitely beautiful, their allure enhanced by a captivating allure. Su Tianyi obeyed his master's command, holding the key, and opened the sect, which had been closed for 8 days. He spent a sleepless night. The next morning, Su Tianyi's hand slipped behind Yun Mushi's neck, resting on her fragrant shoulder. He pulled her close, gazing at her stunningly beautiful face, and sighed, "When master is quiet, she truly is a fairy from the clouds, but once she moves, she's nothing short of a vixen." Yun Mushi's eyelashes trembled slightly, her red lips parting gently. "What do you mean by this, you rebellious disciple?" Su Tianyi chuckled, as the saying goes, the most alluring thing in the world is nothing compared to 4 ounces of breasts. Yours must weigh 4 pounds, right? It has bewitched your disciple, making me want to lie forever on master's mountain peaks. Yun Mushi's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. She subconsciously tightened her bulging robes, saying with a mixture of embarrassment and annoyance, "Su Tianyi, are you itching for a beating again? You really are like a dog that needs no discipline." The two chased and played around. Soon, Su Tianyi's exaggerated scream echoed from the bedchamber, followed by Yun Mushi's gasp. Shortly after, a woman's voice, whether of pain or pleasure, rang out from within the chamber. At noon, Su Tianyi walked out with his hands on his hips and leaning against the wall, thinking to himself, "Luckily I awakened my divine body, otherwise I really wouldn't be able to handle the continuous high-intensity exercise." However, it wasn't a complete loss. He broke through 2 realms,
reaching the 7th tier Unity realm.
Breaking through realms was like drinking water, pleasant and effortless.
On the soft couch, Yun Mushi propped her head up, lying on her side and gazing in the direction Su Tianyi had left. A smug look appeared in her eyes, and she gave a soft snort. "I've confiscated all your public transport rations, leaving you powerless and starving that little slut."
Chapter 42. The alluring enchantress is finally subdued.
A fine drizzle fell steadily on the small bamboo house, making a soft, rhythmic dripping sound. A cold wind howled, making it hard to leave the cozy little hut.
Su Tianyi stood by the window, watching the silent rain swing in the wind.
He knew that the next day, the sky would be blanketed in snow, a world of white, except for the peach blossom grove, which remained perpetually spring-like. The thought of this breathtaking scene made him want to pick up a brush and paint it. Just as he was lost in thought, a pair of soft, jade-like hands slipped under his armpits and crossed over his chest. Meiji pressed her cheek against Su Tianyi's back and gently embraced him. "Young master, you've been standing here since you returned at noon.
What are you thinking about? You seem so engrossed. Don't you even look at me? Is there something I didn't do well? Or perhaps young master has already grown tired of me?"
Hearing Meiji's alluring voice, Su Tianyi felt his body involuntarily heat up, and his heart began to race. He didn't turn around, continuing to gaze at the drizzle outside the window. Meiji's alluring face, captivating all who beheld her, was truly irresistible. His body would be completely drained. Seeing that Su Tianyi didn't turn around, Meiji exuded a seductive aura, her breath sweet as orchids as she breathed into the back of his neck. "Young master, I've prepared a delicious feast for you. Wouldn't you like to try some?" Tianyi was somewhat tempted, wanting to say, "Eating you is enough, you're more delicious than the food."
Having worked so hard, Su Tianyi was indeed quite hungry.
The aroma of the food wafting from behind him, mingled with the woman's fragrance, made his stomach rumble.
Su Tianyi turned around, sat down in a chair, and looked at the table laden with food, praising, "Meiji, I didn't expect you to be such a good cook." Meiji smiled seductively. "Taking care of your daily needs, young master, is my duty."
Although Su Tianyi quickly lowered his head to eat, Meiji's sweet, mature voice still stirred a restless energy within him, making him yearn to immediately pin her down on the table and ravage her.
To die beneath the peony flower, even as a ghost, is still romantic. Su Tianyi truly understood the meaning of this saying today.
However, in life, there are always things more important than life and death. His master had appointed him as the Holy Son of Xiantian. If, at the Holy Son's succession ceremony the day after tomorrow, he were pale, his legs weak, and trembling, looking like a weak and feeble young master, wouldn't he be betraying his master's trust?
Seeing Su Tianyi so focused on eating, Meiji didn't even look up.
She pressed her proud, erect breasts against the table, pouted her red lips, and said sweetly, "Young master, look at me."
Su Tianyi ignored her and continued eating. Suddenly, Meiji smiled charmingly, as if she understood something.
She fell silent, simply resting her chin on her hand, tilting her head, and quietly watching Su Tianyi eat.
Su Tianyi felt uncomfortable under her gaze and spoke first. "Why aren't you saying anything?"
Meiji smiled. "Young master has important matters to attend to later, so I won't disturb you any longer."
Su Tianyi was puzzled. Important matters? Who said that? How come he didn't know? Meiji asked curiously. "Young master is working so hard to replenish your energy, isn't it so you can teach this ignorant maid a lesson?"
Her voice seemed to possess a magical power, capable of drawing out the wicked thoughts hidden deep within people's hearts.
Su Tianyi's volcano, filled with desire, was about to erupt. The next morning,
Su Tianyi opened his weary eyes, propped himself up, and silently began to cultivate.
Tomorrow was the Holy Son's succession ceremony. This listless, exhausted state couldn't be tolerated. One wrong move, and the succession ceremony would become a laughingstock. He didn't care much, he was thick-skinned enough. But he absolutely couldn't embarrass his master and the Holy Land.
Sigh, it was all because of his impulsive actions yesterday.
"Master, your Tao heart is not firm enough.
I have failed your expectations, spending my days indulging in the beauty of the enchantress, unable to extricate myself, and neglecting my cultivation." Su Tianyi looked out the window towards Yun Mushi's palace, his eyes filled with self-reproach and a faint sadness.
"Young master, where are you?
The enchantress, with her eyes closed, reached out towards Su Tianyi. Finding no one, she began to call out, her charming voice tinged with a languid allure.
Su Tianyi rubbed his forehead and sighed, "Here we go again. Do you really think you're made of iron and don't need rest? Young master is so diligent.
So early, and so cold, you're still up cultivating." Meiji half closed her eyes, looking at him sleepily.
Su Tianyi sat cross-legged, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, ignoring the little vixen on the bed.
The path of cultivation is long and arduous, the great Tao is boundless.
You can't gain anything overnight.
Don't push yourself too hard.
Relaxing occasionally is fine. Su Tianyi remained unmoved, continuing his cultivation, golden light emanating from his body.
Young master, it's too cold outside.
Let me warm you up.
Meiji threw back the covers with one hand, placing the other on her seemingly bottomless cleavage, her expression suggestive.
Su Tianyi frowned slightly.
Young master, young master.
Meiji uttered seductive words, each one penetrating to the bone, utterly alluring. Su Tianyi opened his eyes, unable to bear it any longer.
He sat on the soft couch, pinned Meiji to his lap, and began to discipline her. This woman never gives a moment's peace, always trying to seduce people.
With her by his side, how can he cultivate in the future? No, there won't be a future. At this rate, he'll be gone soon. Suddenly, a brilliant idea flashed in Su Tianyi's mind. Since he couldn't resist Meiji's beauty or suppress her wanton nature, why not just make her ugly?
When he wanted to, well, he could restore Meiji's original appearance, preventing her from attracting a bunch of foolish playboys, a win-win situation. Thinking this, Su Tianyi immediately took out the gift his godfather had given him from his spatial ring, 3,000 faces. Although the 3,000 faces was merely a low-grade heaven-rank spiritual artifact, its transformation techniques were so profound that even ordinary Tao Heaven Realm experts couldn't fathom it.
Without asking Meiji's consent, Su Tianyi directly placed the mask on her face. In an instant, Meiji transformed from a femme fatale into an ordinary maid.
Her appearance, voice, and figure all became ordinary. She wasn't ugly, but she certainly didn't arouse any sexual interest.
Su Tianyi, accustomed to delicacies, couldn't stomach this simple meal.
It felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, the flame of desire was instantly extinguished.
Young master, what have you done to me?
Meiji naturally knew the 3,000 faces function, but she was playing the role of an ordinary maid, and she had to feign panic. Su Tianyi put her down from his lap and quickly explained the function of the 3,000 faces, assuring her not to worry. Upon hearing this, Meiji persisted, crying and demanding that Su Tianyi remove the 3,000 faces from her face. This tearful appearance left Su Tianyi completely unmoved, even somewhat disgusted.
To appear in her normal form, yet still act coquettishly as usual, who wouldn't feel nauseous?
Although he knew what unparalleled allure lay beneath this appearance, he still couldn't suppress his disgust, like knowing a dish is delicious, but it looks like dog poop.
Chapter 43 Master, be arrogant during the enthronement ceremony.
The snow hadn't fallen, but the dew had frozen, making the temperature even lower. Outside the small bamboo house, 2 or 3 sparrows chirped and peed for food. Su Tianyi was meditating, his 7th level unity realm completely consolidated, and his mental state had returned to normal. Meiji turned to the side, pouted, staring at him with resentful eyes, as if he were a scumbag. Ever since he brought 3,000 faces yesterday, Su Tianyi hadn't even given her a second glance. Meiji was so angry she wanted to reveal her cultivation and teach this ungrateful brat a lesson. Her beauty was unparalleled, and her cultivation was at the peak of the great power level. She had condescended to please this brat, and he still didn't appreciate it.
Of course, Meiji's seduction of Su Tianyi also had its own ulterior motives.
She discovered that being intimate with this boy had actually begun to loosen her rock-solid cultivation barrier. If it were a proper dual cultivation, she was confident she could break through to the Tao Heaven Realm in one go and become a true giant.
Unfortunately, that vixen wouldn't allow it.
There was nothing she could do, lacking in quality, she could only compensate with quantity.
The world was silent, save for the occasional chirping of sparrows outside. Knock knock.
Just then, a knock sounded at the door.
Come in. Su Tianyi stopped cultivating and looked towards the bamboo door. Meiji lifted her skirt and took small, quick steps to open it. Yun Mushi, dressed in an elegant purple gown, one hand held horizontally in front of her abdomen, entered the room and gracefully sat down in a chair, brewing herself a pot of hot tea. Su Tianyi stood respectfully before Yun Mushi. "Master, what brings you here?" Yun Mushi glanced indifferently at Meiji, who bowed respectfully. "This servant greets your majesty." After Yun Mushi nodded, she smiled sweetly at Su Tianyi. "Young master, this servant will go prepare the ingredients for lunch." Su Tianyi nodded with a smile. Meiji turned and left, her bright smile vanishing instantly, her face darkening like water. She was furious, convinced that the 3,000 faces was definitely this old hag's idea. "You even had to send me away to talk? Is there something you're hiding? The more you try to conceal it, the more I'll find out." Meiji didn't go far, stopping near the peach blossom grove, her ears perked up. Yun Mushi sneered inwardly, and with a thought, a pale purple barrier enveloped the small bamboo house. Enraged, Meiji stormed into the peach blossom grove, thinking to herself, "Fine, I won't listen then. Once I regain my true appearance, I'll fawn over that brat in bed, give him a good thrashing, and I bet he can resist the temptation and keep quiet." After Meiji was completely gone, Yun Mushi, who had been dignified and elegant just a moment ago, instantly transformed into a jealous wife, complaining, "Can't I come to see you for no reason?" Men are all the same. They forget about their master as soon as they have a little slut. Su Tianyi chuckled awkwardly, unsure how to respond, and could only remain silent. A few days ago, he might have defended Meiji, but after getting to know her better, he had already sided with his master. She was indeed incredibly seductive, constantly aroused, tempting him to do that. Yun Mushi wanted to continue complaining, but fearing her rebellious disciple would think she was petty and jealous, she could only coldly instruct him on what to pay attention to the next day. After giving her instructions, she specifically added, "Tianyi, our Xiantian Holy Land is one of the 3 top powers in the Great Qin Empire, and the Great Qin Empire is the most powerful nation on the Immortal Spirit Continent. Therefore, we are also a top power on the Immortal Spirit Continent. Tomorrow's ceremony, be arrogant. Don't embarrass the Holy Land or your master." Su Tianyi retorted sullenly, "How arrogant?" Upon hearing this, Yun Mushi immediately began to enthusiastically recount to Su Tianyi her experience of inheriting the position of Holy Maiden. After a while, Su Tianyi's expression turned strange. His master's meaning was probably that everyone present was trash. Isn't that a bit much? As a model youth of Blue Star, Su Tianyi wholeheartedly resisted this arrogant behavior. There are always people more capable than you, and there's always something higher than the mountains. He didn't want to become someone who would be humiliated by showing off, someone who would be stepped on to rise to power and gain fame. Yun Mushi frowned, displeased, and said, "What's there to be cowardly about? Being arrogant at the enthronement ceremony is a tradition of our Xiantian Holy Land, others won't take it to heart." Su Tianyi asked suspiciously, "Is that really so?" Yun Mushi widened her beautiful eyes, "I never lie. Even if some narrow-minded people hold grudges, you don't need to worry. Not long ago, I became an unparalleled expert in the Supreme Realm. This world is vast, you can roam freely as you please. With me here, no one can harm you in the slightest." Su Tianyi felt the first paragraph sounded extremely familiar, but his mind wasn't on that now. He was incredibly excited, his master had actually become a supreme. She was still so young, her blood and energy so vigorous, among those of the same realm, she was almost invincible. The Immortal Spirit Continent hadn't seen a second-tier supreme born for far too long. Just as his master said, with her protecting him, where in the Immortal Spirit Continent couldn't he go? As long as he didn't recklessly provoke the Empress of Great Qin. With such a powerful backer, Su Tianyi felt completely at ease. He patted his chest and solemnly declared, "Master, rest assured, tomorrow your disciple will definitely carry forward the traditional culture of the Holy Land." Yun Mushi nodded with satisfaction, adding, "The more arrogant, the better. Make a name for Xiantian. Don't worry, Master and the Holy Land are your strong support." The next day, at dawn, while the sky was still dimly lit, the Xiantian Holy Land was already bustling with activity. Even the usually quiet and aloof St. Lord Peak was no exception. A group of maids, their faces flushed, were excitedly discussing. "I just heard from the sister on the next peak that the Empire's #1 handsome man, Duan Muluyun, is coming to the Xian Tian Holy Land." "#1 handsome man? I doubt it. Can he be as handsome as young Master Su?" A girl with pigtails expressed her doubt. "This I've never seen him either. The rumors say." Thinking of Su Tiany's flawless face, a face that could make one's heart flutter at a single glance, the maid who had spoken earlier also began to have doubts. Just then, a maid dressed in green interjected, "No matter what, Duan Muluyun is still a prince of the empire. The late emperor had him late in life and doted on him. His status is incomparable to that of Su Tiany. Ah, if only young Master Su were the Holy Son, then the title of the most handsome man would definitely be his." The girl with twin ponytails was clearly a die-hard fan of Su Tiany. The maid in green gently tugged at her braid. "You silly girl. The position of Holy Son concerns the inheritance of the Holy Land. How could it be based on looks? If nothing unexpected happens, the Holy Son's successor will definitely be Senior Brother Gu." The girl with the ponytail clung to the maid in green's hand, shaking it. "I don't care, Senior Brother Su is the Holy Son in my heart." The maid who spoke first said, "Stop thinking about these things. Hurry up and finish cleaning so we can go watch the Holy Son's succession ceremony. If you're lucky, you might even catch the eye of a chosen one from another power." The maid in green, ever clear-headed, sighed, "You've probably heard too many stories from the tea house. You've gone mad." Su Tiany lay on a rocking chair on the second-floor balcony, listening to the whispers of a few people nearby, and shook his head slightly. "Poor Senior Brother Gu, he probably still thinks the Holy Son is him, doesn't he?" After this sigh, he stood up, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He already had a rough plan in mind for how to show off and wow everyone at the enthronement ceremony later. Chapter 44. The next key to inheritance, Moon Goddess Shui Yueyao. As noon approached, the other forces gradually arrived. A powerful figure from the Xian Tian Holy Land unleashed a great divine power, making the temperature within 1,000 miles comfortable. Su Tiany, dressed in red, sat before a mirror, while Meiji combed his hair behind him. Meiji's makeup skills were quite good. With a few strokes, the person in the mirror, though identical to Su Tiany, possessed an added, eerie quality. Paired with his blood-red robes, he exuded an even more domineering aura. Young Master is about to become the Holy Son. Are you nervous? This servant can help you relax. Meiji, accustomed to Su Tiany's elegant, white-robed appearance, was awestruck by this alluring and captivating look. Her body heated up, and she felt a surge of desire, wanting to experience it firsthand. Through the reflection in the mirror, Su Tiany saw Meiji's utterly ordinary, unremarkable face and said indifferently, "Focus on what you need to do now, and I'll take care of you later." His ascetic, godlike demeanor infuriated Meiji. She thought to herself, "I wonder who was it that was throwing themselves at me every day these past few days, lingering and unable to extricate themselves? Do I need your favor? What an ungrateful brat." Half an hour later, Su Tiany stood up, tossing his long, high ponytail, and laughed, "Little slut, this Holy Son is going out. Keep an eye on the house, I'll satisfy you all at once tonight." In the Xian Tian Holy Land, on an incredibly spacious plaza, figures thronged, countless voices mingling, creating a cacophony of noise. This junior brother congratulates Brother Gu on inheriting the position of Holy Son, a man in a blue robe said with a cupped fist and a smile. Upon hearing this, those surrounding Gu Lingtian immediately offered their congratulations. Gu Lingtian smiled and nodded, but a growing unease settled in his heart. Even now, he still hadn't received definite notification of becoming the Holy Son. However, since his return, almost all his fellow disciples believed he was the successor. Rumors spread like wildfire, and with so many people saying it, he began to believe it. After all, he hadn't heard of any extraordinary prodigies rising in the Xian Tian Holy Land recently. He hadn't ruled out the possibility that he wasn't the Holy Son. Just to be on the safe side, he had even gone to see his grandfather, the Supreme Elder, but was told that his grandfather was in seclusion and refusing to see anyone. The air suddenly fell silent. A colossal spaceship, blotting out the sky, approached from afar. That's the invincible worship of the Tai Holy Land. I heard it's a sacred artifact. A sharp-eyed person noticed the Tai Holy Land's emblem on the sail fluttering at the bow. Everyone gasped. The Tai Holy Land was incredibly powerful, actually using a sacred artifact. Anyone who didn't know better would think it was coming to attack the Xin Tian Holy Land. This is truly intriguing, there's going to be a good show. On the high platform, a strikingly handsome man in magnificent robes murmured. His name was Duanmu Luyun. As a member of the Empire's royal family, he naturally possessed access to top-secret information unknown to other powers. He had no interest in who the Holy Sun was, he had come only to see two people. One was the once infamous Demoness, now the Xin Tian Holy Lord, Yun Mushi. Back then, she acted recklessly and arrogantly, punching the Tai Holy Sun and kicking the great Qin Crown Prince, his elder brother. That's why he was certain the Tai Holy Land would cause trouble this time. If the elders couldn't win, wouldn't the younger ones have to take revenge? Duanmu Luyun, who had always been calm and collected, observing the world from above, suddenly stood up. He saw a group of beautiful women in white robes descending from the sky. The leader, dressed in a flowing white gown with wide sleeves, her face veiled, her eyes bright and sparkling like stars, a red lightning bolt mark on her forehead, and long hair reaching her waist, possessed an exceptional aura, like a celestial being from the Moon Palace. She was Xue Yueyao, the current goddess of the Moon Goddess Temple, one of the four beauties of the world. The four beauties of the world were chosen by the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion from countless peerless beauties, carrying great authority. They possessed power, beauty, and talent. The four beauties renowned in the mortal world were the moon fairy Xue Yueyao, the alluring fox spirit Humayr, the ideal woman of humanity Lu Shiyin, and the six-winged angel Qinishu. Upon seeing his long-admired goddess, Duanmu Luyun was no longer calm. Excitedly, he immediately flew towards Xue Yueyao. Yueyao, how have you been? In mid-air, Duanmu Luyun stood uneasily, his hands fidgeting, unsure what to do. Prince Duanmu, what brings you here? Xue Yueyao, like an ethereal fairy untouched by worldly concerns, spoke in a captivating, enchanting voice. Yueyao, it has been 10 years since we parted at Zhulu Academy. I have missed you dearly. Duanmu Luyun gazed at Xue Yueyao with deep affection. Xue Yueyao's brows furrowed imperceptibly. She knew Duanmu Luyun's feelings, of course. She had clearly refused him back then, telling him that she would dedicate her life to the Tao and had no interest in romantic relationships. Judging from his current state, he had clearly ignored her words. Just as Xue Yueyao was pondering how to politely dismiss the other party without offending him, a mocking voice came from afar. Duanmu Luyun, you're really shameless. Knowing that Her Highness the Goddess doesn't like you, you still insist on pestering her? Xue Yueyao looked in the direction of the voice. Duanmu Luyun turned around, his face ashen, and gritted his teeth, saying, Duanmu Jingtang. Why are you shouting so loudly? It's not like I can't hear you. In an instant, a fat man in black appeared between the two. He had extremely handsome features and resembled Duanmu Qingxue by 3 points. If he were thinner, he would definitely be a handsome man. Duanmu Luyun said in a deep voice, Jingtang, is this how you speak to your elders? According to seniority, I'm your uncle. Duanmu Jingtang curled his lip, disdainfully saying, you're half a year younger than me. According to age, I'm your older brother. Little brother, call me older brother and let me hear it. Duanmu Luyun snorted coldly, angrily flicking his sleeve. He was a magnanimous man and wouldn't bother arguing with this disrespectful, ugly, fat man. If he weren't outmatched, he would definitely teach this fatso a lesson, let him know what it means to respect his elders. Why are you flicking your sleeve? Do you have some kind of grudge against your older brother? Duanmu Jingtang moved closer to him, shoving him away from Xue Yueyao. You're vulgar, an insult to civilization, a disgrace to the Qin royal family. Duanmu Luyun pointed a trembling finger at Duanmu Jingtang's face. Duanmu Jingtang glanced at him sideways, not even bothering to look him in the eye, which made Duanmu Luyun tremble with anger. His handsome face was contorted with rage, and the two engaged in another verbal battle. Inside a rather secluded hall, Su Tianyi stared at Xue Yueyao through the window in disbelief. He had just learned from Chu Luoli that the ethereal woman in the distance, with her icy demeanor and white veil, was the holder of the next key. Chapter 45 Gu Ling Tian, the Holy Sun? No, it's Su Tianyi. Junior brother, what are you looking at? So engrossed? Fox Charm, dressed in a pink dress, suddenly appeared behind Su Tianyi, hooking her arm around his and speaking in a seductive voice. Although Su Tianyi quickly averted his gaze, she still noticed who he was staring at. Fox Charm said sourly, "What, junior brother, is this your type? You like this kind? Cold as an ice cube, what's so good about her? Unlike your sister, who's as warm as fire." As she spoke, she placed Su Tianyi's arm into her cleavage. The soft touch made Su Tianyi's heart flutter, but he quickly came to his senses and asked suspiciously, "Senior sister, is this some kind of illusion again?" Fox Charm swayed her body and chuckled, "If junior brother thinks it's an illusion, then it's an illusion, otherwise, it's real." Su Tianyi was speechless. Was she lecturing him on philosophy? He didn't want to pay her any more attention and closed his eyes to think about how to make a cool entrance later. But the fox spirit beside him was unhappy, letting out a coquettish snort. "Oh, the soon-to-be holy son is quite something, so arrogant, he even looks down on the most beautiful woman in the world." Su Tianyi sighed inwardly, feeling helpless, and said gently, "Senior sister, I." The fox spirit waved her hand to interrupt. "I'm not your senior sister, I'm Fox Spirit, a spy from the demon race." "Your Highness, why don't you quickly call for me to be arrested?" Hearing this, Su Tianyi said worriedly, "There are too many people around today, it's too dangerous for you to reveal your true form, quickly hide your appearance." The fox spirit completely ignored Su Tianyi's well-intentioned advice, instead reaching out to touch his pointed chin, teasingly saying, "Your Highness is so concerned about me, could it be that you've taken a liking to me, sister?" "Senior sister, you'd better stop. This is not the time for jokes." Su Tianyi was overly worried about Fox Spirit's safety, so his tone was rather harsh. Fox Charm was visibly taken aback, it was the first time she'd seen her junior brother so angry. But she wasn't angry, instead, she felt a sweet warmth in her heart, knowing he was concerned for her. However, she feigned displeasure, saying, "Why are you being so fierce? Can't I just wear the crystal necklace?" Seeing Fox Charm revert to her Lin Sienna appearance, Su Tianyi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This relief was for her, and also for himself. His senior sister, now restored to her true form, possessed a charm that rivaled, and in some aspects even surpassed, that of the enchanting beauty. After all, one had already possessed her, while the other hadn't even had a chance yet. The Heavenly Mystery Pavilion's assessment, bewitching all beings, was no joke. Faced with her, what hypocrite could resist? Even a true gentleman would become an animal thinking only with his lower body. In midair, Duanmu Luyun, unable to win an argument with the fat man and feeling humiliated, decided to take the initiative to attack in front of the goddess. The result was predictable, Duanmu Luyun was utterly defeated, his face bruised and swollen. If Shui Yueyao hadn't intervened, the prince would likely have been reduced to a pig's head. Duanmu Jingtang, seeing Duanmu Liuyun's miserable state, vented his satisfaction. "You? The Empire's #1 handsome man? You didn't just declare yourself that way, did you?" Duanmu Luyun, utterly humiliated and his image ruined before the goddess, knew he had no chance of winning Shui Yueyao's heart. He abandoned all gentlemanly conduct and, in a fit of rage, retorted, "You fatso, if I can't have Her Highness the Goddess, you can?" Back then, I wonder who it was who, after being rejected, hid in the back mountains of the academy and secretly wept. Upon hearing this, Duanmu Jingtang was both shocked and furious. "You were spying on me?" Duanmu Luyun sneered, hands behind his back, "The truth is truly unpleasant. I merely happened to be passing by and happened to see it." Duanmu Jingtang's anger surged, and he wanted to go up and punch Duanmu Luyun again. Just then, Shui Yueyao spoke up, "Enough. I'll say it again, I am single-mindedly devoted to the Tao and have no interest in personal feelings. You all should think carefully." After speaking, Shui Yueyao, along with her entourage, gracefully sailed towards the right side of the high platform. After the goddess opened her eyes, the two exchanged a glance. Duanmu Luyun spoke first. "Anyway, she could never like you, so why are you causing trouble?" Duanmu Jingtang puffed out his chubby cheeks and grumbled, "You don't understand. Liking someone doesn't necessarily mean being with them. Just watching them from afar is enough happiness." Duanmu Luyun retorted, "If you like someone so much, are you really going to hand her over to someone else? Are you stupid? Didn't you see me stopping you from pursuing her? The goddess is single-mindedly devoted to the Tao, so I, the young master, will keep away these annoying flies for her. None of you should bother her." Duanmu Jingtang looked like a protector of a flower, determined not to let anyone else touch her if he couldn't have her. Duanmu Luyun suddenly understood, realizing the man's words made perfect sense.
Shueiyueyao, this solitary lotus atop the snow-capped mountain, was meant to be admired from afar, not touched. Admiring her was enough, there was no need to actually possess her. Just as he decided to join the ranks of the protectors, a beautiful woman in green, with a virtuous air, called out from afar, "Jingtang."
Duanmu Jingtang's face lit up with joy. He soared into the air and shouted back, "My wife, it's been so long. I've missed you so much." Duanmu Liuyun's face darkened. He had genuinely thought this fat man was a devoted person, but it turned out he was just deliberately trying to cause him trouble? "Fatty, didn't you say you no longer liked Her Highness the Goddess?" The woman in green's demeanor instantly changed as Duanmu Jingtang approached, transforming into a tigress. She grabbed his ear and roared. Duanmu Jingtang, who had just been grinning, pleaded pitifully, "There's a reason, my wife, please let me explain, it's like this." Seeing this, Duanmu Liuyun's dark expression instantly brightened, revealing a radiant smile. Meanwhile, below, Gu Lingtian and Tai Saint's son Luo Chuan clashed, a fierce battle imminent. Luo Chuan, clad in black, his long, ink-black hair flowing in the wind, his face resolute and radiating masculine energy, held a black gold spear, pointing it at Gu Lingtian. "Brother Gu, would you be so kind as to offer some pointers?" Upon hearing this, the surrounding onlookers fell silent, their eyes revealing obvious excitement. They had seen the invincible warship hover above, Tai Saint's son leading his forces with overwhelming force. Their keen senses had allowed them to stay, and they had indeed witnessed a major spectacle. "Saint's son Luo Chuan, today is not convenient. I will certainly accompany you another day." Gu Lingtian frowned slightly. It wasn't that he was afraid of his opponent, as a hero, who didn't possess invincible confidence. It was just that today's situation was special, regardless of victory or defeat, it would be disadvantageous to Xian Tian. Luo Chuan smiled, "A battle indeed cannot be ended quickly. How about a decisive move, without dodging or weaving?" Fearing Gu Lingtian might refuse, he added, "It's just a friendly spar, this holy son will certainly show mercy." Such aggressiveness wasn't his style, but he had come with a mission. His master said he wanted to see the expression on that vixen's face when the holy son of Xiantian was defeated before even ascending to the throne. Before Gu Lingtian could speak, the surrounding Xiantian disciples had already agreed on his behalf. "How dare someone be so arrogant in our Xiantian Holy Land? Senior Brother Gu must teach him a lesson. Senior Brother Gu, uphold the name of our Holy Land." Gu Lingtian was now forced into this situation, he had no choice but to participate. Otherwise, after becoming the Holy Son, his prestige would plummet, and few would respect him. "Very well, since Holy Son Luo Chuan insists, then I won't be polite. I also want to experience the legendary Dark Knight Monarch body." Gu Lingtian drew his sword from his waist, becoming one with the blade, radiating a chilling aura. "I've long admired Brother Gu's domineering physique." Black mist surged from Luo Chuan's body, rapidly spreading outwards, terrifying the onlookers who scattered in panic. In an instant, the area within 100 meters was empty, transformed into a black domain. With a deafening roar, Gu Lingtian was sent flying backwards, crashing to the ground, spitting blood. The black mist dissipated. Luo Chuan, spear tip planted on the ground, his black hair flying wildly, his expression arrogant. Even among heroes, there are differences. Gu Lingtian lay on the ground, listlessly looking up at the sky. He knew that this humiliation would haunt him for life, an indelible stain even if he became a supreme being in the future. While the crowd's attention was drawn to Gu Lingtian, Luo Chuan swallowed the blood he had been holding in his mouth. The difference between the two wasn't as vast as he had imagined, he too had suffered considerable injuries. Seeing Gu Lingtian's defeat, the people of the Xiantian Holy Land all hung their heads in silence, their spirits broken.
Some of the more stubborn among them were even inwardly cursing Gu Lingtian, feeling he had disgraced the Xiantian Holy Land, unworthy of being a holy son, and unworthy of being a hero. Just then, Yunmushi's melodious voice rang in everyone's ears. The succession ceremony officially begins.
The Holy Sun's successor is Su Tianyi.
As a figure in red appeared on the central platform, the crowd erupted in uproar, followed by excited cheers. The Xiantian Holy Land had not lost, it was not their holy son who had been defeated.
Chapter 46 Su Tianyi will only ever be the best in the world. Gu Lingtian lay on the ground, staring at Su Tianyi on the platform.
He was initially stunned, his eyes filled with confusion, but he quickly recovered. He had lost to the Taiyi Holy Son as a direct disciple, but he hadn't disgraced the Xiantian Holy Land.
Amidst the deafening cheers, Gu Lingtian breathed his last and passed out peacefully. Luo Chuan's expression shifted unpredictably. Suddenly, he laughed, and the surroundings instantly fell silent.
He muttered to himself, "The Xiantian Holy Lord is truly shrewd. He knew I would cause trouble today, and deliberately delayed announcing who the successor is."
Luo Chuan's voice wasn't loud, but his cultivators, who couldn't hear the slightly mocking tone. Immediately annoyed, he retorted, "Utter nonsense. Why would the Holy Lord care about such things?"
"Exactly.
Who do you think you are, spouting such sarcastic remarks?"
Outside the Holy Land, they wouldn't dare breathe loudly at Luo Chuan, but within the Xiantian Holy Land, even if the Taiyi Holy Lord himself were present, they dared to hurl insults. This courage came from the Holy Lord Yunmushi. She had ruled the Xiantian Holy Land for many years, and they had never suffered any humiliation outside. Luo Chuan pointed his spear at Su Tianyi on the platform, a contemptuous smile on his face. "Look closely, your holy son is merely at the Gi realm.
The reason you haven't announced the news is because you're afraid he'll embarrass himself, isn't it? I even suspect he might not be the original successor." After some investigation, the crowd found this to be true. They opened their mouths, unable to refute, and some even thought Luo Chuan's words made sense. It wasn't impossible that the Holy Lord, seeing senior brother Gu lose, had temporarily replaced him with someone else to inherit the Holy Son position. Su Tianyi's peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly.
He had been paying close attention to the Taiyi Holy Son. After silently criticizing senior brother Gu for being so weak, he spoke calmly, "Senior brother Luo, are you questioning my talent or my strength?" His words immediately silenced the plaza, all eyes fixed on him.
Luo Chuan's ears twitched slightly, as if he had received some instruction.
He smiled and said, "I don't know about the talent of the Xiantian Holy Son, but his strength is truly nothing to brag about." The other forces whispered amongst themselves, expecting the Taiyi Holy Son to back down, but he had unexpectedly chosen to confront them head-on.
Such a lack of respect at the Xiantian Holy Son's enthronement ceremony, with such a tense atmosphere. What deep-seated hatred? What deep-seated grudge? Could he be trying to provoke a conflict and start a holy war? Su Tianyi's expression remained unchanged as he calmly asked, "May I ask how old the Holy Son Luo Chuan is? What realm are you in?"
Luo Chuan replied with arrogance, "I am not very talented, I just turned 30 this year and have just entered the Divine Power Realm." A 30-year-old in the Divine Power Realm, with terrifying talent.
This is a true prodigy. The onlookers gasped, contributing to the wave of shock.
Su Tianyi said, "This Holy Son, 3 years ago, I became a disciple of the Holy Lord and officially began cultivating.
Now I've reached the 7th level of the Unity Realm." Achieving the Unity Realm in 3 years? How is that possible? This is self-destruction. How could the Holy Lord of Xiantian have chosen him as his holy son? Foolish.
On the left side of the platform, Duanmu Luyun slammed his fist on the table, extremely surprised.
Beside him, Duanmu Jingtang said discontentedly, "Why are you so agitated? What's it to you? Are you jealous that Holy Sun Su is better looking than you?" Duanmu Luyun, whose attention had been focused on Luo Chuan, hadn't paid much attention to Su Tianyi's appearance.
Only after Duanmu Jingtang's reminder did he realize that this Holy Son was truly incomparably handsome, even more so than himself. Duanmu Luyun sat down again, self-deprecatingly saying, "It won't be long before my title as the most handsome man in Great Qin changes hands." Duanmu Jingtang, seizing every opportunity to annoy him, retorted, "He's the most handsome man in the world, not in your league."
This time, Duanmu Luyun didn't retort. He downed a cup of wine, shaking his head with a bitter smile. Once upon a time, they were inseparable brothers, but their relationship soured because of their pursuit of the moon goddess. The image of Shui Yueyao's breathtaking beauty beneath her veil floated into his mind, and Duanmu Luyun sighed inwardly, "Beauty is a curse." Many people present shared Duanmu Luyun's sentiment, believing Su Tiany's foundation was unstable. Su Tiany had anticipated this. He calmly took out the aptitude testing crystal from his spatial ring, held it in his palm, and channeled all his spiritual energy into it. Soon, the crystal emitted a dazzling light, its colors constantly shifting, finally radiating a seven-colored glow. Luo Chuan's expression turned solemn. Possessing a seven-colored aptitude was a basic requirement for outstanding individuals. Although a seven-colored aptitude didn't necessarily mean anything, such terrifying cultivation speed, coupled with such a solid foundation, was simply astonishing. Just then, cracks suddenly appeared in the crystal, which continued to widen until its light dimmed. A forbidden ability. An elderly man with a beard and hair stood up excitedly. He was a representative of the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion. Forbidden? Many people were bewildered, not understanding the meaning of this. The bearded elder calmed himself slightly and explained, "In the millennia of the immortal spirit continent, only one forbidden prodigy has ever appeared, the current empress of the Great Qin Empire. Saint Su has a chance to become the next one." Upon hearing the elder's explanation, everyone present abandoned their initial contempt and dared not underestimate Su Tiany, who was only at the Unity Realm. Su Tiany, dressed in red, sat arrogantly, one hand resting on his knee, the other toying with a bamboo flute. The gap in aptitude cannot be bridged by effort. After reaching a certain level, those without talent are destined to become stepping stones. Suddenly, he stood up, the bamboo flute transforming into a 3-foot-long green sword, pointing towards the sky. A golden carp is not meant to stay in a pond, nor can a hidden dragon be confined in shallow waters. Today, my sword points to the clouds. Who in this world can compare? From this day forward, above me, there will be no more prodigies, below me, all beings are equal. I, Su Tiany, will only ever be the best in the world. Luo Chuan's face was cold and his voice like thunder, arrogant. Su Tiany turned his head to look at him, a disdainful smile on his lips. A man who does not aspire to great heights has lived in vain. P.S. Some people don't read carefully, so I'll emphasize cultivation speed again. Body tempering and spirit nurturing emphasize the foundation, and cultivation takes a long time. The cultivation speed in the middle is relatively fast, for outstanding individuals. After the feather transformation realm, cultivation slows down. Duanmu Ling Shuang broke through to the feather transformation realm before she was 50 years old, and now she's almost 100 years old and only at the second level of feather transformation, as mentioned in previous chapters. Chapter 47: The Divine Bow That Shoots the Sun is Born, and the Power of a Single Arrow. Since Holy Sun Su has just ascended to the throne, it's best for him to keep a low profile to avoid offending anyone. Luo Chuan spoke with conviction, gaining the support of many factions. They all felt Su Tiany was too arrogant, utterly disrespectful. Some elders of the Xin Tian Holy Land were also dissatisfied with Su Tiany's words, feeling he was young and ignorant, short-sighted, and dared to speak ill of the world without even having left the Holy Lord Peak many times. How could they trust such a person with the future of the Holy Land? Of course, Su Tiany also had supporters, mostly younger disciples. Still full of youthful passion, they felt the new Holy Sun was far too domineering, even surpassing the Holy Lord in some ways. On the high platform, Su Tiany flicked his loose red sleeves, causing the void to tremble. A 6-foot-long golden divine bow appeared in his hand. He held the bow with one hand, pointing it at Luo Chuan, his eyes filled with disdain. Try saying another word? The entire arena fell silent, a tense atmosphere filling the air. Try it then. With so many people watching, Luo Chuan naturally wouldn't back down. Today, he was here to humiliate the Xian Tian Saint's son, not to establish his own reputation. Besides, he was a divine power realm expert, and a prodigy at that. He had absolute confidence in himself. Even if that bow was extraordinary, he didn't believe only Su Tianyi, a returning to one realm expert, could harm him in the slightest. He naturally held the bow with one hand, facing him calmly. Su Tianyi sneered inwardly. This kid's got a stubborn head. Today, I'll use you to establish my authority, so that no one will dare to nag me when I'm out training. Su Tianyi mobilized all his energy and spirit, causing the sun-shooting divine bow to radiate divine light. The wind and clouds shifted dramatically, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth converged, gradually forming a golden arrow. Luo Chuan was locked onto by an overwhelming aura, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Damn it, he had been careless. This kid had no martial ethics, he actually used a top-grade sacred artifact. Just as Luo Chuan was caught in a dilemma, a clear voice rang out from the undying worship in the sky. It was just a friendly spar. Holy Sun Su used a sacred artifact, that's going too far. Yun Mushi, who had remained hidden until now, appeared in mid-air, her long dress billowing without wind. Her expression was disdainful. Luo Sushin, you have a problem with that? If you're not satisfied, let's exchange a few blows? Within the undying worship, in a magnificent palace, a beautiful woman in a black dress had deep and captivating eyes, seemingly piercing through all obstacles to see Yun Mushi. Her hair was piled high in a cloud-like bun, adorned with a golden headband. Her shoulders were sculpted, her waist slender, and her features breathtakingly beautiful. Bright eyes, white teeth, and fiery red lips. Luo Sushin gently stroked her cheek, recalling the times Yun Mushi had bullied her. A flame of revenge ignited within her, and she gritted her teeth, saying, "Let's go." A battle in the void. In mid-air, Yun Mushi vanished in an instant, as if she had never existed. At the same time, Su Tianyi's divine bow was ready to fire. The golden divine arrow materialized, whistling towards Luo Chuan with the force of a piercing wind. Wherever it passed, the sky shattered and the void crumbled. The power of this arrow rivaled that of a feathered Ascension realm cultivator. Even though Luo Chuan was somewhat prepared, he was still terrified by its power. He hurriedly released the seal from the black gold spear in his hand. In an instant, the spear gleamed with golden light, filled with holy energy. It was clearly a sacred artifact. He brandished his spear, and the clouds in the sky churned, coalescing into a colossal white dragon. The dragon swooped down, its claws reaching for the divine arrow. Everyone present held their breath, their eyes glued to the battlefield, afraid to miss a single moment of this spectacular duel. The next instant, the cloud dragon dissolved into white mist, the divine arrow continuing its relentless flight towards Luo Chuan. His expression changed drastically, his previous composure vanished. This attack would either kill him or severely injure him. Luo Chuan did not choose to dodge. His aura was locked onto by the divine arrow. In this vast world, there was nowhere to escape. He had no choice but to face it head-on for a chance of survival. He held his dark gold spear horizontally before his chest, assuming a blocking stance. A golden shield appeared before him, and the divine arrow shattered the moment it touched it. The divine arrow struck the dark gold spear directly, the immense impact sending it slamming into Luo Chuan's chest. He coughed up blood, flew dozens of meters backward, and collapsed unconscious, barely breathing. Holy Sun! The people of the Taiyi Holy Land rushed forward to treat Luo Chuan. One of the women, dressed in white, shouted, "It was just a friendly spar. Holy Sun Su, you went too far. If anything happens to senior brother Luo Chuan, I won't let you off." How interesting. Senior brother Gu lost and fainted, and my Xiantian Holy Land didn't say a word. Is this all the magnanimity you Taiyi Holy Land people have? Can't you handle a loss? This is the Xiantian Holy Land. We won't tolerate your rudeness here. Before Su Tianyi could even speak, the disciples of the Xiantian Holy Land had already bombarded Luo Chuan and his group with spittle, the insults growing increasingly vile, some even cursing their parents. The woman in the tight-fitting clothes was ashen-faced, wishing she could kill all those who had hurled such foul language. Su Tianyi slightly raised his hand, and the audience instantly fell silent. This was the authority he had just established. His face was pale as he aimed his divine bow at the woman in the tight-fitting clothes, his voice weak as he said, "Say one more word, and I'll send you to see your senior brother Luo." The woman in the tight-fitting clothes was too frightened to speak. She dared not gamble that Su Tianyi wouldn't fire another arrow. Holy Sun Su, you are magnanimous, please don't stoop to the level of a mere woman. Just as she was caught in a dilemma, Duanmu Jingtang stepped in to mediate. The woman in the tight-fitting clothes cast a grateful glance at Duanmu Jingtang. The woman in green sitting beside him twisted his hip, her eyes fierce, seemingly warning him against philandering. Su Tianyi was now blinded by rage. With his master backing him up, he didn't care about anyone's feelings and instinctively wanted to launch a verbal attack. However, upon seeing Duanmu Jingtang's appearance, he quickly swallowed back the reckless words that were about to spill. Oh, it's my brother-in-law. Well, never mind then. Although he had never met Duanmu Qingshua's brother, he could deduce something from the fat man's appearance. Give His Highness some face. If there's a next time, I won't let you off so easily. Su Tianyi coldly snorted at the woman in the martial arts outfit, then calmly sat down in the chair behind him, letting out a long sigh of relief. He had only been putting on a brave face, now he was so exhausted he could barely stand, let alone shoot another arrow. He had already decided yesterday to fire an arrow to establish his authority, and Luo Chuan just happened to run into the arrow's muzzle. This chair wasn't just for show, it was meant for this moment when his legs went weak. On the ground, Su Tianyi defeated Luo Chuan with a single arrow. In the void, Yun Mushi casually suppressed Luo Suxin, and was now pinching her delicate chin, teasingly saying, "Tell me, what would happen if I stripped you naked and threw you into the square?" Chapter 48. The Enchantress's heart is completely wind over. You dare! Luo Suxin's watery eyes were filled with terror. She struggled fiercely, but the gap between her peak Dao Heaven Realm cultivation and the Supreme Realm was simply too vast. Her resistance was destined to be futile. Seeing her so terrified, Yun Mushi couldn't help but laugh happily. She stretched out two fingers and pinched Luo Suxin's fair, rosy cheek. Now you know fear? Weren't you very arrogant just now? Bringing your undying worship to my Xian Tian Holy Land to show off? Bringing people to cause trouble? Why aren't you saying anything? Luo Suxin was almost in tears. Her entire body was restrained, unable to exert any strength. Her mouth was also pinched shut by the vixen in front of her. How could she speak? Couldn't she reason with someone? Yun Mushi seemed to sense this as well, and coughed lightly. Do you know you were wrong? Good sister, I know I was wrong, I'll never dare to do it again. Luo Suxin pleaded humbly, trying to please Yun Mushi, her initial arrogance completely gone. If this scene were seen by outsiders, they would be utterly astonished. She always maintained a noble and arrogant image in public. I don't believe it. You said the same thing when we parted 1,000 years ago. Yun Mushi stroked her chin, thought for a moment, and shook her head. Then what do you suggest we do? When you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. She had fought Yun Mushi for thousands of years and had never won. Like this time, she had poured her heart and soul into breaking through to the peak of the Dao realm, hoping to get revenge, only to find that her opponent was actually at the Supreme Realm. However, after fighting for so many years, she hadn't been without gains. For example, she knew that Yun Mushi only responded to gentle persuasion, not force. If you lost and refused to admit defeat, this vixen was truly capable of anything. She would really be stripped naked and thrown down for everyone to see. As for why she knew this so well, it was all based on experience. Back then, she had lost and refused to accept it, even making provocative remarks, resulting in the vixen pulling down her pants and spanking her in front of everyone. Luckily, it was in the girls' dormitory. If the boys had seen it, she really wouldn't want to live anymore. Yun Mushi pondered, how about leaving that immortal worship behind? As a congratulatory gift for this? Impossible. Upon hearing this, Luo Suxin was extremely agitated and immediately refused, her eyes filled with a resolute determination, as if facing death. That indestructible worship was the foundation of the Taiyi Holy Land, one of only 2 top-grade holy artifacts. If it were lost, she would be guilty beyond redemption. I was just asking. If you can't accept it, then forget it. Why are you so agitated? Yun Mushi scoffed. Luo Suxin sneered inwardly.
Knowing Yunmushi as she did, if she had hesitated even slightly, the indestructible warship would definitely not have been able to leave the Xian Holy Land today.
I think the dark gold spear in Saint Sun Luo Chuan's hand is quite good, very suitable for Tianyi.
Yunmushi's intuition told her that Su Tianyi's talent in spear fighting might be even more terrifying than his talent in sword fighting.
Luo Suxin looked troubled.
That spear was a gift she gave Luo Chuan when he became a Saint Sun. The Holy Land wasn't her sole domain. Even if Luo Chuan was a Saint Sun, obtaining another holy artifact wouldn't be an easy task for him. Seeing Luo Suxin hesitate for so long even over a low-grade sacred artifact, Yunmushi coldly said, "I'm not discussing this with you, this is an order. If you dawdle any longer, I'll strip you naked and throw you down here." Luo Suxin's expression changed, and she gritted her teeth, saying, "Fine." Out of the corner of her eye, she glanced at Su Tianyi sitting in the chair, thinking, since this demoness values you so much, I'll collect some interest from you. I don't believe you can stay in the Xin Tian sacred land forever.
If you fall into my hands."
After defeating Luo Chuan, Su Tianyi had neither the heart nor the energy to preside over the remaining ceremony.
He casually made an excuse and left.
Before leaving, he sent a message to Shui Yueyao, saying he had important matters to discuss and would meet her tonight at the Peach Blossom Forest on St. Lord Peak.
Everyone understood Su Tianyi's extremely impolite behavior of leaving early.
They would have been surprised if he were still alive and well to preside over the remaining ceremony. The power of a sacred artifact can only be fully unleashed by a master at the Ascension Realm. Even a prodigy like Luo Chuan at the Divine Power Realm can only use a sealed, low-grade sacred artifact, otherwise, he will suffer a backlash from it, injuring himself as much as his enemy. Although they didn't know why Su Tianyi could use a top-grade sacred artifact, they felt he must have paid a heavy price. However, no one thought his victory was dishonorable. Being able to use a sacred artifact was itself a skill. No matter how others speculated, they would never guess that the sun-shooting divine bow was actually a celestial artifact. Of course, Su Tianyi did indeed pay a heavy price. He would be weak for more than 10 days. This kind of weakness couldn't be cured by ordinary pills, and taking sacred medicine would be too wasteful. Only time could heal him.
Surrounded by a group of maids, Su Tianyi returned to the small bamboo hut.
He lay on the bed, too exhausted to move, closed his eyes, and whispered, "Meiji, I have an appointment tonight.
Remember to wake me."
Meiji wanted to say, "With me here, isn't that enough for you?" But she only opened her mouth, remaining silent.
After all, Su Tianyi was so weak, he probably wasn't going out for that thing that night. Su Tianyi was greatly exhausted and fell asleep almost immediately.
Meiji sat gently on the edge of the bed, softly stroking his face. Su Tianyi's domineering presence just now had truly captivated her. He perfectly matched her ideal of a partner. Her requirements for a partner were the potential to become a supreme realm expert, and the domineering aura to stand against the entire world for her. If possible, she also hoped he would be handsome. Su Tianyi's appearance was, of course, the most handsome she had ever seen. His talent was also described by the people of the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion as that of a prodigy with forbidden potential, on par with the Empress of Qin. As long as he didn't perish, he was destined to become a supreme being. It was understandable that Meiji harbored such a strong admiration for the powerful. She had been an orphan since childhood, begging for a living. Orphans like her usually died on some cold, windy night. If they were pretty, they might be sold into a brothel, becoming a worthless woman available to all. However, she was fortunate. Due to her special constitution, she was perfectly suited to cultivating the yin-yang diagram and was appointed a holy maiden by the Hahuan sect at a young age. Although influenced by her upbringing, she was somewhat flirtatious. Her body remained pure and innocent. Before meeting Su Tianyi, she had never even touched a man's hand. As a holy maiden, Meiji was instilled with the idea of relying on the strong by the Hahuan sect. Coupled with her orphan background and lack of security, she longed even more for someone to protect her.
The Hahuan sect's successive sect leaders preferred older men marrying younger women.
Marrying a supreme realm expert directly was merely icing on the cake. Accompanying him as he grew was true support. Today, Meiji's heart was completely won over. She no longer hated Yunmushi, instead, she thanked her for finding her other half.
Chapter 49. Goddess, have we met somewhere before? The sun was setting, casting a long, radiant glow. Night gradually fell. Meiji, lying on the bed, drifted off to sleep. Meiji, didn't I tell you to wake me later? Su Tiany's eyelids twitched slightly. He groggily woke up, glanced at the sky outside the window, then at the soundly sleeping Meiji, and felt a surge of annoyance. If his biological clock hadn't woken him, he would be late for his rendezvous with the goddess. Young master, I. Hearing Su Tiany's question, Meiji jolted awake, a look of fear and unease appearing on her face. While Su Tiany slept, she had imprinted his aura onto her body using the yin-yang diagram. From that moment on, the young master was her only cultivation partner, her true Taoist companion. During their union, the reassuring aura emanating from Su Tiany flowed over Meiji, giving her a unique and unprecedented feeling of peace and warmth. Under its influence, she surprisingly fell asleep. Sigh, never mind. Su Tiany wasn't truly angry, he had just woken up and was a bit irritable, but his temper had subsided. Young master, I'm so sorry. I'll definitely do better next time and won't make such a basic mistake again. Having completely opened her heart, Meiji wanted to change. She believed that only by giving her heart could she receive one, and therefore she cared deeply about his feelings. Su Tiany gave Meiji a strange look. Had she changed her ways? According to her usual personality, shouldn't she be saying, "Young master, I know I was wrong, please punish me severely"? Such a sincere attitude of apology made him uneasy. Could there be some other scheme involved? Su Tiany said sternly, "This is a one-time exception, or I'll definitely teach you a lesson and show you what rules are." "Yes, I will obey your every command, young master." Meiji's voice was gentle as she stood up and lightly placed a white robe on the bed. Su Tiany's heart pounded. This wasn't how the script was going. He'd already made things so suggestive, shouldn't Meiji be giving him flirtatious glances and saying sweetly, "How would you like to train me, young master? I can do anything. Whatever thrills you desire, I can satisfy you," and then striking a seductive pose? Su Tiany said, "I'm a bit grumpy when I wake up, and my tone was a little harsh just now. Don't take it to heart." Meiji smiled sweetly, "Young master, you're overthinking it. It was indeed my fault. Even if I was scolded, I deserved it." Su Tiany didn't believe Meiji was so obedient and sensible, so he stood in front of her and tentatively asked, "Give me some relief." Half an hour later, he believed her. Meiji was truly obedient now, doing whatever he was told, no longer like before, who liked to cause trouble beyond her commands. "I might be back a little late tonight. Go to sleep early, don't wait for me." Su Tiany put on his white robes, tidied himself in front of the mirror, and left. Meiji wiped her red lips with the back of her hand, let out a long sigh, and realized that being a virtuous and gentle mother was too difficult to maintain. The young master's incredulous expression was just too adorable, she almost revealed her true nature and couldn't resist teasing him. "What should I do? Do I have to keep pretending forever? This is too unbearable. Ugh, so annoying. Never mind, I'll just push him away when he gets back. That's the shortest path to the heart." Meiji lay down on the bed, awkwardly hugging the blanket Su Tiany had just used, took a deep breath, and a look of ecstasy crossed her face. "Young master smells so good, I want to eat him." On the way to the peach blossom forest, Su Tiany said worriedly, "Choo-choo, do you think my arrogance today might have left a bad impression on Shui Yueyao? Would it make the conquest more difficult?" Inside the fairy painting, Chuluwali sat on the grass, her chubby little hands touching her chin, analyzing earnestly. Choo-choo thinks that a cold fairy like Shui Yueyao must be extremely proud inside. The more arrogant master appears, the more he will attract her attention. However, to truly conquer a woman like this, mere boasting isn't enough, one must also possess formidable strength. Although master wasn't lying, the eternal divine body truly is that awesome. Just then, under a peach tree ahead, Shui Yueyao appeared. Her back was to Su Tiany, the moonlight filtering through the peach blossoms, dappling her figure. "I think Saint Su's remarks during the day were biased and incorrect. Those who achieve great things throughout history not only possess extraordinary talent but also unwavering determination." Shui Yueyao turned around,
immediately offering her objection. Her exquisite face was veiled by a thin gauze, white jade pendants dangling from her earlobes, her pale blue eyes appearing exceptionally captivating in the bright moonlight. Su Tiany's expression froze, inwardly cursing, "Chu Chu, you cunning strategist, I almost believed your nonsense." Chu Chu chuckled, "Master, don't be impatient. Our goal is to obtain her primordial power, not necessarily to make her fall in love with you. Don't we still have the sacred celestial soft treasure? Let's give it to her, force ourselves on her, and steal her primordialine. Forced love isn't sweet, but it'll quench your thirst." "Shut up, you wicked little girl. Don't try to corrupt my noble character." As a pillar of the nation, how could Su Tiany possibly listen to Chu Chu's slander? He would never do anything against a woman's will. He refused to believe that without resorting to such underhanded methods, with his unparalleled handsome appearance and upright character, he couldn't win over a woman untouched by worldly desires. Putting aside his distracting thoughts, Su Tiany approached Shueiyueyao with a gentle smile. "Your Highness, you misunderstand. That was Master's bad idea during the day, not my intention. I was just reciting lines." Shueiyueyao didn't speak, only looking at Su Tiany suspiciously. Faced with her distrust, Su Tiany smiled nonchalantly and continued, "Time will tell. With more time, your Highness will understand." Shueiyueyao felt something was off about his words, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. She pursed her lips and remained silent. The two remained silent for a long while, the only sound in the peach blossom grove the gentle breeze. Seeing him staring at her, Shueiyueyao smoothed her wind-blown hair and asked, "What brings your Highness tonight?" Su Tiany pretended to have just come to his senses and said softly, "I apologize for my rudeness earlier. Your Highness, I have a feeling of déjà vu. Have we met somewhere before? Would you mind removing your veil so I may see your true face?" Chapter 50 The Considerate Enchantress. Shueiyueyao's delicate eyebrows furrowed, and she took a step back, a silent refusal. Her face remained aloof and detached, but inwardly she was furious. Despicable tactics. Looking respectable, aren't you just like those vulgar people? Birds of a feather. So shallow. Even more disgusting and repulsive than your arrogant and conceited behavior during the day. Inside the fairy painting, the little girl lay on the grass, her tiny feet dangling, gloating, "See? Trying to steal a chicken but losing the bait instead. Master is reaping what she sowed. Wouldn't it be better to drug her, as Chu Chu suggested?" Su Tiany closed his mind, not wanting to listen to Chu Chu's nagging. Didn't he have any pride? It seems he's been too nice to her lately. He'll find an opportunity to beat her up again, Su Tiany thought darkly. "Your Highness, you misunderstand. I once suffered from amnesia and have forgotten everything from before. I found your Highness quite familiar, which is why I invited you tonight." Su Tiany quickly explained, briefly recounting his experiences over the years. After listening, Shueiyueyao lowered her guard slightly towards Su Tiany, but still didn't remove her veil. She simply said, "If I had seen you before, with your Highness's appearance, even if Yueyao doesn't care much about appearances, I certainly wouldn't forget you." Her words had two meanings: first, to tell him they had never met, and second, to tell him that she was devoted to cultivation and detached from worldly affairs, so if he had any feelings for her, he'd better give up now, no matter how handsome he was. Su Tiany wasn't discouraged. The familiarity thing was just a made-up excuse. He shrugged, "Perhaps I've caught a glimpse of your Highness's true face, but your Highness didn't notice me." Shueiyueyao stood quietly in the moonlight, her robes fluttering in the wind, like a fairy descending to earth. The title Moon Fairy was truly well-deserved. She didn't reply, but simply looked at him quietly. Seeing this, Su Tiany didn't want to continue showing his desire to see her face. Pursuing the opposite sex required moderation and patience. One couldn't be too hasty, or it would only create resentment. He smiled, subtly changing the subject. "Her Highness the Goddess and I are probably the same kind of people." "What do you mean?" Shueiyueyao, intrigued, pressed for an answer. Su Tiany replied, "Her Highness the Goddess is single-mindedly focused on cultivation, and so am I. After joining the Holy Lord's sect, I knew my cultivation progress had fallen far behind my peers.
Only by putting in twice the effort can I have a chance to catch up. Over the years, I've left Holy Lord Peak very few times. Besides cultivation, it's all about cultivation. Shui Yueyao cast a strange glance at Su Tianyi, her opinion of him improving slightly. How could someone like this be the arrogant jerk from earlier that day? Thinking of the rumors circulating about Yun Mushi, he became even more convinced, and his voice softened unconsciously. Your Highness, don't you find cultivation tedious? Su Tianyi replied, at first, I did find it boring, and even thought about giving up, but later I came to enjoy the feeling of slowly becoming stronger, and the sense of accomplishment after breaking through to a higher realm. Looking back, I realized that I had long since come to enjoy the process of cultivation. Shui Yueyao was secretly delighted, never expecting to meet someone who shared her thoughts. She couldn't help but share her views on cultivation, and the two discussed the Tao until late into the night, seemingly on the verge of becoming close friends. I've disturbed your Highness, Su Tianyi said, bowing after their conversation, and turned to leave. Shui Yueyao suddenly called out, stopping him, I misunderstood you before, Holy Sun Su. I thought you were a lecherous man. As compensation, I'll allow you to see her true face. Su Tianyi paused for a moment, then strode away, waving goodbye. Let's not. I'm afraid that once I see her, I'll never forget her. Meeting her is already a blessing, one shouldn't be too greedy. Shui Yueyao stared blankly at Su Tianyi's departing figure, a captivating smile blooming beneath her thin veil. Her curiosity about him grew, and she wanted to know more. Master, why don't you see what she looks like? Wasn't that your original purpose? Shu Luoli asked, puzzled. Su Tianyi chuckled, our relationship's progressing well, so I changed my mind at the last minute. This way, I can pique her curiosity even more, and curiosity is often the beginning of passion. He appeared nonchalant, but inside he was dying of heartache. Shui Yueyao, veiled in a thin gauze, possessed a hazy beauty that was fatally attractive to men. His earlier rejection had required immense willpower. Oh! The little girl seemed to understand, blinking her large, watery eyes, lost in thought. Emerging from the peach blossom grove, Su Tianyi shivered from the cold. To present his most dashing self to Shui Yueyao, he had prioritized style over warmth, wearing only 2 very thin garments. Normally, he could use his spiritual power to resist the cold, but now, after putting on a show, he couldn't muster a single ounce of spiritual power. Su Tianyi quickened his pace, returning to the small bamboo house. He immediately ran to the cabinet, pressed some switch, and with a click, 3 crystals the size of ping-pong balls popped out from the wall. They lit up, instantly warming the room. It was called Little Warm Sun, a common heating device used by wealthy families in the mortal realm. Su Tianyi hadn't used it much since entering the spirit-gathering realm. Luckily, he hadn't lost it, it was too cold tonight. Young master, you finally decided to come back? Meiji stared at Su Tianyi with a hint of reproach. He had a faint, subtle feminine scent, not strong, so he probably wasn't wearing anything intimate. It's so late, aren't you asleep yet? Aren't you sleepy? Su Tianyi asked with concern. Young master didn't return all night, how could I sleep? Meiji got up and came behind Su Tianyi, helping him undress. Su Tianyi opened his arms to cooperate, a genuine smile spreading across his face. He felt so good to have someone taking care of him. There was food in the morning, and someone waiting for him when he didn't return at night. Young master doesn't actually need Little Warm Sunday. Meiji hugged Su Tianyi tightly from behind, resting her head on his back, and said softly. I've already warmed your bed. Meiji pushed Su Tianyi to the bedside. Su Tianyi said warmly, you're so considerate. Chapter 51 Enchantress, Be My Woman. The next morning. Meiji opened her eyes first, but didn't get up immediately. She held Su Tianyi's arm, inhaling his unique scent, feeling an unprecedented sense of satisfaction and happiness. Once upon a time, she had silently vowed to become a strong woman who could shoulder the weight of the world, but in the end, deep down, she was still a vulnerable woman yearning for care and protection. When Su Tianyi slowly awoke, 5 fragrant dishes were already laid out on the table. Meiji sat on the edge of the bed, her chin resting on her hand, her body turned to the side, her head tilted, gazing at him with affectionate eyes.
Su Tianyi rubbed his eyes and looked at the table.
So much food. It's such a waste if we can't finish it all. Meiji smiled gently. Didn't you say you were feeling a little weak yesterday? Eat more to replenish your energy. Su Tianyi felt a little embarrassed.
Last night had been incredibly humiliating. He'd been completely dominated by Meiji, wanting to take the initiative but failing miserably.
You should be the one eating more. You were exhausted last night. Su Tianyi looked ashamed. Thinking back, he felt utterly humiliated. Meiji smiled sweetly.
Then, to prevent me from overworking myself, you should eat even more, young master.
Su Tianyi was stunned.
He hadn't expected this enchantress to smile so sweetly, gentle yet not seductive, warming his heart and penetrating his very bones. Meiji revealed her true form, her charm rising dramatically. Her smooth, full forehead, perked nose, delicate red lips, snow-white skin, and alluring collarbone were all breathtakingly beautiful.
He quickly threw off the covers, got out of bed to eat, without even putting on a coat, let alone washing up.
He shoveled rice into his mouth, stuffing it full, and mumbled, I'll try to recover as soon as possible. As Su Tianyi ate, his eyes suddenly welled up with tears. Perhaps it was the scene before him that stirred his emotions, or perhaps it was the temporary descent into mortal life that made him more sentimental. This warm atmosphere reminded him of his past life.
His parents would often urge him to eat more during meals, and he would always impatiently retort, "Can't you not talk while eating? I know how much I can eat. How can I eat if I can't eat anymore?"
Sometimes, he would even use this as an outlet to vent the pressure of his studies or the frustrations of his work.
Looking back now, I realize how immature I was. Now I miss my parents' nagging, but sadly, I can never hear it again. The past is like sand, let it drift away with the wind. Cherish the present, cherish the people before you. With this thought, Su Tianyi swallowed the food in his mouth and said, "Meiji, be my woman.
Though I can't give you the title of my wife, I will treat you with all my heart."
Ha!
Meiji was stunned, momentarily speechless. After a couple of seconds of hesitation, she exclaimed with delight, "I don't need a title, just give me a home, young master."
Su Tianyi thought to himself, I never thought that getting a wife in this world required a house. He nodded vigorously, "What kind of house do you want? A palace, a fortress?" Meiji's expression froze.
She hadn't expected Su Tianyi to have such a unique way of thinking. She smiled gently, "Wherever young master is, that's home.
I want to serve you forever." Su Tianyi gave a wry smile.
He was known as a master of romance, but today he was the one being flirted with. His blunt, straight man remarks weren't entirely his fault. It just goes to show how deeply ingrained the idea that marriage on Blue Star requires a car and a house.
"Young master."
Meiji clung to Su Tianyi, her eyes closed, her expression one of yearning for a kiss, looking incredibly alluring. Su Tianyi lowered his head, staring at her full, rosy lips for a few seconds, then gritted his teeth and took out the 3,000 noodles, covering her face. Those were the devil's lips, the switch to desire. He didn't want to relive last night's embarrassment. A man must take the initiative. Meiji opened her beautiful eyes, her gaze resentful, as if blaming Su Tianyi for his lack of romantic understanding.
Chapter 52. He's a professional at wielding a big gun. Su Tianyi remained calm, pretending not to see anything, and said indifferently, "Too much of a good thing, everything in moderation."
Meiji, your constitution is special, and you are born with a seductive bone.
The desires hidden within you are much stronger than ordinary people. You need to restrain yourself. It's time for you to abstain from sex. Su Tianyi's serious demeanor fueled Meiji's resentment.
The demoness had already called her a little slut, and now her disciple was following suit, starting to dislike her.
Sure enough, no man is good, especially the demoness disciple. They're from the same lineage, both the same kind of person. Seeing Meiji remain silent and looking sullen, Su Tianyi asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Meiji looked at him coldly, "You want me to abstain from sex? Do you think I'm a slut?" Su Tianyi was speechless.
Although he didn't want to admit it, he had indeed had that thought. After all, Meiji was truly seductive.
He had even suspected that the 5 burly men who had tried to take advantage of her were deliberately seduced by her. If Meiji knew his thoughts, she would definitely curse Yunmushi again. She was peacefully at home when suddenly she was unreasonably beaten by this vixen, then cursed with a soul-controlling spell, forced to be someone's bed warmer, and now her reputation was being ruined. Of course, Su Tiany's wicked thought only flashed through his mind. His master's willingness to let Meiji serve him was already an affirmation of her. Besides, he had already personally checked whether Meiji was truly virgin. Su Tiany's hesitation deeply hurt Meiji. Her eyes shimmered. Since you despise me, why give me a title? Meiji's heartbroken appearance was half genuine, her crying was feigned, but her inner grievances were real. So far, she had only flirted with 2 people, Yunmushi and Su Tiany. Her feelings for Yunmushi stemmed from deep admiration and respect for her strength and arrogance, a desire to gain her attention. Her feelings for Su Tiany were more complex. Initially, she was forced into a corner, recklessly pursuing a path of no return. Now, however, she had developed feelings for him over time, genuinely wanting to enter his heart. And the place in the world where 2 hearts can connect most quickly is the bed. Su Tiany reached out and gently wiped away the tears on Meiji's face, his tone tender. You're overthinking it. This young master likes you terribly, how could I possibly dislike you? I was just stunned because I was wondering why you would ask such a question. I didn't react immediately. Meiji sniffled, tears still streaming down her face. Really? Su Tiany said indulgently, really, I never lie. Okay, stop crying. Your face will be all messed up and you won't look pretty. Meiji stopped crying and pouted. Anyway, I've already been made this way by you, so it doesn't matter if I look even uglier. Su Tiany looked at Meiji's extremely ordinary, unremarkable face and said sullenly, this isn't ugly, is it? Meiji rolled her eyes. Don't you know whether she's ugly or not? After putting on the 3,000 faces, he didn't even glance at her, staring intently at the food, not looking to the side. The hypocrite became a true gentleman. Isn't that because he thinks she's ugly? When he wasn't wearing the 3,000 faces, his eyes would always involuntarily drift towards her, lingering longest on her prized jade peaks. Seriously, if you want to see, just say so. It's not like I'm not letting you. They're already practically inseparable. Is there any need to pretend to be gentlemen? I know your strengths and weaknesses, you know mine perfectly well, we're intimately familiar with each other. Not ugly? Then prove it. Meiji pouted her cherry lips, gesturing for Su Tiany to kiss her. Su Tiany had barely uttered the words when he realized he was being contradicted, so he closed his eyes, steeled himself, and leaned down to kiss her, consoling himself that after eating delicacies, a simple meal was a welcome change. Oh dear, young master, why aren't you kissing my lips? You're such a pervert. Meiji blushed, touching the tip of her nose, looking at him with displeasure. Your pert nose is incredibly alluring, I can't help but want to try it. Su Tiany awkwardly rubbed his forehead. He couldn't very well say that he was too busy staring at her face to kiss her, so he closed his eyes and missed, could he? Meiji smiled and said, is that so? This humble servant would like to let young master kiss me again. Su Tiany turned his head away, looking out the window. The weather outside is nice. Meiji got off him, no longer making things difficult. She wasn't exactly ugly, but that depended on who she was compared to. After Su Tiany finished eating, Meiji also pretended to take a couple of bites, then cleared the dishes. Su Tiany sat down on the futon to meditate and cultivate. Less than a quarter of an hour into his cultivation, a knock sounded at the door. Meiji had just gotten up when the bamboo door opened automatically, and Yunmushi strode into the room, her long legs immediately meeting the bed. Master! Su Tiany called out respectfully. He couldn't be disrespectful to his ancestor in front of Meiji. Yunmushi saw the multifaceted expression on Meiji's face and was quite satisfied. She felt her rebellious disciple had improved, it seemed he wouldn't die from a woman's belly. She nodded slightly, adopting the air of a cool, aloof fairy, and took out a dark gold spear from her spatial ring, handing it to Su Tiany. This is my gift. Su Tiany took the spear, confirming it several times. Wasn't this the weapon of Saint Luo Chuan? He guessed that his master had once again obtained it through trickery and force. Poor brother Luo Chuan, how heartbroken he must have been to wake up and find his beloved spear gone. When Su Tianyi came to his senses, Yun Mushi had already vanished. Her light, melodious voice echoed from the small bamboo house. Xianer is returning to Zhulu Academy later. Go and see her off. Come over tonight, and I'll teach you spear techniques. Su Tianyi's expression was strange. Did he need to be taught? He was a professional at wielding a spear. Chapter 53. He forgot his old love after finding a new one. What a heartless and unfaithful man. Meiji stared in the direction Yun Mushi had left, muttering to herself, what's with the smugness? She's the one eavesdropping, yet she's acting like it's her place? Yun Mushi had just secretly warned Meiji to keep her voice down, and Meiji heard it from the other end of the peach blossom grove. Meiji was speechless and disgusted. Wasn't the purpose of capturing her just to help the young master relieve his pent-up desire? Why was she acting so jealous? Su Tianyi held the dark gold spear, twirling it a few times in his hand. A strange sense of disdain welled up inside him. This feeling wasn't directed at the spear itself, but at the dark gold spear. He felt it wasn't worthy of him, as if he had a better spear by his side. Dragon scales, is that the name? Su Tianyi subconsciously uttered the two words softly. As soon as he finished speaking, golden light flashed between his brows, and then the world was enveloped in golden light. When the light dissipated, a golden spear floated in mid-air. It emitted a resounding roar, like a dragon's roar, as if expressing the joy of a long-awaited reunion. Su Tianyi took the spear, a deep sense of familiarity rising within him. He held the spear in one hand, pointing it at the blazing sun, the spear's intent transforming into a golden dragon, soaring straight into the sky. Su Tianyi's black hair danced wildly, his robes fluttering, bathed in golden light. He stood tall and unyielding, like a young war god. This display of power was incredibly successful, extremely cool, leaving Meiji completely mesmerized. She collapsed to the ground, one hand supporting her weight, the other covering her mouth, her eyes filled with shock. Meiji's exaggerated reaction wasn't intentional flattery, she was genuinely astonished. The power of that spear strike wasn't particularly great to her, but the underlying intent had reached the half-step into the pinnacle. This was simply astonishing. How old was Su Tianyi? How could he possess such a high level of spear mastery? Many powerful cultivators in the feather transformation realm hadn't even touched the threshold of the pinnacle. Based on this alone, Su Tianyi was already invincible among his peers. No outstanding talent could rival him, perhaps only the Empress of Great Qin could put him to a fight. In the peach blossom grove, Yun Mushi, who hadn't gone far, stopped and turned back. Her brows furrowed slightly, lost in thought. She sensed more than Meiji, not only the level of spear mastery, but also the might of immortality. It was an immortal artifact. Tianyi, you truly are an enigmatic man. A mysterious background, terrifying talent in spear mastery, a heaven-defying physique, two immortal artifacts. After standing quietly for a while, Yun Mushi turned and left gracefully. Her long purple hair fluttered in the wind. She didn't care about Su Tianyi's identity, she only knew he was her future husband, a rebellious disciple of Chongshi. Showing off has its risks, and boasting requires caution. The previously dashing Su Tianyi was now pale and swaying, only managing to stay upright by supporting himself on the ground with his golden spear. Seeing this, Meiji quickly got up and helped him up, her voice tinged with worry and reproach. Young master, really? You finally recovered a little spiritual power, and you've used it all up again. Su Tianyi leaned against Meiji, looking around, somewhat disgruntled. The small bamboo house was smashed to pieces, and his sleeping place was gone. But it couldn't be entirely blamed on him. The moment he grasped the dragon scale, he instinctively wanted to vent his anger. It wasn't that he wanted to show off or be cool. Su Tianyi said, "All right, don't be angry. These days you shouldn't overwork yourself at night." Meiji rolled her eyes at him. What nonsense are you talking about? Do you really think I'm preoccupied with those kinds of things? Su Tianyi chuckled awkwardly. My mistake, I misunderstood you. But you can't stay here anymore. You should stay with Aunt Xue for a while. What about you, young master? She knew Xue Qingqing and had met her a few times. She was the Grand Steward of St. Lord Peak, a mature and beautiful woman with a figure no less stunning than hers. Su Tianyi smiled. I'm going to my master's place. I can learn spear techniques from her. Mei Ji scoffed. With your near-peak level cultivation, do you think she can teach you? She smiled faintly. Wouldn't it be inconvenient following the Holy Lord? After all, men and women are different. How about asking Steward Shui for help? Rebuilding a small bamboo house would be a piece of cake for her. Steward Shui is extremely busy. How can we trouble her with such a small matter? Don't mention it again. Su Tianyi refused righteously. This was a perfect excuse for his master to take care of him. He felt embarrassed to ask Mei Ji to do anything, but having his beautiful master serve him was something he dreamed of. Calculating the time, once he recovered, it would be about time to leave the Holy Land and head to the Zhulu Academy for further studies. He could take this opportunity to spend some quality time with his master and make up for the rest of their encounters. On the Jade Plaza, a group of Academy disciples were already waiting. Those in blue and white stood in neat rows. The tall Chinjoga, facing the crowd, gestured excitedly, seemingly talking about something. Lin Xianer, wearing a pink short dress, sat listlessly in a chair, legs crossed, head tilted, staring intently in the direction of St. Lord Peak, seemingly waiting for someone. I really envy those senior brothers and sisters who can enter the deer chasing academy. They can meet so many other prodigies from other forces there. Little girl, what's the rush? Your talent isn't bad. Once you reach the Unity Realm, you'll also have a chance to go to the deer chasing academy. Unlike me, my talent is too poor. I'm destined to have no chance. Two girls, one older and one younger, leaned against the wall, watching the departing crowd with envy. There were many others like them, silently observing from the sidelines. Those who can join the Holy Land are naturally quite talented, but only 1 in 100 are qualified to study at the Zhulu Academy. These individuals are the backbone of the Holy Land and are the focus of its development. Most of the sect's elders are chosen from among these people. Even if they don't fare well, they can still reach the divine origin realm and become a sect steward. Sect master, everyone has arrived. When shall we depart? A tactless disciple in blue stepped forward and asked. Lin Xianer gave him a cold glare and said impatiently, "What's the rush? Rushing to meet your little sweetheart?" The disciple in blue quickly lowered his head, looking embarrassed. He'd been exposed. These past few days in the Xin Tian Holy Land had been so dull he was practically a bird, so he couldn't wait to return to the Zhulu Academy to find some ladies from the Heavenly Immortal Pavilion. After dismissing this disciple in blue who was practically begging to be reborn, Lin Xianer continued to gaze at the Holy Lord Peak, like awaiting for husband stone. She was furious. What seemed like dissatisfaction with the disciple in green was actually directed at Su Tianyi. She hadn't forgotten the alluring woman she'd met that day. Her master had said she was being chosen as a concubine for her junior brother. Although Lin Xianer had appeared indifferent these past few days, not asking Su Tianyi about such matters, she felt extremely uneasy, a lump in her throat. Today was her departure day, and that wretched junior brother hadn't even come to see her off. He's forgotten his old love now that he has a new one. What a heartless, unfaithful man. The thought of Su Tianyi possibly flirting with that woman, perhaps even sleeping with her, filled Lin Xianer with vexation, and she gritted her teeth inwardly. Just as she was about to make up her mind to lead the group away, leaving him behind, the figure that haunted her dreams finally appeared. Chapter 54 Lin Xianer offers her red lips. Supported by Mei Ji, Su Tianyi slowly approached Lin Xianer. Along the way, he was greeted with a constant stream of respectful calls of Holy Son. Senior sister, I've kept you waiting. Su Tianyi gave an embarrassed smile, his voice weak and listless. Don't flatter me. Who's waiting for you? The teleportation array is charging, we can't leave yet. The little vixen, who loved to tease, was unusually haughty. The academy disciples nearby were all stunned. They hadn't expected the aloof and incomparably beautiful senior sister Xianer to have such a hypocritical side. Based on the direction Lin Xianer had been staring in, they could easily deduce that she was waiting for His Highness the Holy Son. This proud and aloof senior sister Xianer had actually fallen for mortal desires and been plucked. The pain was unbearable. Fortunately, the object of their affections was the incomparably domineering Holy Sun, which made them less distressed. After all, the Holy Sun was handsome, talented, and a junior brother from the same peak. Proximity made it easier for them to have their way. Su Tianyi smiled but didn't retort. It was indeed his fault for not paying attention to these things. Without his master's reminder, he wouldn't have known today was the day his senior sister was leaving. "Are you feeling better?" After Lin Xianer gave him a look, her resentment lessened considerably. Su Tianyi shrugged. "It's nothing serious, just a little weak. I'll be fine after some rest." Oh, Lin Xianer was somewhat disappointed. She had originally wanted her junior brother to go to the deer chasing academy with her, a month early, so he could familiarize himself with the environment and alleviate her loneliness. Su Tianyi, unaware of the little demon girl's ulterior motives, secretly transmitted his voice. "Senior sister, you're already at the divine power realm, what are you still doing at the deer chasing academy?" Lin Xianer snapped out of her reverie and replied telepathically, "Is that even a question? As a princess of the demon race, my purpose in staying at the academy is naturally to learn more about the human race and prepare for a future demon invasion." Is it really okay to say this out loud? He's the holy son of Xin Tian. Su Tianyi retorted angrily, "Don't go too far. Do you really think I wouldn't dare expose you?" Lin Xianer said, "Does telling everyone mean I'll be exposed? Senior sister's prestige in the Xin Tian Holy Land is no less than junior brother's." As she spoke, she raised her jade-like hand and lazily said, "Prepare to depart." With Lin Xianer's command, everyone turned around in unison, stepping neatly into the teleportation array's range and disappearing one by one. This scene reminded Su Tianyi of his university military training. Qin Zhouge glanced at Su Tianyi, hesitated, and then chose to leave. The Holy Sun would eventually go to the Zhulu Academy. There was no rush to make his acquaintance. He wouldn't intrude on their world, lest he face repercussions from senior sister Xianer upon returning to the academy. Is this a show of force? Su Tianyi said coldly, "Senior sister is overconfident." He took out a recording stone from his spatial ring and tossed it to Lin Xianer. Lin Xianer scanned it with her spiritual power, then covered her mouth with her hand, looking at Su Tianyi in disbelief. "I never thought junior brother was this kind of person. Peeping at my sister while she bathed is one thing, but he even took a picture. I thought junior brother was an upright and honest gentleman, but alas, I was blind after all, I misjudged him." Su Tianyi's forehead went black. Was that the point? That documented the entire process of your transformation into a fox ironclad evidence. He said coldly, "Fox charm, do you think what's inside can expose you?" Lin Xianer pleaded pitifully, "Junior brother, are you willing? If my identity is exposed, it won't be as simple as being beaten to death. I'll be arrested by the Great Qin Empire's Demon Suppression Division, locked in a secret chamber, and tortured severely. If I'm unlucky, I might encounter a malevolent executioner who will take my body. After they're done with me, the humans, to humiliate the demon race, will sell me to the heavenly immortal pavilion, making me a top courtesan for everyone." Enough! Su Tianyi roared, this time without using telepathy, startling the disciples who were secretly observing them. Their gossip flared up immediately. "What are you looking at? Disperse!" Lin Xianer's clear, cold voice, enveloped in spiritual energy, echoed in all directions. Seeing senior sister Xianer's outburst, the surrounding crowd scattered in a flash. "Junior brother, don't be angry. If you hadn't exposed me, none of what I said would have happened." Lin Xianer stood up from her chair, walked to Su Tianyi's side, pushed aside the maid who was supporting him, and said ingratiatingly. Meiji grinned. She already knew Lin Xianer's true identity. The conversation between the demoness and Gu Lingtian that day hadn't been deliberately concealed. However, she didn't care about such trivial matters. She was simply very dissatisfied with the little fox taking her place. Lin Xianer had been observing Meiji's expression out of the corner of her eye. Now she was finally certain that this unassuming little maid was the alluring woman who had followed her master last time. How could an ordinary maid dare to have a problem with her? Lin Xianer could understand hiding her appearance. That extremely charming face, only slightly inferior to hers,
would cause countless unnecessary trouble if she didn't disguise it.
Su Tianyi maintained his sour face. Although nothing had actually happened, he still felt incredibly green with envy.
Unconsciously, he had already come to regard his senior sister as his woman. As for his promise to Duanmu Qingxue that he would never fall for Lin Xiener.
The person he liked was the alluring vixen. What did that have to do with Lin Xiener? Junior brother, I was wrong. I'll never say such things again.
Lin Xiener hugged Su Tianyi's arm, twisting her body and gently stroking him. The softness on his arm soothed his heart, and his initial anger subsided.
Su Tianyi said coldly,
"We're just fellow disciples. It's your freedom to say what you want, but I still hope that you'll be mindful of your words in the future, so as not to damage Master's reputation."
Lin Xiener smiled faintly, thinking to herself, he's clearly the one who's bothered, yet he stubbornly refuses to admit it. Junior brother is so cute.
Thinking this, she wrapped her arms around Su Tianyi's neck, offering her full, red lips. After the kiss, she quickly broke free from his embrace, drifting into the teleportation array like the wind. Only a charming voice remained in the world. After a kiss, it's not the same anymore.
Su Tianyi touched his thin lips, staring blankly in the direction of the teleportation array, thinking pathetically, was that another illusion? Chapter 55. Old Driver Ji, Shuluwali. Mei Ji narrowed her eyes, helped Su Tianyi up again, and asked, was that the Empress just now? Su Tianyi withdrew his gaze, thinking for a moment. His master was the first wife, the princess the second, and his senior sister the third?
Wait, there's also a younger sister in red, his senior sister can only be the fourth.
Mei Ji's lips twitched slightly. After thinking for so long, how many women does she actually have?
Taking a deep breath, Mei Ji smiled brightly again, suppressing her frustration. No matter where that little fox ranked, it had nothing to do with her.
Anyway, she was definitely the lowest ranking one. Who told her to be just a poor, miserable maid?
With this thought, Mei Ji started drawing little circles to curse Yun Mushi again.
Really, would it kill her to give her a slightly more wealthy character?
Su Tianyi coughed lightly, withdrawing his hand from the cleavage and placing it on Mei Ji's other shoulder, gently pulling her closer.
No matter how many women I have in the future, my feelings for you will be equal.
Mei Ji looked at him wistfully.
Young master, can a heart truly be divided equally? Su Tianyi solemnly held up 2 fingers and swore to the heavens, absolutely. If I show favoritism, Cheng Ji will suffer the same fate. Mei Ji asked curiously, who is Cheng Ji? Su Tianyi explained, Cheng Ji is his posthumous title. His real name was Ito Makoto.
Because he was involved with several women, his attention was uneven, neglecting one of the girls. In the end, the girl turned evil and beheaded him. As he spoke, he suddenly felt something was wrong, a chill running down his spine.
The image of Su Hongyi's numb eyes flashed through his mind. Could she be a Yandere? Don't worry, young master, I'm very magnanimous. It doesn't matter if my heart is a little less occupied. As long as I'm by your side, that's enough. Mei Ji chuckled, seizing the opportunity to ingratiate herself.
Su Tianyi suddenly felt a sharp pain in his lower back, and immediately transmitted his voice to Chuluwali, Chu, after your eyes evolve, give me a boost in my kidneys. Within the fairy painting, Chuluwali kindly reminded him, Master, Chu thinks evolving into Koan would be better, ensuring you become a perpetual motion machine.
Su Tianyi said, what's the use of a gun if it's not loaded? Also, what kind of lewd words are you spouting? I knew you weren't a pure lowly. Chu said unhappily, how can you slander someone's innocence out of thin air? Even if it's master, Chu will protest. Su Tianyi said dismissively, alright, stop being so cheeky. Master believes you're innocent. Chu isn't a black lowly. Chuluwali pouted, I am. Chu is a pink, hairless lowly. Su Tianyi's heart skipped a beat. He looked into his inner sea of consciousness, staring at Chuluwali's little face.
He suspected she had been making suggestive remarks, but he had no evidence.
Chu, do you like Xiong Mei? Su Tianyi suddenly asked.